All right, and we should be live. So, let's get this kick-started. So, I'm going to get started, then I'll cover some updates. So, starting game, I'm going to be doing a new game from level 1. This was just from when I made that How to Tame the Tiger video. So, I'm going to... that's mainly just for completeness. So, no one, like, claims, oh, wait, you started the game out at level 5 or something. All right. So, goal here is from level 1, beat all the psychopaths, save all the survivors, and then I have to beat all the story missions. That's the goal. I will say I'm nowhere near as familiar with Dead Rising 2 as I am with Dead Rising 1. I don't know what it is, because like when I first did my like Master Run series of Dead Rising 2, it was still when I was getting like used to it, like used to doing this whole YouTube thing. Dead Rising 1 was my first series, so each episode was like a whole endeavor. And Dead Rising 2, the goal was to try and get a workflow so it didn't take me a whole day to make one single 10-minute episode. And I did that, but basically I had to have tons and tons of failures. I essentially played the game over 2 weeks about 3 or 4 times, from like beginning all the way to end, just because I would get halfway through and realize, oh, I lost one episode, the audio is terrible, or you can't see the video. But of course that one's the really hard mission, so it's like, oh, huh, yeah, you cut out that hard mission? That's the one thing you're not going to show? People would totally call me out on it. That being said, if you go back and watch that original run, I don't kill, I think, one of the snipers in like the park era, like was it Diamond Park or whatever? And I always regret that. Let's see. Oh. My stream's yelling at me. If I ever like pause suddenly, I have like my stream health like across the room on my desktop, what's actually streaming this, and it just started screaming no data, and then it's like, oh, good again. So anyway, I think this should go okay. I got my kind of like guide pulled up. Really, I'm not too concerned, because what's nice about Dead Rising 1 for streaming is there's a lot of cool tricks you can do, because the game has like bugs or weird pathfinding. Dead Rising 2 is technically like a better game. Like mechanically everything works a little bit better, it's smoother, all the AI pathfinding's better. But that means, unlike in Dead Rising 1 where every boss has like one gimmick to make him easy, that's not quite true for Dead Rising 2. That being said though, it's a lot easier to just kind of wing each fight, so you're going to be seeing more of that. I mainly keep the guide open just because there's a lot of unlisted scoops, or you want to make sure you get stuff ready for when it comes down the line. Like there's certain scoops you have to wear this like a certain outfit for. It's the, I think her name's like Bonnie or whatever, the singer. She wants you to wear a tuxedo. Well, if you can grab that on your way there, it saves you so much time. There's also a chick where you have to wear your underwear to pick her up, because she's like caught outside her hotel room in hers. And that's the only way you can save her. So you don't want to go all the way there, realize you didn't get it, and have to run back. You lose so much time. So the goal is to figure that out before it happens. Alright. This is actually a really easy section. I'm pretty sure I'm going to win. The goal for this is to like pop all the balloon zombies. The AI is like really fancy and does these loops. But if you just take it slow and just grind, like back and forth, you just destroy them and score. The other trick is, I believe, I can't think of what the buttons are until I do it, but it's like, if you hold like right trigger, brake, and like left, you'll slide. And that makes it so you don't lose any momentum when you make these turns. And by doing that, you'll start the game with $10,000. Which isn't necessarily an issue. There are certain money limits in the game we have to hit. The big one, I believe, is high rollers. For that scoop, it's like they're in the Atlantica casino, and you have to have $100,000 to play poker with them. And if you don't have that, you can't even attempt it. In addition to that, you also have to get all the gambling books, which means you kind of want a lot of PP, because you're really wanting for inventory when those 3 books take up your spaces. What I learned from doing this run on Dead Rising 2 to do all the scoops and like beat them, there's a lot of poker in this playthrough. Because essentially you play for high rollers, and it goes for like, I think 6 hours in-game time. You do it from midnight to 6 a.m. until you have to go run and give Katie Zombrex. And then if you do the other scoop, which is technically optional and doesn't really give you anything too great, that one takes forever. And Jack, he's a bitch. So also this game looks amazing. Yeah, there it is. That's the trick. It's generally really easy to beat this. Sometimes when you go online, it's almost counterintuitive because people think you want to be like really flashy and do these like loops on those ramps. It's rarely, if ever, good. You can beat these guys by just going like super slow like this and like planning it out. Essentially, Leon's always going to be the guy who comes in second. Everyone else just kind of does their own weird little thing. Like, you'll see the AI like completely be missing the zombies the entirety of the time. I always thought it was interesting that if they had co-op, like 4-player, they should really let you play these other guys. I guess Leon wouldn't make sense, but it seems like you should be able to play as Anim. Because he's in the safe house. He's one of the people you're guaranteed to save. He might be able to die in the attack, spoilers, but I don't think so. I think you just play as another Chuck. I'm pretty sure that's the case, right? You don't play as some other guy. Oh shit, sorry about your pizza, Adrian. In prep, I got... So I told you before, I made like a calzone I had left over from Old Chicago, which is a restaurant around here. And I was afraid it's just going to put me to sleep, so whenever I do this, it's like, okay, I gotta eat my food before the stream, gotta make my second cup of coffee so I got energy, and then I gotta have lots of water. I have this whole setup going. But it's been an interesting week, because I've been doing a lot more stuff again throughout this month to up the quality of the channel. So big thing is I believe I got everything I need for my green screen setup in. I have not had the chance to actually set it up and try it out due to having to work an extra day on Sunday and a couple other things. I put out that Adam the Clown video, and that was also using this new little like recording studio I kind of set up in my closet. It looks professional, but only if you look at it like right this one little way and not see like all my clothes behind it. But it's helped a lot with the audio on those videos. The downside is getting used to it has made it take so much longer. Like doing any kind of this thing, you have to have like a pipeline is the way I call it. Because you need to, it's like you do this, like you do recording, I should say, write lines, record footage, record lines, process footage, put it in the editor, put it all together, put it out, make sure it's what you want, then if not, go edit it again, upload it, double check, and that just takes a whole like long amount of time. So instead I have to, you have to like figure stuff out so that, oh hey, I can go record my lines while my video's processing so I don't lose time. So at Quack 3 Cry, I'm actually not going to avoid leveling up. There's no way to do that. If I could, I would totally do it, like beat the entire game at level 1. I just mainly do it as a, to show that you can do it from a new game and that you're not using any tricks, I guess. But no, I'm going to level up. And it's interesting because I'm going to be doing everything, you get pretty freaking high level just off that. Like, I believe it's, in Dead Rising 1, you can definitely hit level 50 by the end of the game if you go out of your way to farm special forces. In this game, I want to say you might only get to 42. Alright. But anyway, this should be really weird. I saw a great post on the subreddit that you could actually have gotten Chuck's jacket. I thought that was so cool. Because there's not a lot of cool, like, Dead Rising merchandise or, like, fan items you could have. And I would totally get something, like, really cool if I could find it. Because Dead Rising has become, like, a really big deal in my life. That was weird. But, sadly, they are not for sale anymore. And everything else, like, the issue with Dead Rising is everything's either, like, way too over the top and silly. Like, I don't necessarily want to get, like, an actual Servbot mask, or it's a legitimate weapon. Like, I'm not going to make a baseball bat with nails in it, because then that's just legitimately a baseball bat with nails in it. No one would be like, that's Dead Rising. They would just be like, you're freaking insane. Quick Cry. Okay. Off the top of my head, I don't actually know how many survivors are in the game. I think it's like Dead Rising 1, where there's just a little bit more than 50, but I can't recall. The thing about Dead Rising 2 is they have a lot more requirements. So it's like you have to go here and play poker. You have to go here and bring these items. Whereas technically in 1, it was a lot easier to just kind of like show up, grab them, go. But sadly, they fixed a lot of the stuff you could normally do in 1. Oh shit, this reminds me. I have to go edit the rest of K0. But anyway, for Dead Rising story, I kind of like Chuck Green, and I say that like I like him. I don't, but not necessarily as a person. I enjoy the story. I think it was in a weird position to kind of bring Dead Rising 1 to a bigger, I don't know, world. Because, like, okay, this incident happened, but then how do you branch that off? Like, what are zombies like to the rest of the world? How can this outbreak happen again? To use Frank. I'll have to think about it as I go through, about specific elements. I think it's a good fit. Like, I think this kind of Las Vegas clone is a very good one for this kind of a game. It's, I don't know, let me think. I don't like that overtime mode isn't canon, and I haven't played Case West, so I can't comment on that stuff. But overall, I think it's great. I like that they set up this idea of how Zombrex works and all that. Like, I think that's a really great advancement. Like, I often talk about how they could have just had some really cheesy Dead Rising plot. Not cheesy, cheesy zombie plot. They didn't actually have to go and make, like, a unique story for this game. But the fact that they did is really cool. So we got this section. You can totally die during this, if I recall. But, yeah. Come on. I believe this is also timed if it's like Dead Rising 1. But I like Katie. I made a point in Case 0 where what I liked about that is they set up the characters so much more, because Dead Rising 2 is the one that explains everything. So you could just... They had all these cutscenes that were just him and her, and it was a lot more relatable, I think. I'm told, I imagine, though, if you actually have a daughter, this must be a terrible game to play. Yeah, poker in this game sucks. I feel like any AI poker game must suck, because half the game of poker is kind of like trying to figure out different personalities. Like, do you know, is this person like really aggressive in games they play? Are they not? How conservative they are, and they're guessing. With this, it's just all luck. And plus, they even make, like, they're a dick. So, despite that little message at the bottom, it was a long time before I realized you can kick while you had Katie. And maybe that's just because I forget and I never really played this section that much. So I would always, like, hide or just, like, move around. But yeah, you can totally kick. In theory, you can do a bunch of stuff like kick those ATMs, I believe, and get some extra money. Thankfully, I don't think the run requires it. I think you can break those. Overall, this is actually a pretty easy section, but it is the tutorial. Come on. I still wish they let you save these people early on. Like, I feel like that would be such a great intro to the game, where it's like, oh, you failed, but, you know, in the future, you can always come back and save more and more people. It seems like the perfect achievement. But yeah, I hate poker in this game. Mainly just because I had to play it so much, like, over and over. Generally, I like poker. Like, I'm not a big poker guy, because it's hard to get, like, serious and good poker games together and not also become, like, that guy. Because, like, no one wants to play with, like, a try-hard poker player. But at the same time, if you are, like, a legitimately good poker player, why would anyone else want to play with you? Because you're just going to dominate them. I would relate it to kind of like chess, where chess is only fun when you're either a grandmaster or a beginner. Because that's when you can, like, think of awesome new strategies. In the middle, it's just a lot of memorizing moves and counter moves and setups and just different stuff like that. And poker's the same way, where if you're in, like, that mid-amateur range for poker, essentially what you got to do is memorize, like, well, if I have this card combination, this has this percentage of turning into this hand versus this hand. And that's what really helps you a lot in poker, is just knowing, like, hey, this hand looks really good, but statistically, this hand's worse than just, like, 2 high cards or something. So, and that kind of takes the fun out of it for me. And what sucks is Dead Rising 2, because it's just a computer-based poker game, it has none of that. They do at least let you get those gambling magazines, and those will help your hands. And generally speaking, you will win as long as you have those and know at least some idea of poker. The worst, though, is the second poker game, the Ante Up with Jack or whatever. He is complete asshole. And it's just like, they just make him hard, like, arbitrarily. Like, he will only ever play his hand if he has, like, a flush. Otherwise, he will always fold, like, on the flop when they... In Texas Hold'em, like, flops when they put over, like, the first 3 cards. So it's not that he's necessarily hard, it's just that it's so long to whittle him down. Which you could argue is the point, that it's trying to make you waste time to do that scoop. Because it's Dead Rising. But it's just annoying. So you essentially have to wait for the blinds to push him out. But even then, if by the time he starts getting pushed out by the blinds and the force bets, if those are the hands he just wins out of chance, well then all of a sudden you gotta start all over again. Or what's worse is you also have the other survivors in that game. Well, they'll fuck it up entirely. It sucks. Like, you'll be doing great against Jack, and then they're like, oh well, they go all in on the first hand, and now Jack's like got $100,000 more than you on top of everything. It's just like, come on, get real here. And that being said, I also have I've definitely had games, because I've had to play this so much, where you go in and sometimes the AI is just like royal flush, straight, flush, straight, and you just can't beat them. And I get it that it's like pure RNG, but it's like, come on. When doing like a run like this, and even some of the more like exciting like challenge-based runs, having like that giant element of just RNG in there really sucks. Favorite psychos in the series. I always thought Adam the Clown was cool. I think Adam the Clown's cool. I think the best way to sum up psychos in Dead Rising, I love Stephen Chapman, the guy in the supermarket. I think I'd have to say he's my favorite. He's required, so it's nice that such a good psycho's on like the required psycho list. He's interesting. It's like he's hard, but you're in a supermarket, so you're not necessarily going to die to him. It's essentially similar to the fight with the chef in this game, where it kind of turns it on its head, because it's not so much about living or dying, it's trying to hit this like damage point and manipulate the fight. Stephen Chapman doesn't quite have that, but it's an interesting like mechanic versus, oh, they just do a ton of damage and then that's it. Or they're really fast and they hit really hard. That's not a very interesting psycho in my eyes. Let's see, other than that, I think, on that note, I'm trying to think of a worse psycho. Isabella's really bad in Dead Rising 1. She's got no great way to fight her. You have to essentially abuse the fact that you have to find an area where she thinks she can pass to, but can't, so she doesn't shoot you, but can't hit you. She can easily just, like, stun lock you to death, so it's super cheap. You can just, like, oh shoot, I went to a corner, she got stuck, and now, even though I'm full health, she's going to hit me for half a block of damage until I die. So, yeah. I hate that fight. Plus, out of all the other fights, it seems like the least reasonable to happen in the world. Like, everyone else, like, okay, yeah, you fight like a crazy clown. You could see him maybe, like, hitting you, but not quite killing you with the chainsaw. Like, that's understandable. Or, like, oh, yeah, maybe you shot them, but it was actually a zombie that killed Cletus. So something like that. You know, that's believable. Isabelle is just like, oh, yeah, I got ran over by a motorcycle 3 times while I shot Isabelle in the face. And then she walked away completely uninjured. Like, that seems like, come on. Yeah, I'll say that back at Quick Cry. Yeah, I don't really actually consider that hard to beat it all from level 1. I mainly just include it for I can add it in, like, I don't know, challenge. Especially, I feel like, in the early levels. What's fun about it is you don't know what moves you are going to get early on. And that can really mess you up. Like, if you get in a very early jump kick or double lariat, that can completely change how you interact with the game. Here, I want to save over this. Versus, like, if you get, I don't know, the judo flip. Like, that's really not helpful at all. See, what do I want to do? I need to go get Katie Von Rex. Okay. So here's the first big difference I'm going to do. Is the first thing we do in this run is we go get Snowflake the Tiger. And this is one of the reasons why I think level 1 on Dead Rising 2 is interesting. Because taming the tiger at level 1 isn't always the easiest thing to do. I think I have a good setup that pretty much works all the time, but that will be challenged. Technically, I think Snowflake doesn't spawn until 3 a.m., and it's like, what? Oh, there we go, we're fine. It might actually be 3 a.m. when the game starts. I don't actually know off the top of my head. So, Snowflake's also a really cool psycho. I will admit, actually, I don't think I've ever officially fought Snowflake. I've always had to tame her, or I've never bothered. I'm sure I have, But I'm sure it was just like, oh, hey, look, I have this awesome gun. I'm just going to shoot you in a safe area until you die. But I definitely think that's the thing. I actually have that same thing with a big Dark Souls fan. I've never killed the Ancient Dragon in Dark Souls 2. It's like my dirty secret. It's always like the thing where it's like, I'll get it next time. And then I just never did it. I'm really ashamed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my way over to that sniper rifle that's hidden up on the second floor over here. And I don't necessarily need the sniper rifle per se, but there is a stake to give Snowflake up there. And then I can use the sniper to kill Ted anyway. So it's like, why not? Damn it, I don't have the jump kick. That's right. I think the biggest issue I'm going to have with this is the fact that I'm just not familiar with the run. So I just have to kind of remember all the setups as I go. Like, okay, I know I do Snowflake first, and then we're good. The main reason I do Snowflake first is just to get it out of the way. Plus, then you get a nice PP bonus. Technically, you don't take a lot of damage during that fight if you do it correctly. So, should be good. But yeah, I'm going to totally keep mentioning that this is going to be a lot more winging it than the original series was. Definitely more than so than Dead Rising 1. Damn it, come on. But other notes, I have a survey link down below, just similar to last week if you were here. This one's a little bit less involved, but I got a lot of good results there. And speaking of which, I'm hoping next week, once I have hopefully the green screen and lighting and all that stuff set up, to be doing the off-the-record blind run, because that was by far the most popular choice. So, hoping to do that, but I did want to save it until I actually had everything figured out. Like, I didn't want to waste it on my, like, old... Come on. Oh, damn it, I'm still, like, shaking the stick. You don't want to shake this... You don't want to roll the stick in Dead Rising 2. It's shaking the stick. In Dead Rising 1, you roll it. It's this weird mechanic. Okay. I don't know why, but I think you move the same speed in Dead Rising 2 as you do in 1, but slow Chuck seems so much worse than slow Frank. And I think it's just mainly because the environments are so much larger in Dead Rising 2, so you really feel just the slowness to it. But in this game, I found it extremely difficult to use a skateboard. In Dead Rising 1, it's just like you turn left or right, and you're constantly going forward. In Dead Rising 2, it's this weird kind of like tank controls. So it's very hard not to hit a zombie. And maybe it's just also there's more zombies in general in Dead Rising 2. But, yeah. Thanks for taking the survey. It was pretty easy. I think I just asked, like, general thoughts about the stream, what times you want me to stream, because I'd be willing to stream more often during the week. I just need to kind of know what people want before I just start streaming at, like, 8 in the morning. Or what have you. Because I was surprised. Like, the first time I did the Saturday morning stream, I didn't get, like, any responses at all. But the next time I did. So I was like, oh, well, is this, like, a thing that people want? Is it not? It just affects how I use my time. Because, like, if not, I will just usually use that time to make other videos or do my long list of, like, just, like, chores I just need to get done. One thing that sucks about having this YouTube channel is it just takes so much time. It actually, like, despite being, like, a gaming channel, it really cuts into my time just to play games. God damn it. So that's one of the reasons I'm hoping to, if I stream more often in the week, I'll start streaming other things as well. So I kind of want to make Dead Rising like the big Friday stream each week. But other than that, I might stream just like whatever kind of comes to my mind the other times. A big one being probably the playthroughs of Dead Rising like 3 and off the record, past the blind run-throughs. Because I still kind of want to like play them and have fun. But I'm sure it's not as interesting to make the big stream just me doing achievements. I'd much rather have cool stuff. So, combo weapons. I guess here's what I think about them. Some are good, some are bad. And I can only speak for Dead Rising 2, not Dead Rising 3. Am I too early for this? I should have gotten a cutscene here. Let me double check my timer before I get back to you on that. Snowbell Fights starts at... It looks like it starts at like 3:45 or something. I'm going to confirm this, because I definitely just did this. Unless you have to go closer. This is all like hazy. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, because that's the enclosure. Yeah, I think I'm still too early, I guess. I'm definitely not too late because this fight goes like the entire day. So let me go out and I think it starts at 4 technically, and I think I probably walked in at like 3:59. Anyway, combo weapons. I think some are good. Like the Defiler, I think fits Dead Rising pretty well, or like the baseball bat. That's all fine. I think some of the sillier stuff is a little bit too crazy because I don't think of Dead Rising as like a Saints Row. I think of it as kind of what's it called, Rube Goldberg, where it's like it's silly out of context, but if you were in that moment, yeah, you would totally kill a survivor with a dildo. That's all you have. So I think what I think kills it more is the fact that they expect you to use these weapons, but they aren't all like viable. Like I hate that there's any joke weapons at all in the game. Like I feel like everything should have a use. And it seems like they didn't really take that into consideration. Like even stuff like the the drill bucket. It's like, oh ha, you put it on the head. Ha, that was funny. Never gonna make that again. Or you have stuff like the paddle chainsaws, which is like the poster child combo weapon for this game. It is extremely hard to make that thing, and you get like 10 feet out of a maintenance room before it breaks. Which in my mind, it's like, it's neat, but that doesn't add anything at all to the game. Like I'm not gonna bother dragging this giant thing all the way to a boss fight, and that just kind of like, for me, that kills it. But then I feel like because they have them there, they make all these other weapons not as good. I will be taming the tiger, yes. That's the goal. Because you need it to, you need it, because she's a survivor, so I have to do it, all survivors. But also, it's a quick burst of PP because you get her and, I forget his other name. There's actually another survivor with this scoop. But then you can also turn in Snowflake to Katie, and you get another 10,000 PP because she's technically a gift. And I love the Servbot in this scene, if you had never seen it. It's like just right there. But that's another thing I'll try to do, is getting the gifts for Katie, so you can level up quick early on in the game, because speed boosts are huge in this, since I won't be using skateboards and I don't have any vehicles unlocked. This run is like ridiculous if you do it at level 50. It's because you're just like driving everywhere. It's more of a joke. But I haven't played 3, but I think what I heard from 3 is they have the opposite problem where essentially I believe you can craft weapons from your vehicles and you just have like a supply meter, but then you only ever use combo weapons. Like I talked in my last stream, what I kind of want to do is have a run through where I can't use the same weapon twice, just because what I think is fun about Dead Rising is like, oh man, all my weapons are broken, I gotta beat Adam the Clown with this potted plant. That's what's fun. Just using like the same weapons every time, that ruins it for me. Like the whole point of Dead Rising is like everything's a weapon, right? Oh wait, hold up, I need to. No, let me kill Ted. I think killing Ted resets the scene, so I'm gonna go over here, kill him, and then that's how I'll get back. I should have grabbed some more food. But anyway, basically what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna kill Ted. You can go over here if you don't have the sniper, because you can get more handguns really easily. And Snowflake doesn't come here. Go. Rah. Okay, I'm just gonna have to fire through this. I don't fully know quite how the stun locking works in this game. I never have. It's like sometimes you can hit them down when they're on the ground. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you just gotta wait a second. Other times you don't. I've been playing a lot of Dead Rising 1, which in that game you can't move while you shoot. So I had to get that back. God. I'm like already losing my voice, which is really bad at the start of this stream. So the goal next now is I need 3 stakes to heal Snowflake. And after you heal her all the way, then you can get her to join your party. I brought one with me. There's 2 in this enclosure, and there's another one in that restaurant I was in. It's really rare that you need a 4th, but sometimes you'll like accidentally eat one or it'll get destroyed by a zombie. But I'll be showing my setup for how to get her to eat. Let me know if you have a better one. This is the best one I've come up with, and it's very consistent. I found that even now, every like Snowflake guide out there is a little bit quicker, but it's nowhere near consistent. Like you'll try to recreate it, and every time Snowflake will like ignore the steak and hit you in the face. Yet when this guy on the stream does it, it's like, oh look, she ate the same steak twice. This is awesome. I try to make my guides so that anyone can do it with it outside. Yes. So what I meant, like, it sets you back up here. Perfect. That's a level up. That's a heal. Damn. Throw distance is not the best thing to get. It's not the worst either, honestly. So I'm going to ditch the sniper rifle because we don't need it. Anyway, throw distance is good because there's certain things you can pick up that are amazing when thrown. My go-to is the benches, or in Dead Rising 2 especially. Stop it, Snowflake. Stop it. Go away. In Dead Rising 2, the newspaper machines are very good to just like throw through a crowd of zombies. But other than that, it doesn't really help you. So the goal is to drop it here, and I'm going to go over to this wall. And what this does is Snowflake runs away when she can't get to you. So if she comes too close to me instead of the stake, I can reset her by jumping up here. And that's usually, I think, where most strategies fall apart with her, is if you're closer to her than... Yeah, closer, but if you're too close to the stake, she will aggro onto you before she enters the stake, like animation. And in that case, you're screwed. So the issue is, without any way to reset her and make sure that she's far enough away, people will like put the stake down right by her, and then every time she'll ignore it. This is going wonderfully, by the way. Ted was a good boy. It's interesting if you didn't know the other survivor in this, who I'll cover. They both kind of have, I guess, a similar theme. She better heal all the way. I feel like that's not enough. Did she get knocked out? Am I missing something? Oh yeah, she didn't take this stake. That was it. She must have gotten scared. So I gotta replace the stake. But anyway, the other guy, he's a parody of the movie Rain Man, who is about this dude who has a brother who's like this savant. Like, mentally he's not the best, but he can like add numbers like crazy. So he takes him to Vegas. That's the synopsis of it. In actuality, like, that's what I had heard of the movie beforehand. In actuality, it's a lot more about their relationship, and the Vegas part is like 10 minutes in the movie. It's not a big deal at all. But every reference to the Rain Man is all about that. Well, that cutscene was ruined. Perfect. So now, I don't know if I played the cutscene or not, but when you enter this area, you see, that's Lenny. Lenny runs away, and you can actually go get him. He's over there. So I'm going to go to this. Because Snowflake's a freaking tiger, I don't have to worry about her at all. And sadly, what's interesting is, I think because they were afraid that she always runs away, they gave her this property where she can transition no matter where she is relative to Chuck. So even if she's like across the plaza, she will still transition with you. Sadly, what that means is you can't like have this awesome badass tiger with you for the entire game, because you can never go to the safe house again, if that's true. So let's get some stuff. So what Lenny does a couple things. First, he will turn on all the machines in the casino if you want to gamble with them. That's not that big of a deal. But he, again, in reference to the movie Rain Man, he will have a scoop on day 2 where he talks about his brother that took him to Vegas to make a bunch of money, where he will let you into the vault of Yucatan, and you can get a bunch of money there. I don't think I do it in my original playthrough, because technically to complete the scoop, all you have to do is talk to him. You don't actually have to go out and like get the money. So, and you have a very kind of a strict time limit, oddly enough, on when you can't go get that money. I think, if I recall, money's not too bad. I will be grabbing it if I have the opportunity to. Like, mainly I smash ATMs, but for the most part, you should have 100,000 by the time you get to that scoop. Snowflake is extremely badass. Like, I wanted to make a video series for a while now that, there we go, where I just want to take Snowflake through and kill as many bosses as possible, because she should just demolish them. I don't know if she necessarily aggroes onto certain ones, but I imagine I should. Oh, wait, I have to talk to Lenny again, don't I? There we go. Can I give you a weapon? There you go. Perfect. Inventory. Do I have... I don't really know the skill moves in Dead Rising 2. It's the elbow drop is mainly... Backdrop's fine. I need a weapon pretty badly, though. So now I should have enough time still to go get Katie Zombrex. Technically, you don't even have to do that. There is Zombrex in this casino that I'm going to go grab. I think for some reason I'm having flashbacks that it might not spawn this early on. Like, there's a couple things that are different until you give Katie Zombrex the first time at 7 a.m. I think this is one of them. There's machine gun. Wasn't there supposed to be Zombrex here too? I'm pretty sure it's this area. There's supposed to be Zombrex, so either way, I'm going to keep going. You'll see me basically ignore every survivor on the escort. They are extremely good at taking care of themselves in this game. So, unlike Dead Rising 1, you can pretty much just ignore them. They just run pretty fast. Zombies ignore them. They ignore zombies. It's awesome. Come on. I'm sure you can hear me, like, tapping my controller. Huh. I didn't know that. I was able to hit that zombie by raising the gun. That's an interesting interaction. I think that's what happened. Hold up. Let me eat. One thing I have a bad habit of is since I went out of my way to try and learn all this stuff about Dead Rising, even though I'm doing like a run like this, I'll still be like, hey, I wonder if this is possible. And I'll like get myself in really shitty situations because, oh wait, man, I was spending too long to like mess around. Like I was doing Adam the Clown recently for that video and I spent a good 20 minutes, maybe not 20 minutes, but a while just trying to see if it was possible to hit Adam's balloons back with a baseball bat, like just like whacking them to see if you could play some kind of like weird game with it. Turns out you can't. It always pops the balloons, but I had high hopes at one point that that could be like a weird little mini game. So, oh, Lenny, you okay there? If I had to recommend a great weapon that's not mentioned a lot is the flaming cow skull you can get in this area. Okay, Lenny should be good. It's amazing. It's essentially this, but it does a ton of damage. It absolutely shreds psychos. And you can get it every time you pass through this food court. So again, I'm just going to sprint, and then I'm just going to wait for everyone to catch up. A lot, more so than Dead Rising 1, I feel like items that speed you up are a big deal. Come on, Lenny. Like, obviously in Dead Rising 1 you have the skateboard, but, oh, let's go. But, you always run into stuff in Dead Rising 2, so it's important to have, like, Moosehead, amazing. Flaming Cow Skull, also super important. I think, one of my favorite parts of this run is, like, right up here, is you go into this, Roy's Mart to fight these looters, and they're like, oh, what's up, old man? We're gonna kill you. And then, the cutscene ends, and Snowflake just starts mauling them. Like, sometimes she doesn't come in, but I always thought it was really funny, like, oh, we're gonna get you, and they have, like, a freaking crowbar, and then I have a tiger. It's super silly. I'm not familiar with the ninja boots. Is that I think that's part of the DLC for Dead Rising 2? Right? I know there's a lot more items that actually affect your character in Dead Rising 2, but I'm really not familiar with them because they're usually not available on like your new game run-throughs like I do. I know there's the night suit that I've earned several times, but I never bothered to put on. Nice. But, oh shoot, one thing I need to figure out. I need to figure out is whether or not Dead Rising has a Servbot head. I think it does, if I recall. It just looks really silly. But that moose head's so much better. I forgot that the moose head technically counts as a head item when you're wearing it, so it doesn't go away in cutscenes. It really does. If I could put that away in my inventory, I would totally use it more often. But who would you challenge this dude that walks in with a moose head, Lenny, and then a tiger? Nah, this dude's clearly insane. I don't think Snowflake wants to help. Sorry there. Come on, Snowflake. There you go. Nice. I imagine this is not the savior this woman pictured. Funny fact, going back to similar with Dead Rising 1, if you go into the notebook, you get these weird descriptions of people that you save. And Denise's, for whatever reason, is that she's addicted to cold spray. I don't know why they have that particular detail. That's all they tell you about her, is she's addicted to cold spray. Which, I don't know, maybe that's a reference, or it's just like a joke because she works in a pharmacy, but I guess it's a thing. Damn it, why'd I, why'd I have to take the head off to do that? Come on. Oh. So I was super scared there for a second, because when I picked up the Zombrex, I don't know if you noticed, the scoop went to like a second left and then went back up, and I thought I just wasted way too much time. Like, I am going to cut it close. Like, yeah, I'm getting a call now. But, we should be okay. Plus, Moosehead, we're fast. I will admit, I also was super lazy, and I never went back and I got the achievements for Dead Rising 2. Mainly because it was so hard to get all the online achievements. But also just the simple stuff, like I never got around to like killing zombies with every weapon in the game, essentially. That never happened. I think it was because Dead Rising 2 came out right after Reach, so I played it. But then I ended up playing Reach a lot more until I think Dead Rising 2 is free for gold members. And then I picked it back up and I played it a lot. And then obviously the YouTube channel happened, so then it was just like open season on Dead Rising for me. Huh, that's interesting about the ninja outfit. I like that they have stuff like that, though, because if you just want to, like, relax, essentially, it's nice not having to worry about certain issues. Like, what's a good example I was going to have? There's a bunch of games where I'm always like, just, hey, I've beaten this game so many times, just give me this option. Like, Dead Rising 1, like, hey, how much time have I put in this game? Just give me, hey, man, you played 1,000 hours of Dead Rising 1. Here's the option to set the timer to whatever you want. Oh, yeah, I guess they do. A lot of the stores from Dead Rising 1 are also in Dead Rising 2. Or sometimes you'll just get references like ads and whatnot. How did Chuck get that head through the vent? It's massive. I guess maybe it is just big enough. Also, that vent is like weirdly the perfect size for someone to crawl in. Like, why is there a door there? I feel like maybe they were meant to crawl in because that goes to like that, whatever that HVAC system is. But I don't know. I'm sure it's just a reference Dead Rising 1, but sup, Katie? Here's a tiger. I'm gonna give you shots and a tiger. Perfect. Alright, 6. I should be able to give her the shot. Oh, no. I thought she called me at 7, actually. So I think we get a save at whenever we give her the medicine, so I don't need to do that yet. Let me think if there's anything else I need to do in that time. No survivors spawn until 7. I could go out and get money, but there's no particular reason to. Let me check my scoops while I wait. I know they have stuff coming up. I think the first clothing scoop is the star one where you have to wear a tux. Otherwise, I would put on the underwear now. But I don't see it off the top of my head. One Hit Wonder, that's the name of it. Oh shoot, I remember this. When I originally did my Dead Rising 2 scoop, the wiki has the One Hit Wonder scoop at the wrong time. Or it's like, they have this awesome graph of when all the scoops are, and for some reason the graph says it's like on the 2nd day, when it's actually on the 3rd or something. And I knew this was true. I knew it, but it's still like every hour I would check like, is she there yet? Because I didn't want to have to start a whole run over and refilm everything just because of this one scoop, or like one typo. One of the things I miss from Dead Rising is the camera, not because of like the photo ability, but just the ability to like zoom in on just different things. So let's kind of wait, and then we'll just do this right now. Oh, fuck, I need that. Give me my moose head, Katie. It's gonna break. Next time I go through the food court, I'll make the flaming cow skull. I don't know what it's called. I think it's like flaming matador or something, but it's amazing. The only downside is it's another head weapon, so like if you get attacked, you drop it. You have to take it off every interaction you have, but it just speeds you up so fast, and then it also just lets you plow through zombies. One thing I didn't like about Dead Rising 2 is they never really have the Terror is Reality stuff in-game. Like, there's a couple instances, like, if you go and do the TK fight, you'll have them. But instead, you essentially have, like, the analogs. Like, the moveset is essentially, like, the moveset equivalent in Terry's reality. And, like, you can technically get, like, the Slice-Sickle. It's just, like, way out of the way, which is what sucks. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm really curious to play Dead Rising 3 just to see how they did melee weapons. Is Chuck's hair, like, matted down in here? Is that what I'm seeing? Come on. Maybe not. Maybe I just don't see it right. Damn it. It also comes off every single time I check my watch. But I feel like if I don't have it on during the cutscene, I'm going to lose it. And that's bad. Because, like, what's nice about these items is the fact that, yeah, you can plow through zombies, but actually the best time to use them is when there's no zombies, just so Chuck will sprint everywhere. I'm going to look up where that Servbot head is, if I can find it quickly. Because I'm pretty sure there's a wearable one, it just looks really weird. And then coming up, there is Happily Ever After, which is that couple right outside the safe room, and Short Side. There's no reason not to save the couple right away. Then I believe I go do case 1, 2, and 2, 3. There is, technically, if I want to cut it close, you can go do the Brains Over Brawn, which is a bunch of guys playing D&D, and it's an unlisted scoop. Wait, I think. Yeah. If I recall, you need to, the way I do it is you need to wait, I believe, until, let me think, how do I want to do this? To get the D&D group to come, you have to have a girl in your party. So you either want to do it with the case scoop, because it's in the same area, like the construction area, and you can count, I forget the reporter's name. You can use her to get them to come. Otherwise, you have to bring a survivor over, which is a whole thing. So, come on. One thing that I do like about the Zombrex, like having to come back to the safe room, is it really does bookend your days really well. That nod was amazing. I forgot originally my goal at one point was to have like the moosehead or the flaming skull, which looks even sillier, in every single cutscene I could. Because it's the main reason why I like the Servbot head, but something about the eyes on the moose are so much better. So this question's at Red L. I don't think you've actually you've never played Dead Rising, right? That nose just popped in. So this is all new to you. Oh, I forgot to mention, I don't know if it was this report or maybe it's this one, but before one of the news reports, there's a, I don't know, documentary. They are reporting on like a beef shortage in America, and it has a bunch of references to Dead Rising 1 and Dr. Barnaby's story about trying to get more and more beef. Maybe I'm just like reading into that way too much, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be a nod at Dead Rising 1. Rebecca Chang, that's it. I've never seen this cutscene with Moosehead. I really want to see Chuck saying like "you're crazy" to someone while he's wearing this Moosehead. I don't know if I actually like Brad. Like I like Brad as a character, but when I went back and actually started watching the cutscenes, cutscenes again, I'm like, man, everyone in Dead Rising is an asshole. Like everyone. But then again, living through a zombie outbreak, I can't imagine is great for your temper. So maybe you can get a pass. So this is weird. So she's essentially supposed to be like, I guess you're like, I don't know, pseudo love interest. Like they never really make it a thing until overtime mode. But then I guess they kind of do, and it's weird. But they never like fully act on it. So I don't know what's with that. I'll have to I'm really curious if that's like a thing in Dead Rising 3 or 4 that they get like married or something. So if you're missing the story, she works for like a pro-zombie group, essentially, who's like, oh, you can't mistreat these zombies. And so they always get the blame for stuff like this. And Chuck went to like one meeting, so they wrap him in like all up in that as well. All right. Come on. There we go. So now we got the maintenance room key, so now we can do, what's it called? Combo weapons. Which one thing I do like about combo weapons in a run like this where you don't have a lot of time is the way they're spaced out. You really have to judge, like, is it worth it going to get, like, the explosive dynamite bow? Because I have to run to the other end of the plaza, but it's also amazing. I'm going to skip this cutscene. So, big tip if you've never played Dead Rising 2 before. So, they have these cards. What this does is this tells you what weapons you can make. You don't need these cards to make any of the weapons. That was something I did not know. So, like, I can go make the Defiler, which I did not bring the axe for. I can make that, like, right away. The only difference is if you don't have the official card, you don't get double the PP for it. Or double the experience, essentially. Which, for some weapons, does matter. I'm going to drop this. Oh, I should mention the only time I played Dead Rising 2 on the Xbox One is to film that one Tiger video. So you'll be seeing a lot of achievement pops throughout this game. Come on. That was weird. I've changed my my ring to I'm gonna change this back. You can change the call. There we go. Nope. What's it? Ringtone. It's different things. I changed it to vibrate and caught me off guard, but I'm gonna put it back. You might also notice I muted the music to it. That's just because I've had issues in the past where like a boss fight like track will play for like a minute, and then I'll lose monetization on the entire 8-hour video. Come on. Which isn't terrible, but I don't want that looking down like, oh my god, you've lost monetization on all your like last 8 streams and you lose the ability to do it. So I'd like to keep that. I'm looking, one of the things with the improving the stream I'm looking at is I'm hoping to get some background music, which I think you guys might like, just to kind of like tie everything together. Just to kind of figure that out, though. Oh. That's tough, though, because I have to essentially get a bunch of royalty-free music and then also kind of DJ it a little bit. Like, I've definitely, like, looking into it, I've seen other... Come on. I'm going to take these back to the safe room just because they're so close. I've seen other people do it on their streams where they'll, like... They'll find, like, 5 good songs, but when you do, like, a freaking, like, 5-hour playthrough of something, you really start to hate those 5 songs. So I have to go and make sure I have enough, and also make sure it's like at least somewhat interesting so it's easy listening. Like it doesn't cut from like hard rock to like a Roman chant, Gregorian chant, because then it's like, okay, I guess this works, but it's super jarring. And that's like a whole thing. One of the things I like about doing this YouTube thing is it's almost like a weird RPG to it, where it's like I gotta unlock things like, okay, yeah, I learned how to do this new editing style, and now I'm gonna like get better at it, and then okay, I'm gonna develop this art style and whatnot. So at Adrian, yeah, I do like the music in all the games. It's just YouTube throws a fit because technically a lot of that music is copywritten. Particularly the issue was in Dead Rising 1 was with the Gone Guru. I can't say it. Guru? I know this Guru. That's it. Particularly their song that when the convicts were out would play, because that's a very popular song. Just some random like fight rhythm, like for just this game, not so much. If I recall, there was a thread that someone was wondering whether or not the music for Dead Rising was copywritten, and yeah. So here, let me get this out. I have to get some water, but someone asked if the music to Dead Rising 2 was copywritten, and they said, like, oh, you just go talk to him. It's like, what do you mean? It's like, apparently it was, like, just one guy that composed most of the music, because it's a lot of, just, like, mixes and stuff. Compared to, like, Gone Guru, which is, like, a whole rock band. So, okay, here's what we're going to do. We did Happily Ever After. Short-sighted spawns at 10:30, so we have time to kill. So, welcome to the family. Workers' comp. I'm double-checking this. Essentially, I think what we're going to do is I'm going to go do this case, and then I'm going to do the lost case on the way back. because that way I will have the chick in that couple with me, and I can bring back the D&D group that way. I believe it is better originally to... these are the newspaper machines that are great to throw, by the way. It is better if you do the D&D mission... God damn it, whatever. When you do the Rebecca Chang, but you can run into some issues with how that happens. Because if the certain cutscenes to transition happen at certain times, you can really screw yourself over. Sorry. Like I said, I can't remember what it was, but it was like I had glitched it so that Rebecca Chang wouldn't transition because I had those guys. Or that it did transition, but it put me like super far away so that they would always die before I could possibly get to them, and there's just like no way to avoid that. So, yeah, that was an issue. Yeah, I love those kind of unlocks, those Quake 3. Like, I wish there was more of them. Like, the fact that the Mega Buster is in Dead Rising 1 is amazing. Should be a cart here, I think. No, I don't see one. Like, normally I feel like that's something they wouldn't put in the game. Some, like, weapon that's so fundamentally powerful and has so many shots. We're going to ignore Chad here. But, man, it's great. Like, I can't imagine doing 7 Day Survivor without the Mega Buster. That's not something that would go particularly well. The downside of turning out the music is there is no music, which is why I want to get the music up for the stream. Plus, as part of the going to this new style, like I said, I call it my like channel 2.0 thing. Hopefully next week I'll have that starting to kick off the green screen. It's going to be a little bit more of less just Dead Rising, more of just an actual show itself. So like I'll probably start the stream maybe like 10-20 minutes earlier, and I'll kind of like do like either Q&A, set up my plans, and that'll be all like film live action stuff. And then we'll transition in the game. I'll set it up. I'll talk. I can show stuff. I can do like fancy transitions and music. All that stuff that's coming starting next week. It takes like me several weeks to like iterate over it and see what people like, see what people don't like. So we'll see. Because like I don't want to spend too long essentially polishing off some awesome graphic and then people will be like, why'd you put the camera right over your health? I'm like, oh man, that's right. That's really dumb. Let me just go redo all that work. But I'm hoping to have some music, green screen, hopefully some like live action stuff, that kind of thing. I'd like to do something fun with the green screen as well. Like I'm gonna hopefully film some live action shorts. But I thought it'd be kind of neat if I did like say, I'd love to like green screen myself into Dead Rising 1. Like maybe not just cut out my background on the stream, but actually be like, hey look, I'm in Paradise Plaza. I'm with Chuck. Or with Frank, I guess that's Dead Rising 1. That's a good point, Quick Ride. There is never zombies in this. I think that's actually kind of surprising because they totally could be, because all these cutscenes are like in engine, they're rendered real time, and you can tell that because like if you're wearing different outfits or there's stuff on the ground, they'll show up. But I guess zombies they just didn't want there because maybe they didn't want to animate them and then have it like why aren't they attacking these guys if they're right over there? I don't know. There's some games that do let you do that, where they'll like have like everything active during cutscenes. I know in Halo 1, I've talked about this in the last stream, on Assault in the Control Room, it was possible to get a Banshee into the final room, and if you did that, they essentially would have a cutscene like this, except the entire time a Banshee was flying around shooting at you, and Chief would like walk across the bridge, and a Banshee would just like, it would like push him off, and then he just wouldn't be in the rest of the cutscene. It's like super silly to watch. It's like the moose, where it's like, how is no one acknowledging that Chuck is wearing a moose head right now? I guess that's a good point. I always thought it seems like it wouldn't be that hard to get rid of zombies, like if you took an approach. Like in Dead Rising 1, it seems like if you had, say, what's a good sealed off area? Here, let's go, Rebecca. I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head. Alfresca Plaza has doors, so with enough firepower, you could, as a survivor, just clear out every single zombie, and then you would be safe. Like, that's it. Put this down so I can use it. It's a little glitchy. Come on. One thing I really miss from Dead Rising 1 is the lack of books. Instead, they have magazines. Come on, Rebecca. I am going to say it here, though. They have magazines, but they're all, like, super neutered, so it's not worth it to use them. I shouldn't say it's never worth it. Like, obviously, you have, like, the gambling magazines. The drinking's really good. But it would just be like, oh, 10% more PvP. It's like, I guess that's nice, but ultimately, that's not worth a slot. Or it's like, by the time you could afford the slot, you're max level, or don't need it anyway. Versus, like, oh, Dead Rising 3, hold this weapon 3 times as long. Or, obviously, mini chainsaws let you have as many books as you... Like, 3 books on 1 chainsaw. That's insane. I think there is a couple items in this game that you can get 3 books for. But they're all, like, useless. Like, oh, a foam finger you can get 3 books for. Woo. You're not going to kill any zombies with the foam finger. Is this chainsaw... This chainsaw doesn't look like the right color for Dead Rising 2. There's something's weird about this, like... I don't remember it being that bright. So. I don't think the D&D group's there yet. Where are they at? No. But, yeah. Originally, I would do this. I do come here really late with Rebecca Chang. But then, it's technically better to do this later. But then you have this issue where you don't know how long it's going to take her to get through the area. Because you have to get through there, transition, do cutscenes, and then get all the way to the security room in time. But if you have survivors, it really fucks that up. But on the other hand, you do need a chick for those guys, so if you don't do things perfectly, it sucks. But then also, like, it's like, why wouldn't you want to grab that other survivor right away? He's, like, right there. I don't know. But one thing I talked was, I really wish that there was a point in a Dead Rising game where you could see just a Dead Rising world without zombies. You know, like, just something, like, really simple, like, just Chuck driving around doing his motocross career, like, just a race or something. And to see how people interact normally, and then introduce the zombies. Come on. I'm going to try and avoid spoilers for this game a little bit, but just stuff I want to talk about. So first thing, there's a shotgun here I'm probably going to grab, I think. Something's bad. This chainsaw's got to be wrong. I'm pretty sure it was orange in Dead Rising 2. That must have been changed for some reason, I guess. I'm sure it was like, oh, it was actually a chainsaw. Like brand, and now it's something unique, so it's not copywritten or something. Come on. You know, one thing I don't like about the fact that the AI is so much better is it just makes the game kind of, I don't know, slow in a weird way, like how it feels, because since you're not constantly worrying about survivors dying from, like, bullshit, it's just like, well, I guess it's just stuff. So here, this is the part. Okay, here we go. Let me check this time, and I'm going to confirm this, because we do have to actually go back to the safe house, but I want to grab this. So it is 10:38. So right now, we can do Welcome to the Family Scoop. I think that's our best choice, if I recall. Welcome to the Family is over in, like, Palisades, which I believe is... Yeah, I can go down that way again. So it's in this one, and I'm counting on the fact that it should be active. Yeah, by the time I get over there. Let me eat this hot dog. Depending on how long we want, I can actually probably grab the survivors on the way there. Because the thing is, the D&D group... Let me think. How many people are in the mall? Because you still have that 8-person survivor rule. So I need to save enough that the Brains Over Brawn, which has 4 guys in it, will actually spawn. So I'm going to ignore Doris. I don't officially know what happens if you take her husband back to the safe room before helping her. There's probably some case there that actually will be like, oh, she'll join you then, but I don't know what it is. And I don't particularly want to... I don't want to try it on this stream. There's a lot of stuff I would like to try, but I know I'd just be like, oh, nope, you just broke it. So, restart the run. Alright. What's on our... What is that? Is that just like a bun? What's in her hair? That's weird. It looked like there was like a potato on her head. Maybe it was like just a flower. Okay. So let me think. Well, there's a whole bunch of stuff I had like laid out, and I even put them on my phone to like make sure I had a list of stuff to talk about, and then I totally put my phone like way over there. Sup, Chad? I'm gonna save you, but ignore you. He should be fine. So where are we going? Famous last words in Dead Rising. Yeah, he should be fine. Come on. Is this where I think it is? No. I'm super looking forward to Off the Record because I've never played it. And it's just going to be a whole new Dead Rising game. But what I'm hoping is it should be fairly familiar because I've essentially... there we go. I've essentially played in the same space because Off the Record takes place in Fortune City, same as Dead Rising 2. I believe there's a new zone called Uranus, the Uranus Zone, depending on how you want to pronounce that. But it's part of the fun for me. Come on. Boom. I'm really regretting losing my voice like right before I decided to stream today. It's been a busy week. I've had so much stuff to like get together. I feel bad. Like one of the things I want to get going is hopefully next week with the green screen is weekly or bi-weekly updates for the channel, just to say like, hey, this is what I'm working on. Is this what you guys want to see? Or like, hey, we don't really care about your standalone videos. Stream more because we like that. Like that's good stuff to know. But that way I can figure that out earlier. I'm gonna get. I believe there's Zombrex up here, so I'm gonna grab that while I'm here. But just because I know like I felt like there was a lot of silence on the channel from me at least. Is this the drinking? I really want this book. I'm gonna take it. There you go. So just like I felt like, oh man, I haven't put out any stuff in a while. I want to make sure that I think at least one person subscribed because they wanted to see more stuff like the guides. So I felt bad that I wasn't putting more of that out. I thought the Zombrex was on one of these. I think it might be over there with the battle axe though. Where was that? This is very hard. I don't know why. Something about Dead Rising 2 just is very not memorable to me. And it's not like it's bad. It just seems like, for how well I know, like, Paradise Plaza and what have you, something about this game is just kind of like, yeah, I know it's a thing, but, yeah. Guess not. Let's go... I'll ditch this. Perfect, yeah. I think I have the Helmbreaker tech, yes. So, anyway, about that book I picked up. In Dead Rising 2, if you drink too much, you get 6. And it's 3 drinks in whatever time limit. And that's actually a really important mechanic to the game because there's a ton of alcohol all throughout the game. And you have to make this judgment call of, well, should I drink it, but then I might make myself sick, but it's also the only food around. Like, do I want to be throwing up everywhere during a boss fight, or do I want to try and beat it with 1 health? This is the most obvious during the twin fight, because there's just a ton of liquor, but there's no actual food really around. But that book removes that restriction, which is a huge help. The downside being, I only have like 6 inventory slots. Speaking of which, though, Servbot mask. I want to make sure I'm grabbing toys. So, bag of marbles, that's one of them, I know. And those are just to present to Katie as some extra PP, because we can really use levels. Like, any extra stock or any extra speed or life just goes really far in fights. Something about this is, like, therapeutic. I remember I've been having I went out and I got, like, a surround system for my TV, like, a while back, and I've been making a point to, like, play games with sound again. Because I used to almost always mute my TV because I would normally listen to like a podcast or something. But then I realized how important the music really is to a lot of that. I think also one of the reasons I did that was I would play a lot of Dark Souls, and the music in there just puts you to sleep. Same with like Minecraft or something. I would just like fall asleep like, I'm just going to take a nap now. And then that's not what I want to do. So I turned off the music and listened to something more active. But then I realized like certain games like it really takes you out when you don't have like the mood music. And that's just I have to find like a good like medium ground. Come on, Kenneth. There we go. So they should be able to hold their own. So what is it? It is almost noon. Brains over Bronze spawns at 2, so we should be able to go welcome to the family. Then we can do workers' compensation, which we'll get a call about, which I believe is over in which casino? Americana. Perfect. That'll work. Will that work? Which is... Where is the Americana? God, I haven't played this in a while. Slot range. There you go. So we can get it on the way back. That's right there, actually, for workers' comp. I'm trying to, like, route my way through here without remembering it. We have short-sighted, which is also in this area. Welcome family, workers' comp. I guess I can take luscious late area. Or I guess maybe not. I guess maybe I don't need to worry about this. So I'll go pick up those survivors in the park. Because I guess there's enough scoops later on that it shouldn't be an issue. These two guys should be able to take care of themselves. I don't know if Jack actually has a weapon, though, right now. Come on. Unfortunately, I don't have any queens. Wait, if I get a chance, I want to go make the Blambo again. Or not, maybe not again. Jack, you're killing me here. What am I doing? Here, you have the shotgun. I'll take the knife. He needs it way more than I do. So this is one thing that's bad about Dead Rising 2. I mean, not bad. It's actually probably a good thing. If you don't keep moving, the zombies just swarm you way too much. And I think that's kind of intentional. Like, yeah, I think it sucks that you essentially don't have to escort survivors anymore. But it's so much pain. If you stop at all, like, they're way too aggressive and they just start piling up and you'll never get out, essentially. Fuck. I don't want a spoiled hamburger, but there should be more food around. Ah. God. Those are the same photos from the original Dead Rising 1. Come on. If you can't tell, I'm very rusty at this game. Who's yelling? Whatever. I should probably have given it to Kenneth, because I think Kenneth will be a little bit more generous. Here, there's food over here. With using that shotgun, since he has unlimited ammo, but... eh. Okay, Jack. Take your food. It really is like freaking working with kids. It's like, eat the food, okay, take your shotgun, go kill zombies. Good shot. Damn. I did not factor in that high range of that slab. I never really cared for this Plaza. It's a lot better. Oh, Kenneth's stuck. It gets a lot better once you get the shortcut here. Come on. I'm really missing these, what's it called? You're like hand-to-hand moves, because I'm super powerless right now without them. That I'm just at the mercy of whatever weapons I happen to have gotten. So, like, for example, I have the battle axe, but then I have this issue where it's really hard to clear out a crowd without hurting survivors. Handgun's pretty good. I still need more food for everyone. Okay, there we go. Hopefully, Meet the Contestants shouldn't start yet. But that's going to be a whole issue if we do. Luckily, there's a bunch of food here. And the main reason I grabbed the battle axe is essentially it's a poor man's jump kick that I don't have yet. Because I can jump and then it's called the Helmbreaker attack, I believe. Which is another Capcom reference. Don't know what game. Knight and Blade, I think, is what it's called. Okay, we got the poker room. Come on. There's boundary. There we go. Killing your father-in-law, man. Perfect. What does the games do? I'm trying to remember. No. That's a good magazine, but I don't want it just yet. Come on. It's healing them up. I remember there being more beers during here. But maybe, I think that's during that scoop. What was that about? I definitely don't know the AI behavior nearly as well in this game, but we'll wing it. I will say one of the most useful spawns in this casino is there's fish in this fountain, and it's very fast and safe to respawn it by just going in and out. Like when you do the fight with Leon, he, for whatever reason, he doesn't reset his health when you leave the area, so you can just really abuse it. So I want to kind of just clear this out. I'll probably use up the rest of my battle axe, and then I'm going to heal up Kenneth with some more fish. Sadly, the fish as a weapon is not in Dead Rising 2. I'm a huge proponent of the fish. There we go. In Dead Rising 1. Oh, hey, I did get the jump kick. Like, I showed before that the fish is amazing against Carlito in the food court fight. Here, let's just go. But actually, you can. It's really good against special forces. Like, I think you might be able to kill the special forces with one fish each. So if you don't have a small chainsaw and you're not level 50 or whatever you need the disembowel, the fish is actually a super good alternative. It's not great for boss fights. Come on. It's not good for boss fights, though, because they have way more health. But for a bunch of like, small individuals, it's okay. You could technically use it to fight the cult, but probably not the greatest use. So I think this is where this is. He's in front of... Well, I guess here. Normally I run from here to here, right? I'm trying to think where the husband of that couple is. I think he's over here. But I can start it from her, so I guess I'll do that.
Keep close. Follow me. Move it.
Or even, if I'm going to Paradise Plaza, I bet I can just ditch them over there. That's probably the better way to do this. Come on. So I'm going to clear out this area, or here, perfect. I can probably even ditch him in the safe room. So again, one thing I don't like about the combo weapons is just how basically each maintenance room is just like, it's dedicated to one combo weapon. And that's essentially probably the only place you are ever going to make that combo weapon. It's like how the spike baseball bat, you only ever really make that in the one maintenance room right outside the safe house. That particular weapon you can do more, but so many of the combo weapons are like, this is where you build it, and there'll be 2 spawns right next to it. And every other weapon spawn of that is away from every single maintenance room. I really don't care. Hey, there you go. Is it just me, or do they hold their shotguns like super weird? I don't know what it is. Something about their left hand just doesn't work. Okay. I also keep pressing, stop it. Right trigger to aim. Because in Dead Rising 1, that's what it was, and left trigger was the camera. Should have kept that battle axe. Damn. Come on, how much do you want from me? Damn it. I just screwed up by doing that. So now they're running over here.
Stick with me.
I've never had this much trouble with Chad. Well, it looks like they're coming. Kenneth is slower. I don't know if you noticed that, but he's like a more damaging survivor. They all have personalities like they did in Dead Rising 1, but you don't, even in Dead Rising 2, you don't really notice it as much. I'll need to pick up one of the other gambling magazines, which is in Shamrock Casino, and I always forget that one. They're all walking in step down there. I don't know if you saw that. It's super cheesy. I'm actually looking forward to killing Leon just for his like speed boost. There we go. Come on. Even with the skipping the dialogue, there's just so much talking in this game of them doing it all at the worst possible time. This is where I would normally have the Blambo, which is a dynamite on a crossbow, not crossbow, bow and arrow. And it's essentially a bunch of queens you can carry. Damn, this is going to be an issue. This is what I meant, where it's like, they just are going to start piling up, and you're going to have to fight them all off. I think the main issue is she's not necessarily in my party yet, so she won't move. And neither will Chad while he's talking to her. Oh shit, that did a bunch of damage. Come on, save me, bench. This is bad, and I have nothing. Oh, I have to like lead the conversation between them. This is how I end up losing like so much time in these runs. Is just like this kind of happens, and it's a whole thing to get them out of this encounter. So I'm using this to get some distance, because again, if I can get far enough away, they'll just follow me and they'll ignore all the zombies, which is a big deal. But like, that's the thing, like, the game doesn't really tell you this, but really the best way is you want to set waypoints for your survivors. Here we go on the map. Make sure I'm here. Oh, there we go. Now I can get this. Because you like totally don't want to have them just follow you. That's usually always the bad decision. Even if it's just simple as like go over there. That's by far the most fundamental rule, I think, for Dead Rising. Just so you can like figure out, okay, Kenneth's having issues. I'm going to help him. Everyone else will move on. Come on, come on. Even though like Frank, I think, is like stockier than everyone here, Chuck moves just so much like a tank. Just like slow, not nimble, but Frank's just like, haha. But I think it's mainly the, when you get like the knee drop in Dead Rising 1, it just increases the responsiveness so much, because you can be like, stop here. What have you. Let's give these guys some food. Oh, freak, I'm gonna have to like punch this guy. I think there's a drink cart right next to him though, so that should be fine. I will admit, if you're good at this game, it's actually, damn it, a lot easier to make money by just playing the mini games. What did I just throw? I like did this weird like slap. Like I had a queen, but oh, that punching's way better than Dead Rising 2. I never punch in Dead Rising. In Dead Rising 1, it's like a joke, but alright, so we need to find a drink cart and somewhere we can stick them all. I don't have them in my party yet, do I? Okay, everyone, over here. long as it's not Chad getting hurt. I'm really also concerned that they're just going to kill themselves or each other. Come on, I want to break that bin. So these... I'm surprised. These cards should have drinks on them. Because it's totally a thing, like, they'll shoot each other. Yeah. It does work for Follow Me. It just depends on how... Damn it, Stuart. It just depends on how much distance you can make. I mainly mean, like, the zombies are really aggressive to you. So, like, sometimes if you just hit Follow Me, then because you're not making any progress, neither will they, and there'll just be so much chaos in this little area that you'll never really seem to make it out. But yeah, that also works just fine. I'm just mainly noting how it's like, they're just really falling over each other right now. Come on. Why do I still have this? Did I not? I guess I didn't get the chick. So, go in there. My big deadline is that alliance. I have to get back to the safe house at that time. Oh my god, don't be done. Okay, she's fine. I don't remember this game being so finicky about some of this stuff. About just like, sorry, you... Like, Dead Rising 1, that game was like the same way with like, Otis, where it's like, sorry, you didn't listen to like the last second of Otis's call, do it again. I don't consider Dead Rising 2 to be like that. I really wish the skip button was on something else, though. Because it's like one wrong click and they're all running right back here. So I want to actually go for the short side scoop. That's right, I have that fish I was supposed to give him. I definitely completely forget in the juices are a thing in Dead Rising 2. I never make juice. I think maybe there's like one or two good ones. But there you go. Give me that.
Stick to me.
Here, you take that.
Stick close.
Let's go.
Hurry up.
This would help a lot more if I remembered these layouts. Like, when I first went through, I put a lot of work into just, like, memorizing everything. And then I realized, you know, I don't really need to do that. Now I'm kind of wishing I still knew how to do that.
Wait there.
Should be a sword in this one? Yeah, there we go. It's interesting how, like, it's an achievement in Dead Rising 1 to get those 8 survivors, right? Here it's like I just have 6 just... I guess, I was going to say just easily, like it's rare, but I guess there's plenty of times in Dead Rising 1 where you have that, like when you save everyone from the cop. That's 4 there, and then there's the 2 on the rabbit right by it. Okay, that's just for that. I do need to make those combo cards, the punching gloves with the knives and the tenderizers or whatever, but I just don't have the space for it. So I'm going to send them in there, and they should be all fine. Oh, that scared me. And I should be able to get back with this grandma, or whatever. This old lady you can carry, so it's not too much of a concern. But I don't want to bother coming back out for it. For her. Sorry, I should elaborate. She's not an it. Headshot. Ooh, I'll use that. Or, maybe not. That's it. This magazine gives you more health from... More health from food, but I recall I want it because I always use that one in Dead Rising 1, but at the same time I know that's the wrong one. I know that it's probably gonna be wasted because I only have 5 blocks of health. She's upstairs, isn't she, in one of the stores, like the toy shop? I'm actually concerned that that just turned red. I might have less time than I think. It's totally happened where I've had to, like, ditch survivors. Like, you wait here, I'll come back and save you again, and then we'll go. I think that's weird. I'd also like to go get the Blambo since I'm right here, but no luck. Might as well break this. I need to make a point to break a bunch of ATMs just for the money, because they give you 5,000 each. And if you really wanted to, you can go get the hacker, or whatever it's called, and you can get 10,000 each, I think, but it's not worth the time, usually. If I can, I think I have to carry back, but if you can actually take those large inflatable toys. Or stuffed toys, and those are all good for Kitty as well. You might as well almost get the, if you're doing it wrong like this, get the achievement for giving all the gifts to Katie. Oh fuck, I did it, didn't I? They're running to me. I did it. Just because you want all the PP you can get in this run. This is like the biggest troll. Because all I do is bitch about like long conversations, and that's all she is her just like being an annoying customer. There I go. Is there anything else I can grab? I think the toy pony, you can technically, fuck. I think that can go in your inventory, so I could probably grab that, but I'm not gonna look that up. One of the things, I believe there's a huge downtime. Oh, and that's what I'll do. When their health bars lined up, I thought one of them was like near death, and I was totally screwed. Okay. Of course, I don't drop her when I check that. I have Meet the Contestants. What's nice about Meet the Contestants, though, is it takes place, like, over the course of a day. So and like I said, he doesn't heal, so you'll see me, like, if he's not cooperative, I'll just, like, come out, I'll do, like, 10% of his health, and then I'll go do a bunch of scoops. Then I'll come back, and I'll do, like, another 10% of his health. And I'll just repeat this loop until eventually, oh, I guess I killed him this time. God, where's my water? Look. I'm also in the process of trying to get a better, like, gaming setup in addition to, like, a streaming setup. I have this couch, but it's terrible. I'd like to get a really nice gaming chair, a nice desk. Like, for a desk, I use this, like, banquet table you would see at, like, a family reunion or, I don't know, like a community center. And it works. It's a lot of space, but it sucks to sit and play games at. And even this couch sucks to sit on. And I don't particularly want to make this awesome green screen and all these special effects, and then you see this, like, stained $40 Goodwill couch. That kind of kills it. There we go. Forgot how fast these are. Like, not only do these characters run, like, on their own really easily, they're actually pretty fast. Or maybe I'm just thinking of it because Chuck's so slow. Jack, this is the dude who's an asshole when you play poker, is Jack. He's the dude who never bets anything unless he has a royal flush, essentially. Which you can still, like, beat him. It's just so frustrating too, and it just makes you hate yourself. So, okay, now I need to, like, turn this in. It is an issue that the timer doesn't stop until you get to the door. And how many times have I, like, been walking up to the door and I, like, hit the wrong button and then it times out? It's the worst. So, hey, what do you guys think of Sullivan as a character? I feel like he was exactly what I ended up expecting him to be. But I don't know. I think it'd be kind of interesting if they painted him more as a Brad, I think. And then his twists would be a little bit more interesting. But I don't know. It's weird. Oh, wow. I'll say I like Rebecca Chang as a character. I think she's just, like, really interesting. I wish you would actually see her in the not the mall, the strip, or just running around doing stuff. I think that would have brought a lot of life to the game, because it's kind of cool seeing another character going out and doing things instead of just a bunch of dumb people in a random store crying. I like agency in the stories. Like, oh, she's going out doing stuff, advancing the story. Everyone else is like, we're gonna sit here and wait for like you, Chuck, to go do stuff. Channel 6 Action News sounds like the most generic name ever. Like, that could totally be in any town in the U.S. ever.
I don't know what's going on here. Clearly, things are not as they seem. I put out the information I had at the time.
One thing that's way better, especially with these main characters, the facial animations are so much better than Dead Rising 1. Like, I don't know what it is about Dead Rising 1, like, the eyes are just so creepy to me. I think it's just because they have, like, two textures trying to, like, meet. But, yeah, they just look weird, and they always look, like, super hairy. And, like, giant, weighty eyelids. Something always bugged me. And then, just watching this, it's like, actually, they're pretty good in Dead Rising 2. Like, much better. Now, that being said, I'm sure the, I dropped. That's what I threw. When I was like, what was that? I threw the marbles. Damn it. No, I don't care. Yeah. So I want to make the defiler. So I definitely want that. I'll keep my fish. There's food in there I don't need. So now I have to go get a bunch of scoops. What I have next is Luscious Lady, who's a drunk woman. I think that'll be fun. I'll probably go try and do meet the contestants. The catch is I want to get as much done as I can before I get to the next case. Because then that throws a lot of stuff in the... like a wrench in the works. Oh, hey. Oh, cool. I thought Brains Over Brawn was an unlisted scoop, but I guess not. I'm having this debate where it's like, technically I want to be super timely, so maybe I won't make the defiler. I don't know. Let's make it because I'll need it for the fight. Which is, if you didn't know, the main reason I'm saying that machine gun is for the Meet the Contestants fight. Which is a very huge fight because it gives you access to two different motorcycles. And that they're at either end of the strip. So that greatly speeds up your time of getting around there when you don't have survivors. Technically, like, there's that one motorcycle you can combine stuff with. Well, that's stupid. It's like, why would... that is freaking Dead Rising 2 combo weapons in a nutshell right there. It's like, look at all the stuff you can make with this motorcycle. Too bad that motorcycle's way in a corner and you're never gonna fucking go there. Or it's like, hey, take this chainsaw that you drop every time you get hit, carry it all the way over there without breaking, and then you get the slicycle. But it's gonna be gone as soon as you transition areas. It's like, come on, really? What's the point? It'd be different if you like they're like, hey, say like if you get your 53,000 zombie kills, or I think it's 70,000 in Dead Rising 2, or something like that. Just let me spawn it like right away. Like, I don't want to bother. Seriously. I want to see more of that in Dead Rising. It's like, just, I feel like Dead Rising just have tons and tons of unlocks. Like, use this weapon bunch, get an unlock here, easy. Or hey, you do all these achievements, all these like mini achievements, and you unlock more stuff in the maintenance room. So you have like your option of stuff to craft instead of, this is the rake bicycle or the rake battery maintenance room. So I'm going to start this. This might be a big mistake because once you start it, he's always out here until you kill him. But it's too much of a boon to pass up. Like I said, it's also nice that when he is out here, you can just always kind of peck at him until he dies. You don't have to actually beat them all right now. And I'm saying all this, and I'm sure he'll be like, oh yeah, we fixed that in the remaster, so you just screwed yourself. Totally afraid of that. I should look. I don't know, does the remaster come with the DLC for Dead Rising 2? Does it not? Or is it like not available? Or is it just like you can buy it again? I don't actually know. I never bought that DLC for Dead Rising 2 just because I never had any reason to. Like, if it was there when I was playing it originally, I totally would have. But, yeah, I don't know. Well, and I would totally buy it now just because, man, if I wanted to film something, letting zombies, like, ignore you would be so helpful. Because that's always the worst. Like, making the Ad the Clown video, how many shots I had to cut because, like, hey, yeah, I got a perfect shot. And then halfway through, a zombie grabs you because you didn't realize you missed one. Huge pain. Like, I don't have any filming background whatsoever. So I'm not very good at, like, storyboarding and structuring my shot list and all that. Like, I'm just like, I'm going to go get Adam the Clown, and I'm going to take some film of his attacks. Inevitably, I make my clips way too long, which is a pain for editing, or it's like, man, I didn't really camera that shot really well at all. And it just caused more work for me. That goes back to the pipeline where it's just like, I just have to do, like, iterations of shitty videos until I get good at it. but also I'm like, I don't want to spend too long on one video. Like on the clown video, I got like all the way done and I uploaded to YouTube, and then it still had like a sound glitch like 50% of the time. It's like, I want to fix it, but I'm not gonna go record a line, edit the line, re-edit the video, fix everything up again so it makes re-export, re-upload just for like that half a second. But at least I can get it like on the next one. It's been a fun learning experience. So tell me if there's ever like an issue, like, or even stuff like, oh hey, your editing's weird, or man, I really wish that cut was a little bit long. That was weird. That really helps. So about this guy, his thing is, you fought him in that Terror is Reality motorcycle game, and I guess he's insane now. He like looked up to Chuck, but now he's like, oh my god, you suck, so I'm gonna kill you. He's I'm trying to think. He's supposed to be kind of like a certain psychopath in 1. There was something I was gonna make a point about his character. Damn it! I make some character reference in the original time I did this. That was like a very important thing about his character, about why he was like this. It was something like he ends up like purposely killing himself for some reason, and I can't remember what the point was. Like, cause he dies like technically of his own accord. He like lights himself on fire. But I can't remember. There was like some reason with the background of his character that comes up if you really look into it. So I don't know what it was. God, it's gonna bug me because I knew there was something. They give you this key to this motorcycle so you can like fight each other, I guess. And I don't actually know if you can combine stuff with this, but it sucks. I'm not gonna use it for this fight. I'm just gonna use it to get back where I need. It's mainly useful for when you come out of the arena. You can take this all the way to the safe room. But if you can't tell, it's super finicky. So I like to fight him usually over here in the center, because you have that nice safe area he can't go to, which is in those railings. But if you park right around here, we can usually do okay. So if I can find him, I can usually kind of like pin him and get a couple hits. Otherwise, if you have like a good... Fuck, come back. If you have a good weapon, you can just... That's responsive, you can just do that. So what I'm going to hang out is somewhere where he can hopefully get stuck. That scared me. You can also make, if you want, this leaf rake thing. I guess I'll do that. This is actually super good against him, which is, I think, what I recommend in my original run-through. Whatever. Die. Because this does a ton of damage to psychos, but it's another weapon that's just kind of, like, awkward. So I need to bait him into, like, this whole mess of stuff. I assume he's going to come from that end again, but I can't promise anything. Please let me know if there's any great strategy for him. I know there's areas, but like I've got him into like certain areas that are like doable. Come on, really long. But they're all like kind of don't work 100% of the time. God damn. There we go. Well, oh, I dropped my thing, that's why. So it's like, oh yeah, you can get him stuck, but it's not reliable. It's like the convicts where it's not that hard to get him like somewhere, don't break my lawnmower, somewhere good to fight him. Like, it'll happen pretty much every time of his own accord. But at the same time, it's like, trying to get him in one spot in particular is always an issue. So I can never recommend, like, do it here. Come on. I'm gonna set this down. I'm gonna move to these things so I can, like, hop at him. God, the lack of speed's terrible. Here, I'm just gonna make him crash. If I recall, there's a couple areas you can like get him to think he can get you, but he really can't. And those are the best, but I can't recall what that is. Come on. If you want to take hits, you can tank it, and he'll be like, oh, fight me. But, it's not, again, not reliable. My contacts are getting so dry right now. It's a big issue. Hopefully, though, like, luckily he should come by and he'll kill all the zombies for you in any area you choose to fight him. So that's a bonus. But, come on. God, I'm wasting so much time. This is why I hated fighting him. I hear you. Dude, you're the one running away. Come on. This is like the Paul fight, honestly, where it's like the entire fight is just catching up to him. It's not fighting him. Oh, fuck, come on. I thought for sure I had that. It's bullshit. It's actually without the music. This is a super uninteresting fight. Should probably use the Defiler. I'll get way more damage out of that. I'm gonna try a change of locations. So what do we got? No. This might work. There we go. Oh, I'm in a bad spot right now. Okay. I never remember where these things are, like these grenades and whatnot. Come on. You know, I'll probably end up coming back for him. So, goal, I'm going to throw that. Kill it. There we go. Oh, please tell me I didn't blow up the car just now. Okay. That was my whole plan, was to drive the car. This thing's like never in a good enough area to actually make good use of, but it's also kind of perfect. Okay, there we go. I'm trying to transition so I can heal up and I'll come back and fight him again. I'll have to... This is really, like, not great. That's the thing, like... He's not... I don't have a huge time limit, I don't think. But it's also, like... I'd really like to get him out of the way. It's like the convicts where they're almost, like, not even required. But they're going to be such a pain until you deal with them. Let's get it. Let's see what I got. So I have plenty of time on these. Chuck the role model is another super hard fight. So I think I'm going to go finish this. I'll probably just end up shooting him, though. But shooting it's a lot better used for Frank the role model. Actually, I might turn... I'm going to turn music back on and see... I haven't streamed Dead Rising 2 ever. I might turn it on just for something to be a little more interesting. And we'll see if I get the strike issue or not. That photo of Katie is super awkward. There we go. Come on. Oh, this is where I fight him. He always gets stuck over here. Not in that exact spot, but... I always used to fight him over here. I'd kill him with the light machine gun. Oh, there was a propane tank there for some reason. Why is that? Wow, nice. Thanks. That was unfair. Come on. So the main reason I don't want to shoot him is it's just really not useful. Like, it does damage. It's just... Guns are never great in Dead Rising. It's only never as good as you would think for being a gun. And him just being a guy. I think technically what you're end up actually hurting is his motorcycle, not him. Dude, are you gonna come over and fight me? It's one of the things I hate about the game. Is just like, come on, I want to play the game, not wait for this guy. Please tell me you're perfectly stuck there. There we go. So this is going to move me too. And then we should have enough time to get back for the scoop. So, okay, what do we got? Oh, that's good. Inventory. So I can combine it, but I'm not going to. Wait. Oh, I did. Okay. I put guns on it. That's unintentional. I forgot you can do guns, a wheelchair. I believe you can do a stuffed animal. And then, of course, the sliceable with the chainsaws. And they all have their uses. Technically, if you have a wheelchair, you can essentially escort a survivor, and that's by far the best like escort ever. It's just never worth it. Like, there's never a time you need to bother, I think. Especially if you get the shortcut. So, alright, I'm just going to consult this. Double check what I want to do. So, essentially, I need to go do Luscious Lady, Brains Over Brawn, and then Barn Burner. That seems to be the order I want to do this in. She's close. Do I not have Barn Burner yet? I could also go to Chuck the Role Model. They're all like exactly way too far away from me. Barn the Burner starts the same time as Brains Over Brawn, I thought. What time is it? I probably have... I think I'm hitting the 8-person limit, I guess, with 4, 6. There's 7 people in the mall counting that. I must be missing someone. Chuck the Role Model. I guess, yeah, that's 8. What time is it? Here, I need to orient myself here with my guide. It is 6 p.m. I should have gotten the call for Barn Burner already. So I need to go do one of these. I think the quickest is going to be doing Luscious Lady. That's not great. I guess Chuck the Role Model. I just need... That's not the best, but I think that's got to be the only choice. And then hopefully... No, I'll go do Luscious Lady. Because that one's hard. That one's not hard. That one's easy. And then I'll probably go and I'll do this case file. I'll probably get some toys for Katie. I think that's going to be my best way through. Let me change it. So she's like drunk and you just need to carry her. So she's super easy. Come on. But essentially all that time I lost when I was complaining earlier, this is when I'm kind of like having to make up for it. Oh god. I'm having like real stutter issues with Dead Rising 2. I don't know if that's... I forgot I had guns. I don't know if that's coming across in the stream, but it's like weird. Like super lagging on the visual side. And that shouldn't have anything to do with the stream because that's all done through the Elgato, not the Xbox. I'd like to also get some speed and some levels that help a ton. Let's drop that. And you get beer. What I really need is like a vodka or like the stronger drinks because those go a lot farther. Ooh, wine. Perfect. Since I have the book anyway. There she is. Kristen. I'm expecting to get that barn burner call too. As soon as I turn her in. I'm pretty sure I'm hitting the 8 survivor limit already. Because I took so long on that guy. But I don't know for sure. Because the barn burner doesn't end until after this next case. But. Still. Let's go. Luckily she's super easy. Oh my god. I believe this takes me back to Royal Flush. Perfect. I always get Royal Flush and Paradise confused, even though I know they're separate games. Going back to this, like, something about Dead Rising 2, I just don't remember the names. Dead Rising 1 was just so iconic. I think it's just because Dead Rising 1 was the perfect size where you could memorize every store, every layout, every, like, transition, and all the best ways through it. It's just so much harder with Dead Rising 2 because I think the area you actually walk is just so little compared to how big each area is. Like, I really feel like I do know, like, every single inch of Dead Rising 1. Whereas, like, there's so many places, like, you never even, like, in this little dark bean area in this plaza, you never go across to those, stores. You know, there's no reason to. So it's this weird dead area. So even though it's, like, bigger, it doesn't matter. So, I don't know. I think, isn't Dead Rising 3, I think, has a similar kind of feel to it. Because I believe you're in an entire city in Dead Rising 3. Which with Dead Rising 3, what I'm actually looking forward to is the DLC. Because it always seemed like there's just so much and it seems so interesting. So I'm not going to save, I don't think. I have until 7:30. So I'm going to go get toys for Katie. That'll be easy. I'm going to think. I'm not going to save because I don't want to, like, save and then realize I didn't give myself enough time. Oh, I know. I need to go prep for that boss fight. So I'm going to have to go make the claws. And I'll probably take the sniper. Oh, is that barn burner? There we go. Perfect. So claw's good against this next guy. This next guy is actually like super tough. I almost want to say he's the Adam the Clown of this game, but only because he's like one of the toughest psychos and he's so early on. Like it's different if you fight like the Butcher, but you're like level 30 by then anyway. This guy, it's like you're like a level 10 and he hits super hard and there's just like no food around. Technically, I think he's in the food court, so you can go and get a bunch there, but... So we want these. Probably ditch this next one. I'm trying to remember where the other Bowie knife is for this. There's one here. Do I have the... damn it. Like Dead Rising 1, when you get the elbow drop, which is the equivalent of the knee drop, it's just a game changer. In closet. Technically, if you want, you can also get more PP by spray painting all the Zombrex posters. I don't think I ever bother, because it's like 1,000 PP, and I usually don't have the inventory to waste on that. But I might grab a can just to do it, because sometimes you'll like come across them, and it doesn't hurt, really. Personally, so these are like really good, these claw things, these Wolverine claws basically. Personally, I prefer the nails and the MMA gloves, but they're not as good in a fight as they are against zombies. So I got that. Got food. I need to go get some more. I'm thinking I might want to grab... Ooh, let me get this orange juice. I'm going... Hello. Oh, it's the 7 p.m. cutscene. This is pre-rendered. I'm pretty sure. You can tell by the effects. This is pre-rendered every time. If you haven't seen my Dead Rising Case Zero playthrough I'm doing, that I need to get back to, they use the same animations in Dead Rising Case Zero and Dead Rising 2. I thought that was just kind of an interesting way to, like, do that. Like, it was picture perfectly exact. Maybe, like, they use different zombie models and Chuck's different, but all the actual actions they do are different. Are the same, not different. So I'm going to ditch this. I'm going to take... There should be a stuffed bear, I believe, in this. Or here we go. There's a stuffed bear here, and then there's that. These are both things for Katie, and they're right here. I should be... I don't think you can give her jelly beans or firecrackers. I was hoping there should be something else here, though. It's been a long time since I did the achievement. I like the achievements because they really teach you where everything's at in this game. Stop it. But, I don't know off the top of my head. What's interesting about the whole Katie thing is you have to give her these toys, but you can't give them to her if they're damaged at all. So these stuffed animals are actually super frustrating. And you can tell by the, there's a seam on the bottom, and it's the first thing to, like, come undone. And if they take, like, any damage, you have to go get another one. She's, like, super picky, apparently. Like, zombie apocalypse gave you a tiger. Now, nothing else is good enough for you. I wonder if we'll ever see... Is Dead Rising 4 coming out on PC? I don't know if it is. It'd be really neat to see just like a map editor for Dead Rising. I don't think we will ever get to that point. But Dead Rising has the potential like to be an awesome model game. Like, oh, hey, I made this weapon, you know? Put it in the game. Put it in places that would make sense. Maybe build an extra area to the mall. Not the mall. The strip. Sorry. I always get those confused, too. So, keep going. There we go. Perfect. 15,000. We got 9 minutes. I'll let it run out. I super enjoy doing these streams, but it's been definitely like, I wish I could prepare more, but I can't wait until like a month or two from now when I finally have everything set up and I can put all my extra time into the streams, or just YouTube in general. It's been, if you never, I don't know if there's an analog, but going through all this stuff with like a YouTube channel and being like a young creator has been really interesting because it's a different side of things. Like I know one thing that I always thought was weird is, so I subscribe to a lot of YouTube creator subreddits, like really like small stuff, like under 1,000 subscribers, that kind of thing. And it's interesting to see how different people approach it. Like there's some people who all I care about, like I'm making a YouTube channel because I can make money. And that's how they take it. So it's how they approach it, like, oh well, it's just, they'll make videos about whatever is the most popular thing at the time. It'd be like if I made like a single Dead Rising video and put all my effort into it and then, well, next I'm gonna make, I don't know, a COD video and I'm gonna never go back to Dead Rising again, or, that bores me, screw it. Game sucks. It's like, what, really? Or just the fact that whenever you go to these subreddits, so there's like these weird like ghost town subreddits that are just, essentially everyone goes there to just dump all their links to all their new videos, but no one ever, like, there's no one left that actually reads that anymore. And I think that's always like one of the big things that a lot of new creators kind of fall into, is they want to take advantage of all these communities, like the Dead Rising subreddit, or maybe the subreddit for a specific game, but they don't want to like become part of them. Like I really love posting on the Dead Rising subreddit, and honestly I probably check that way more often than I need to for how much content gets posted on there. But man, I wish, honestly, the Dead Rising subreddit needs more dumb posts. Like, I want to see shitty memes on the Dead Rising subreddit because it just brings it to life. Like, whoever posted that, the canon Dead Rising 3 ending that's up there right now, that's funny, and I haven't even played that game. I just love seeing everyone else's reactions. So I want to see more stuff like that. And honestly, I think the Dead Rising, for me, let's go do Barnburner. Oh, it's the other way, fuck. The Dead Rising subreddit's so heavily influenced where my channel's gone because they were so supportive, and I think that has to do with the fact that I was amazed. Like, I'm a huge fan of Dead Rising, and I thought Dead Rising was a big game. When I went to the Dead Rising subreddit long before they announced the remasters, it was like dead. Like, it had one post like a month. Like, wow, really? Because I would see games that have like entries that come out way longer than Dead Rising does, and games that have like way less content, but for whatever reason this one sub was just like really slow. So I guess started posting on that, and it was really fun to talk to. Like, it was also really inspiring seeing like other kind of creators, like Stipo's, like a lot of respect for his channel. It's kind of cool, all the stuff he's done. It's really awesome, and just being able to kind of work with that's great. And then I see like all these people that's like, I don't know, someone put it really well in another comment I came across where it's like a lot of, I think I say young as in young channel, not a young person, but new YouTubers seem to put a lot of heart into the content. Like, they're actually like, oh man, I tried so hard in this video, but no one's watching it. But they don't want to put any time into like their channel or their community. And I don't know, it's kind of weird because it seems like, oh, that would be so obvious, but it's actually really not, and that's weird. Like how I knew one guy personally I knew that runs a channel, how he talked about how he'd spend like 8 hours or more on a single video, and then he'd do like 20 seconds on a thumbnail. He'd be like, open the video, go to a random time, screen cap, that's the thumbnail. Or he would like never respond to comments, like that kind of thing. Oh, I was supposed to grab that sniper, wasn't I? So this dude does a ton of damage. I guess that's not much. And it's very hard to out-damage him. There we go, as an example. Plus, you know, he loves to run away. I'm doing okay. I'd say the main issue with him is just the fact that there's not a lot of food around. And usually, like, the best you can get is, like, those, like, a rotten hamburger. If you have a gun, he's, like, super tanky, but you can just, like, stun him with the gun a lot, so that works. If I recall, when you're higher level, you can, like, knock him down and stuff, and that also has a huge effect. But, yeah, I'm just making sure I start grabbing the food before I need it. Plus, unfortunately, you can almost, goddamn, he's really good with a dodge, I believe, because you can, like, just sidestep it. You'll see me if I can do it. Like, the goal is to, like, bait it and then, like, step back. But, yeah, he's way better with a dodge, because essentially you need to go, like, make your hit or two and then quickly roll away before he counters. I really don't like this boss. He's ended my run so many times. Oh my gosh. Or he just does dumb stuff like that. Like, come on, man. I guess he's kind of like Cliff from Dead Rising 1. Maybe that's what they're going for. I don't think he comes... Come on. I should be able to trade with him, it seems, though. Maybe not. Maybe not. I'm running out of food. I can, like, leave, I think, and go to the food court, but I don't really want to go that far. The thing is, you also need to do this scoop to essentially kind of unlock this bathroom, because as long as he's here, you can't use this bathroom. And the other one is, like, under construction, so there's no save spots. Okay, I want him to hop out of that one, yeah. Oh! Brutal. Perfect. Man, I thought I was screwed when that, like, hit landed, like, just short of him. God. So I saw in, like, someone posted a clip of Off the Record, and I guess sometimes there will be zombies in the stalls in Off the Record to, like, surprise you. I thought that's really cool. I feel like Dead Rising 2, because it's not canon, they can really just have a lot of fun with it. Dead Rising 2 Off the Record, I should say. Which is, it's just the same thing. It's Dead Rising 2, except you play as Frank. It's not canon, but it takes place at the same time. Like, I believe Chuck Green is actually a psycho in that, because his, like, daughter became a zombie because you didn't play him, and I can't wait for it. Everything I've seen has just been amazing. So, as per tradition, I always save right in front of her. Usually I forget, but it is really funny, I think, just to save right here. And then it's like, anyway, okay, now let's untie ya.
Stick to me. Move it.
You need her mainly because she actually has a request later on in the game. She wants a plant. Because I guess she's into plants. But, whatever. So let me confirm. Brains over brawn. I guess barn. I might as well do barn burner first. What was I saying? If you didn't know, one important little fact you can do is you can choose your scoops and read them from the map screen. And if you do that, then... Oh, come on.
Wait there.
If you do that, time doesn't pass. Because it's essentially paused, but you can still select it. Which is something you couldn't... You can kind of do it in Dead Rising 1, but you can't read about the scoops in Dead Rising 1. Which is like a thing where... If you watch me, I'll like try to like look at the scoop, but it's hard to find like a safe area sometimes to wait for that freaking little scroll bar to get all the way to like the time, which for whatever reason they put the most important thing at the end of that very long animation. But yeah. So let's see. I'd like to stick Vicky over there if possible. Go here. Man, she's not a very good survivor. She's another one where it's like, she's super easy to do a request if you know it's coming. God, I need more stuff. I'm hoping she's going to take this sword. Perfect. You chill there. I'm going to go save some rednecks. Oh, wait, I don't even need to go this way. You never, like, go back to the arena. I don't even think you can get in it until overtime mode. But I've never actually tried. I really should. Come on. I should really get that shotgun, too, because I'm going to need it if I'm taking this much damage. Don't grab me, don't grab me. God, come on. I'm not making, like, any headway with my health. Dead Rising is like a game that's like all about confidence. Like if you stop and like, oh well, I just want to grab a food, you'll get like a snack, and then that snack kills one, and then two zombies grab you while you're doing that, so now you're like even worse in the hole. Whereas if you just ran in from the start, you'd be fine. Here, I can actually just smash these, I believe. Oh, fuck, I could just buy one. That's the whole point of those machines. Man, I'm bad at this. I am bad at Dead Rising 2. Oh, hello. Get away from me. That's really satisfying. So they're down at the end of the hallway. They're essentially stuck in a burning room. No food at all. Nothing? I thought there was like a taco in one of these at least. Oh, there he is. It's a hot dog. I really should have taken that health book in retrospect. Which, the health book's amazing. Like, it increases how much you heal per item. But you always have this debate like, well, I could just carry an item that fully heals me, and wouldn't that be better? And it's not, for whatever reason. Vicky seems to be doing amazing, but I think technically what happens is, I think if you run far enough away, zombies just aren't even around her anymore. God, I don't remember having this much trouble just with, like, individual zombies in Dead Rising 2. This is, like, the only time they use this freaking fire mechanic. Perfect. Oh, a zombie got through. Oh, I just totally almost murdered her. She is one of the people you play against in the poker game. We're doing stats. So, oh fuck, I didn't read that. So, if you're new, again, I have I stream Dead Rising every Friday at 6 Central. I have a survey down in the description of this video. So, if you're watching it now or even later, fill that out. I have a comment section. Anything you'd like to see me improve, I have the main fixes coming next week when I'm hopefully going to be doing green screen behind me so you can actually see me. I can show stuff. I'll point things out a lot easier. Come on, Vicky. That should be very helpful. If you want to suggest anything in particular you want me to run, I can do that. I have access to Steam, Xbox Live, 360. If you want to see games I have, you can, I guess, look at my achievement list or my Steam. Steam's the same. But I wouldn't be would be willing, for example, if you have an awesome game you want me to play on Steam, or even if you want to play some Dead Rising with me, just let me know. I am looking forward to, I want to do a stream where I actually go through this game co-op, because I've never played this co-op. I think the first way I'm going to do that, God, this game's trying really hard to get me to kill Trixie. I think the first thing I'm going to do is I'm hoping to set up a playdate with the R Dead Rising subreddit. So, where we'll all hop on and we'll go play Terry's Reality. So, we'll see. We can wait for that. Oh, here we go. No. That's what I need. That's going to be a lot of fun. I have played some Terry's Reality, but by the time I got back into Dead Rising 2, Terry's Reality was just so, like, dead. And I always thought it was funny because it's like you'd hop online and there would be some people, but it'd be like, oh, he's looking for 4 to start, and there'd be like 3 people online. So you'd all be in the lobby, and then like one person would leave and like hop back in the queue, but they would eventually get placed with you again because you're the only people online. And then it's like, hey, what's up, asshole? Yeah, you thought you were gonna get away from us? I always thought that was really fun. It reminds me of back before I got my Xbox One. I was on a big, like, I don't know, sci-fi kick. So I played a lot of Mass Effect multiplayer, like Mass Effect 3. And it was interesting because there was only me and one other guy online. And you could tell that other guy, he had, like, just, like, got the game, or, like, I don't know, maybe, like, it was given it for, like, Christmas or something. I don't know. But it was super obvious that we were the only, it was only us two, and he had no idea what he was doing. But it was just weird. We'd, like, play, and we'd, like, hop on, and he'd be like, hey, you on again today? It's like, yeah. It was, like, super cute. I don't know, it was so much fun. Because it's meant for 4 people. It's like a Left 4 Dead, and then, hello, why is there a looter here? Why won't you die? Are my crosshairs off? What was that? There we go. Come on. I just need that. I need that freaking elbow drop so bad. So there's one guy in particular you need to talk to here. Speaking of these guys, one of the things I'd actually like to... Come on. There we go. Come on. Give me the shotgun. There we go. Is I actually I DM a D&D group every Tuesday, and I'm hoping that to be one of the first, like, live action series I have going out, just because I can do a lot of writing for that, and it's a good way for me to test a bunch of things before I like try anything too technical. Okay, there he goes. So they joined because of that chick. They're actually like super capable. Like you would think with the trope they do that they'd be bad, but they're actually really amazing survivors to escort. Oh, perfect. I got a heal. Oh, and a card. But oh, cookies. Why? But yeah, that should be fun. Actually, I like to think my group's a really good group, and right now, for whatever reason, like D&D is like totally in the current culture. And I've always wanted to do something like that because I always saw YouTube as a way to like do a lot of cool things with cool people. And right now it's mainly just like me, and then I'll rope in like a couple friends. But I would love to like one day to actually have like guests on like my different shows. Like, oh hey, I'm gonna stream Friday, Dead Rising. Hey Stiple, you wanna come? I don't know, co-op with me, or I don't know anyone else really. Like even just like people for like who are watching. Like hey yeah, like totally come play with me. Like if you ever want to play something, you can just add me on Xbox. I'll totally do it. And like going forward with like streaming more, I'd love to incorporate more people and more stuff like that. I feel really bad. Some guy wanted to play after seeing me on the stream, and turned out he was PS4, not Xbox. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, dude. But yeah, I have a lot of stuff I would like to do for the channel that I don't even want to talk about until it like pans out, because I don't want to promise anything. Like I think I've talked before. I've been trying to work on like a live action show on and off for a while, and it's gone from like a game show format to like a little bit more like a bunch of like one-off videos that are of different activities. But it's so hard to like figure out that stuff, and I finally have the equipment to do it properly. But it's so hard. I essentially have to like imagine like how many game shows you've seen, and it's like, oh yeah, this is how you do it, whatever. To sit down and like write a game show and like plan the content out, it's really hard to understand like what works and what doesn't. So essentially, originally the idea was we would get like teams of 2, and we would do these various challenges. Like we would have this box, and you would draw these challenges out, and you'd split either individual or teams of 2 or I don't know what, and you'd compete for like points in these random little challenges. Like we did stuff like we did the Saltine challenge, and that one kind of worked. We did this we did Russian roulette with Nerf guns, and that's one I thought was like, oh, this is gonna be perfect for this kind of a show. Terrible idea. And then just off the cuff, I tried another game where it was just like teams of 2 with me running the equipment. One person is blindfolded with an empty Nerf gun, and the other person is essentially their eyes, and you have to call out to the other person where the darts are and where to shoot, and however many points you get on the other person, that's like the points you get for the game. That turned out to actually be ridiculously fun. So that was really cool. Hold on, let me get my scoops together. I'm going the wrong way, shoot, because I'm going there. I need to go to the safe house. But it's like, it's weird, like the stuff you would expect to work totally doesn't, and the things that are just like a one-shot, those are awesome. Like, I don't know what it is, but I'm still trying to work out that format. Oh, I guess, like, what else did we do for that show on the 2 filmings? We did a pancake making contest where you had to make artwork with pancakes, and we'd judge it. And then the gimmick was you had to be able to flip your pancake. And that turned out to be a blast, because it quickly turned into, oh, look, this contestant, she made like a puppy out of this whole thing, and it was awesome. And then this other contestant, turns out they've never made a pancake before, and they ruined my pan because they burnt the shit out of their pancake. So that was interesting. Okay, now I need to go to Royal Flush. Perfect, it's right across. We did that. We did one challenge that was I took a banana, I cut it in half, and then I sliced like one line down the peel, and you had to eat the banana. And whoever got done first, we get like so many points. And essentially, you didn't have to eat the peel, but you had to get it out of the peel, and that's why I cut it down. And that was, I think I still have that footage somewhere. That was really fun. But it's really hard to like keep that all, like figure out what works and how you're gonna like repeat that each week. Like a big issue was I wanted to get to the point where I essentially had this one box, and each week we would draw from these challenges. But if we're going to do the cool stuff like that pancake challenge, I can't just have a bunch of pancake stuff sitting around my apartment in case that comes up. So then we're going to move to this like kind of like a one-off where, okay, every Saturday we're going to film. I'm going to come up with these challenges and you guys are going to go through them. And that kind of works. I'm still kind of figuring out if that's what I want to eventually do with it. Because again, I like the idea of a game show format. It works really well. Like you can bring someone else on, like say if someone's in town or you have someone, you know, it's like, oh, hey, I've seen you do this. Can I join in? Like that works really well for that. Whereas like if it's us just hanging out in our apartment, that doesn't have as much potential to grow. So, god damn it's looters. So anyway, I see your D&D comment. I need to look at that, but I've just been busy. Okay. I'm really curious to read that comment, because I usually DM for our groups, which essentially means I run the games. And they're a blast, but it's very hard. It's almost like Dead Rising, where like managing like 5 people at once and all their schedules and all their issues, so you can actually get together and play a game, and then also write all the stuff. That's genuinely tough. Let's see. So, hey, quick cry. If you made your character, what are you playing? And what edition and what character and class? We play 5th edition. We originally played 4th, and it was just too slow. And I think it was just like really hard to pick up for new people. So we moved to 5th, which I think works better overall, by far. What's with this pathing right now? Oh, it's because I put it on the ceiling, isn't it? So 5th edition's like really streamlined. There's a lot more role-playing in it and just like fun conversations you can have. Whereas every 4th edition was like, everyone take 30 minutes to make a move in combat. It was terrible. But it's super fun. When we started is, for the first year, maybe 2 years or more, we played in my homebrew world. And now for the first time we're moved over to Sword Coast for the, Vicky, what are you doing? Which is the like official setting, more or less, of D&D. And it's been an adventure. Like, what was great about making my own setting is I can write all these awesome jokes, and I know everything, so if I had to like come up with something on the fly, it's canon. Whereas conversely, I guess, or the downside of that is I have to sit down and I have to write everything. The downside, oh, that's not it. Conversely, like right now we're playing in the official Wizards of the Coast world. I was in a party, apparently. In the Wizards of the Coast world, they have everything planned out for you. So it's great. You don't have to sit down and spend all these long hours trying to like write NPC names and backgrounds that'll never get used. The downside is like everything, like I'll say like, oh yeah, you're whatever. Yeah, no one's here. And then I realize, oh wait, I was wrong. There's someone that lives in this city or something that I forgot to tell you about because I don't have it memorized. But I had a quick write. It would have been 5th edition because 6th is not out yet. 5th is the new one. It came out a year or 2 ago. And 5th is great. It's like really easy to pick up. Oh, cool. What do I have? Let me check my combos. So let's see. D&T curve stomp. None of these are particularly good other than jump kick. Okay, we have Ticket to Ride. What time is it? Damn it. So it's 11:30. Day 2. We have Code Blue. Once Bitten. I should be getting a bunch of calls now that that's done. I'll get the Antoine fight coming up. I haven't had the one man's trash scoop, have I? Or do I think I might have to just... Do I just go there on my own? I thought there was a scoop, and they're like, you go to Moe's Imagination in Royal Flush Plaza. There goes some Zombrex. Don't I have No, I never grabbed any from the casino, that's right. Tastes like chicken, I'll do that one as well. Lawful Folk Hero. Hillward Fighter. That's great. I like to play rogues in that. I don't get to play a lot because I'm always the DM. And it's been this issue because like I volunteered to DM because I kind of wanted to do that when we originally got started. Well, now I'm the guy that has like the most experience with it. So for someone else to like pick up DMing, they would have to spend a lot of investment where I could just like sit down and kind of go. So I always end up being the DM anyway for any future stuff too, unfortunately. Screw you guys. Let me grab some more stuff here. I actually like these guys because at least they give you good weapons. They do that trouble of finding them for you. But it's great. It's one of the things I want on the channel because it would let me do a lot of original things. Because like I try to write a lot of interesting stuff for my players. So like I know like one thing is like I like props, and that's one of the reasons I would love to like film more of it is. So before we started on the Horde of the Dragon Queen campaign, which is the current one we're running, which is like the premier 5th edition campaign, I had this intro I wrote where the party had to essentially go and fight a bunch of just hags, which are these like evil witch women that eat babies. Lovely picture there. So that was the plot essentially, and one of them was you go into this swamp and it's like this illusion hag, and the trick is the whole dungeon was a single hut, like a one-room hut with a closet, and all these like really weird things in it. And it's like you kill the hag illusion, she drops a key, and it turns out if you use the key on the closet, it's a Indian in the closet in the cupboard situation, where it'll like shrink and grow things and make things come to life. And it was just so much fun, like watching people like, oh my god, we can't. Where's the key for this like really weird lock? And they're like, wait a minute, that key was that bench in the main room. We just got to shrink it down, and that was awesome. Lot of fun, and just like some of the reactions, like you can see. Unfortunately, the downside of that session that I did was I gave this plot hook where the way hags like reproduce is I'm gonna make the flaming skull head by the way for it to use up here. The way hags reproduce is they essentially eat a baby and then they get pregnant and they produce like a baby that's the exact same thing, but you can't tell that it's a hag until they turn 13. They're just like a normal kid. So I thought, oh well, let's give them a baby and let's see what they do with this baby. And oh my god, they still have that baby. This is like 2 months later, like real time. They still have this freaking baby, and it's always like, well, who's gonna feed the baby? We can't take the baby in a fight. And like, this is not what I wanted when I gave you a baby. I thought you were just gonna ditch it, be like, hey, you're a mother in the town. Here, have this baby. We're gonna go on adventures. And they didn't have any way to like carry the baby, so they just kept the baby in like a bag. It was like, oh, where's the baby? I keep it in my backpack. I just threw some food in there with it. And it's like, oh my god. Let's just get rid of this. This is possible. And finally, after they left the baby with someone, and of course, it wasn't until they literally like saw a town get destroyed. After that happened, because they were terrible PCs and didn't save anyone, then they're like, well, you don't have a house anymore, but here's a baby. So I'm gonna take this and try to have as much durability on it as possible. Because this does a ton of damage to Antoine. The catch with Antoine, come on. This is why I don't like using heavy weapons. Hello. So the catch with Antoine is he heals constantly, like himself. Damn it, I didn't want to trigger that yet. So you have to out-damage him. I love that look. So it's not so much you're going to die, because you can get away from him super easy. But rather the catch is you need to be able to like, take a couple hits and still hit him harder. But I think he hits pretty hard. I think he's also kind of annoying and silly. If you didn't know, this is not his restaurant. He actually owns a store in Royal Flush Plaza. That's like Antoine's or whatever. He's just crazy. I like his character. I think whoever this voice actor is, great job. Amazing. Yeah, quick cry. Let me know how your game goes. I'm always super interested because people play games like drastically different ways for D&D. Like I know some people are like they're super into roleplay. Some people are super into just the combat of the games. I know some people are just like all they want to do is they want to run like an evil campaign and just like go around town like, oh, we want to burn it to the ground. Whereas other people they like get like way too into the story. It's really interesting. Like I know some people are like, I've heard will play it where it's like they'll wage a war, and it's just like hours and hours of just pure combat. And I'm like, not so much for me. I guess my party, I learned how to like DM essentially from Acquisitions Incorporated, which is originally was a podcast and a video series that is essentially the Wizards of the Coast, the makers of D&D's official game. they play at Penny Arcade, and it's the perfect mix of like lighthearted and just like great DM and cool story elements. And I try to kind of like mimic that, like cool ideas, fun stuff happens, but at the same time, it's still kind of serious. Yeah, that totally makes sense that it takes a while to fit you in the story. And that's also important. Like, one thing that's interesting about being a DM is you have to, like, design the game as well. Like, yeah, you don't want to just, like, introduce, like, people willy-nilly. Oh, wow, goddamn. He hit me with, like, just barely at the flank. So the issue is this does a lot of damage, but you'll notice he knocks me off really easily. There we go, I can run. So it may not be the best option. He always loves to run to the other end too. What was that? Where's my damage? I kind of wish I had a gun. God damn it. See, this is the issue here. Now he's like at full health. Damn it. I need dodge so bad. Because it's like you can get so many hits in on most of these bosses. And then you need to just get out of there. And I can't do that. I don't have a lot of speed. There we go. What an asshole. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Are you kidding me? That was just mean. See, now, this is what I'm talking about. Like, now he's going to go heal so much because I have to stop and heal myself. Am I not doing any damage with that? Am I just, like, do I miss something there? What you can do is, the reason I bring that skull in is you can use the charge attack on him. Come on. I always roll it. You can use the charge attack and you can essentially do like half his health if you can line it up just right. I think I can just trade with him maybe? As long as he doesn't hop on me like that again. It's going to be close. Perfect, there we go. We also have to save, she has like another friend. Hey, Jimmy. But actually, I think that's a good sign if GM's willing to like work you in the story, but not just be like, oh, and then a dwarf walked up. And you're like, hey guys, you're like, hey, and then we fought, he joined us in our battles to the death. Oh wait, she won't even go with me, I should have. Like, that's usually a good thing. Like, I like having, like, a kind of an overarching story in my campaigns. I've really strayed from Dead Rising, by the way, but, you know, I'm hoping to, like, really make that into a series, because then I can kind of justify spending more time on it, because, like, I like it, but ultimately, I already spend essentially, after I get home from work on, like, Mondays, I usually work a little bit on YouTube stuff, and then most of my time is prepping for D&D on Tuesday. Oh, yeah, it is. Did I skip that cutscene? I didn't mean to if I did. But he falls like in the fryer. Come on. But I would love that. I think is going to be like one of my first big creative stuff for the channel, because like I'll write a whole bunch of homebrew stuff that for my world, and YouTube will give me a good way to kind of bring that to life. Especially because like what's nice is if you have an audience for D&D, the audience always notices way more than the players. Like, there's been so many things I'm like, oh my god, this is obviously, like, can't you tell this dude's evil? It's like he's, like, broadcasting. I feel like I'm being so, like, obvious. And then it's like, oh no, I guess no one noticed. Then again, it's been interesting. I've had to transition from, one of the main reasons I feel like I did a Homebrew World as well is that we basically ran one-shots where you like make same characters, but you like play just like one session beginning and end, and that's the whole story. Because essentially we're all going to college in different cities, so we would just come over break and we'd be like, okay, here I made this adventure. Like, I think the last one shot we did is I made an entire adventure based off of Clue, using the Clue board as like the battle area. Ton of fun, but not easily repeatable. Also, anyway. What the fuck was that? Spooky stuff happening behind me. I got way off tangent. Back when I was talking about the whole hag shrinking thing, I like props, so I got these giant playing cards. And because it was a hag, they had to play giant old maid to see essentially who lived and who died. So much fun, because these cards are like 16 inches each, but it's a full deck of cards. Oh my god, it was it was dumb. Like, I spent like $10 on essentially a pair playing cards I'll only use once, but those things are so much fun to use. I've been wanting to play poker just so I can use those cards again. But, I gotta say, shout out to your DM if he made an actual world map. Like, I have, like, essentially, my homebrew world for all purposes takes place in the caldera. Why am I going here? Let me actually, where am I at? So I need to do code blue. It just takes place in caldera because I made it originally way back when we were first starting, so I didn't want them, like, wandering from city to city. So I said, essentially, hey, there's this caldera, you can go anywhere you want in there. And I have everything planned out. So that's kind of how it worked out. And I made a map for it, but, like, I don't stick to that map at all. Like, it's very much like, how... Did anyone else see that zombie just pop in? Anyway, essentially, how long does it take to get from point A to point B in this area? A day. It's like, really? Isn't it closer? Like, sure. It's a day everywhere, because that's easy for the DM. But to actually, I've always wanted to, like, map out, like, an actual world and go all out. But it's hard to, you need to spend a lot of time making it, like, doing the right stuff, essentially. And man, I would also, like, I would love to play in your DM's world. That'd be so much fun. Because, like, those homebrew stuff is just awesome, because you can do stuff, like, off the cuff. Like, I've had my players just ask simple questions like, wait, if this is true, does that mean this is true as well? It's like, yes, it does. Now it's just a canon thing. That's happened so many times, and now it's just like a running joke. Like, D&D just, you end up making so many inside jokes. Oh, dang. You can, if you, oh, I forgot to mention, I was gonna put my Twitter on the channel, and you can send me stuff on that. But, I forgot, damn it. That's what I was going to do before I set up the stream. But, shoot, what was I going to say? There's a big thing. What happened? Damn it. Oh, yeah, I know. We ran a one-shot I got online that someone wrote. And for whatever reason, there's a dwarf in there named Grundle, which is like, it's like the similar thing as a taint. And it's just like a thing now that there's a whole family of dwarfs in my, campaign. And they're all named after, like, they're all named, like, Taint or Grundle or Dick. And it's just a thing. Like, that's what his family is. And it's super subtle, but, like, it never affects the story, but it's kind of a neat little thing that just kind of came about because of one joke some guy accidentally made, I guess. Perfect. He's got some Zombrex. That dude's meant to die, by the way. When you walk up there, it'll be like, Tim Duggan's dead. That's just a plot device. FYI. I'm trying to remember how much time I have for Ticket to Ride.
Let's go.
Here, let me plan this out. So, I need to go to Paradise Plaza. I think... How much time do I have? No, okay.
Keep close.
So, because I need Zombrex for this guy because he's been bitten. And I can get some from this guy when I turn him in. So, I'll probably do that. And then I'll get the guy on the way back from Ticket to Ride. I will also be getting Zombrex from Ticket to Ride. There is a hidden Zombrex that's actually, like, right on your path when you do that scoop, which I think by far is one of the better tips I can give in this run, because having one Zombrex lets you always be on top of things, instead of being like, oh shit, I have to go out and find one in the last second. I also need to figure out the whole pawn shops thing. I'm pretty sure that was originally a scoop, but there's no way I would have just, like, straight up missed a scoop. I'm staring at that, like, constantly.
Stick to me.
And I don't think... Oh, wait, there is Zombrex back here. I'll grab that, and that'll be perfect.
Go over there. Head that way.
But no, I'd love to, yeah, if you can leave a comment in the future if you can, like, drop me an image, like, off of Imgur or something. I would love to see that. Because I love all that stuff. Like, trying to, like, make my own world. Like, I remember, like, there's a whole week before when we decided we were going to play D&D, and I was going to DM. I was like, I'm just going to make this world, And I made a whole point to just like plant, I call them like seeds essentially everywhere, where it's like, I don't know if this is ever going to be a story, but I could make this into it. Like, you know, get plenty of inns with silly names, and then you can make quests about why they're named that. Just give a bunch of areas and small towns that you may or may not ever go to, but they have like simple ideas behind them. And it's been so much fun playing it. My world was called Polkite, after it was essentially discovered by two families and a dwarf named Paal, Paul, hence Polkite, and has this very special mineral and all this. And I had this whole lore about these families, how they established it, and they essentially own the city. So the first quest the PCs had was to go and kind of unite these families because they were being controlled by these succubi, and that had just led to so many great stuff.
Let's go.
Oh yeah,
Fall behind.
I know one thing that I always talk about is, oh, looters, woo. Give me your tomahawk. Is they make it sound like buying Zombrex from pawn shops is like for when you're doing bad at the game and you can't find any. But realistically, I buy Zombrex from pawn shops because I don't want to bother to go get it. Antoine's store. So this is Antoine when he's younger, I assume. So he should be in here. I'm hoping I'm leaving enough time for Ticket to Ride, because I think it's going to be like one of these scoops in Dead Rising 1, the Butcher, where it's like they don't tell you, if I recall. It's like, it says you have so much time, but it doesn't tell you it's like 4 scoops, and that's still the same time limit, so you think you can show up at the last minute, and then you realize it's like, oh no, I can't, and then you have no time to finish it.
Keep moving.
I think it's that, or maybe it's the medicine scoop, where you just have like 2 hours or whatever from whenever you start the scoop and Brad gets shot to finish it.
Keep close.
So if I'm up here, I'd like to go to Moe's Imaginations and trigger that, but I don't have to. I don't think I'm required to do the pawn shop, but you have to like visit, yeah. See what? I thought it says, yeah, visit Moe's Imaginations, yeah. I guess that's the one in outside in Diamond Park or whatever. Not this one. Alright, let's go. Oh fuck, I'm I'm following the arrow again instead of actually going to the safe house. I'm actually really looking forward to doing the achievements in this run through. Not this run through, but just in general, because it's, I find they have time just like to play Dead Rising and do silly stuff again. Like, I enjoy messing around Dead Rising, but a lot of stuff I want to mess around with is like in boss fights, and you're stuck just waiting until those happen if you play the game. Or it's like, yeah, I want to go mess around Dead Rising, but I don't want to do a whole run through of it. Alright, let's get in here. I really wish you could get on the top of the Dark Bean. It just looks like such an awesome display.
Stick to me. Stick close.
I am not using the DLC outfits, no. Are those in the remasters? I didn't know about them when I actually was playing Dead Rising 2 on the 360, so I've never used them.
Hurry up.
But those would make it a lot easier too, honestly. Like, from the sound of it, yeah, it's like, oh, zombies ignore you, bunch of other benefits.
Come on.
They'd be really nice. I might, even if you have to buy the DLC, I'll probably pick it up just for filming. Because zombies always always fuck up the filming. So much. That dude's facial expressions are insane. I don't know why, but the way that guy like looked over at that other guy was like super silly to me. I keep meaning to make a point to go get items. I need to, next time I'm in the Palisade Mall, I need to get, what's it called? The tuxedo? Because I think that's the first one I need for a scoop, and that'll save me some time. I guess I can get it in Royal Flush as well if I go over there. Then I need to get gifts for Katie. It's all like on my list. But I just need to start making up time. I had a very bad start, I'd say, to this run. So I need to start kind of getting ahead of stuff. Like right now, ideally I would like to have done Ticket to Ride already. But I have that one down really well, I think. Check the locker. Yeah, I guess I haven't actually been playing Dead Rising 2 at all since the remaster came out. I've been playing exclusively 1. I played it a little bit to make the Tiger video, because even back when Dead Rising 2 didn't have a remaster, there's like no good Tiger guides for that achievement, or for any of the achievements associated. So I really want to get that one out to try and be like the big guide for it, because everyone else's guides suck. But past that, I hadn't like actually played the remasters. It would make sense that there's the DLC, because they have the DLC in the locker in 1. And I think that locker's new if you buy the DLC, because I remember playing it like halfway through and I was like, was there always a locker here? And I'm pretty sure there's not in the original. It was added for the DLC. That's kind of a cool DLC though. Like, I like the idea of that, because I think what I like about Dead Rising is the timer, and you know, all those mechanics associated like that, how it's stressful and hard. At the same time, once you have like all the achievements and you've done like so many run-throughs, I wish Dead Rising 1 had stuff like the DLC outfits, because it's like, I just want to mess around. Don't make it hard. Like, let me turn on an invincible cheat or something, you know? Just so I can kind of actually have fun playing the game sometimes, not waiting, or oh, I don't want to go bother spending 2 hours gathering all the weapons I want for this one thing, or I just want to fight, I don't know, Carlito using this mini chainsaw, but I don't want to have to go wait for Adam, get Adam, do all this stuff. I just want to have like a sandbox mode. Like, I think if I had to go back and do Dead Rising 1, one thing I'd like to add is have like early fights for psychos. So like, if you want to go unlock the mini chainsaws, you can fight Adam, but if you fight him early, it's way harder for whatever reason. So like, you can fight Adam like right day 1, let's say, but he does double or triple damage, and he has more health. Something like that, I think, would be a good way to do it, where, hey, yeah, you can get the mini chainsaw early, but you better have your shit together. One thing that's interesting is the queens don't come in until much later in Dead Rising 2. In Dead Rising 1, I believe they come in, I'm pretty sure it's really early, like 7-ish on the first day, whereas they don't come in until 8 a.m. on the second day, I believe, of Dead Rising 2. It's one of those facts I should know, but it also doesn't really matter at all. So. Oh, nice. I'm really looking forward. I need more unarmed moves so I can like get. Come on. Because I just feel so powerless with the without certain moves. The big one being like the knee drop in Dead Rising 1, as I've said before, and the elbow drop in this game. Just because like they're so vital to controlling your character. Like, stop here, attack now. They're by far the most responsive moves in the game you can do. And the fact that it's random chance kind of when you unlock it is really annoying. Which, if I never covered it, the way unlocks work in Dead Rising is essentially there's a pool of possible things you can unlock every time you level up. And when you reach certain levels, you don't necessarily unlock a specific thing, but rather you it puts them in the pool of possible things you can get. Like, I think it's like the jump kick is like level 5. So once you're past level 5, then you can start getting the jump kick, but it could also just choose to be like health, 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 speed, speed. Or sometimes it'll be one of each. But, if I didn't say, I'm playing on Xbox One, so I would not be able to use the trainer. But I actually have no issue with it. Like, I wish more games had stuff like that. Like, I know, like, I played a lot of Borderlands 2, especially before I got my Xbox One. I've been sitting on the Handsome Collection to play again for a while. But, I know it's a big debate there whether or not you use a program called Gibbed, which lets you give yourself and make any weapons you would like to. And that's always been controversial. Like, well, on one hand, it's a loot game. The whole point is to go, like, earn it yourself. On the other hand, it does take out so much bullshit. Like, a big issue was that after a certain while, like, if you're familiar with Borderlands 2, once you beat UVHM, Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, you basically use the same weapons. So if you level up, you're not like worrying about new weapons. You're like, I'm just gonna go farm those exact weapons again. And then it's just dumb. And then you're just like, well, I kind of wish I had like a slightly better, I don't know, roll on this weapon. It's a whole thing. Whereas if you have the trainer, you can just be like, well, I've already farmed the weapon. Let me just update it. But then again, you have those people who it's like, download Borderlands 2, download the trainer, max level, best gear, And then it's like, well, this game sucked. It was so easy. It's like, well, maybe don't do that. Like, I'm actually a huge supporter of, like, letting players cheat. Especially if they can control it. Like, at least lock it behind, like, achievements and stuff, and then I'm okay. Then I don't have any issue with it. Oh, it lets you save here. That's interesting. I'm not going to save on that slot, though. But, yeah, I always support trainers. Just because I think it gives more power to, like, the players. And I talked to more about how, like, I just wish I had the option in Dead Rising 1 originally to move the timer. Because how many times, like, I don't know if you guys saw any of my other run-throughs, but how many times I'm just like, well, I don't have anything to do for 30 minutes in game, so I guess I'll just leave the game running and I'll go get some food. And I think that really kills it. Like, that's one of the downsides. Like, it's great when you're like, oh man, I can't make it in time, it's so hard. But when you're just like, I have nothing to do for 3 hours. Like, some of the achievements you have to do, terrible. Like, there was one in Dead Rising that was like that. I think it might have been Frank the Pimp, where it's like you get your first survivor you need early on, and then it's just like, okay, now don't play the game for 2 hours, but let it keep running. And it's just like, okay. Oh, I know when I was filming for the Dead Rising Case Zero to show that the cutscenes were the same for the queens. Again, the reason I know that is because I had to sit and wait until day 2 at 8 a.m. to get that scene. And all it was, I just had to let my Xbox run to get that one little shot. And it really seems like there should be a way around that. And off the record, I'm told that there is a movie theater. You can go to the cinema. I think it's technically in this game too. But you can watch movies there, and that will, like, have 2 hours pass in game. And I think at least that's a decent way to kind of attack that problem. Damn it. These guys are much easier with the dodge roll. I'll say that. But I think I have to kind of make some time. Where you at? So annoying. You still alive. Come on. They give you these Merc assault rifles, but they're terrible. They're essentially the same function as the handgun in Dead Rising 1, or basically the Uzis, the SMGs. Bloody. But they suck. I mean, they're good in a way because, like, if you're a new player, they're great and you can use them to detonate explosives. But at the same time, it's like they're just so useless against any psycho. I think what I would love to see, like, a realism mode for Dead Rising, maybe. Oh god, it's lagging. I feel like the fact that this dude would not be on this motorcycle, and it's super forced. But, fuck was it? I have no idea what I was just talking about. Damn. I have, like, this notepad to, like, write stuff down so I don't forget it, and I haven't done anything with it. So, this is a weird, like, essentially you need to jump on the train. There's kind of actually, like, a weird art to it. It's not usually worth it, but, like, if you get too close, the train rubber bands and will actually, like, speed up. It's possible to get on the train in the first ramp if you do it just right. Am I going really slow, or is it just me? Nope, the game's freezing. Okay, so, that's interesting. That's gonna reboot. I'm going to take a small break and get some more water. Good thing I saved there, I guess. Maybe that's exactly why they put that there. That's weird. I think of Dead Rising 1 as freezing, not Dead Rising 2. So I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes and I'll hop back in and I'll restart this. Okay, I'm back. I got a Sam Adams, and I finished my coffee finally. It's 9 o'clock, and I just finally did that. If you ever watch the stream, like, when I stream in the morning to, like, finish off runs, one thing I do literally all the time is I forget I make coffee. And it's not even like a bit. It's just like... it's just like, oh man, that coffee must be terrible. It's so cold. It's been, like, lying around in game forever. And I'm like, wait a minute. I made coffee an hour ago. It's cold, and it's gonna be terrible, but I drink it because I need coffee still. So how does... Can anyone tell me, how does co-op work in Dead Rising 2? I've always been wanting to do it, but I didn't want to do it on this run yet because I wasn't quite sure how it worked. A big thing I need to look into that is how I can capture chat. I know that I think the Elgato can actually capture in-game chat with a couple of extensions to it. I'll have to mess around with that. I think I might be able to output it to the game itself so I can actually let it pick up on the stream so that you guys can hear whoever I'm playing with. But I'm mainly just curious how certain things work. Like, how do transitions work? Like, can I transition and anytime, or do they have to be, like, close? I don't quite recall. So generally what I'm going to do here, there's a lot of zombies that are getting, like, pushed aside. I don't remember that. Like, I feel like that's being what's glitchy. I'm going to go this side. Like I said, it rubber bands super hard if you go too quick. I think that's what I just did there. God damn it. I think I could have gotten it there if I didn't crash. But this section actually can be super fast if you do the exact right approach. The thing is, it's not really worth it to, like, micromanage this too much. I just passed the Zomrex, by the way. Now that you get it now, you get it after the events. Because it always puts you in the same exact spot. Oh. Oh, I feel lagginess, like it's going to freeze again. Oh, come on. No. I've actually never had this much trouble getting on. You have to essentially, like, get to one side, speed up, and then jump. And the train essentially speeds up and slows down based off different turns it's taking. But I think it just loops until you run out of time. And once you run out of time, it, like, goes into a tunnel and gets away. Oh, here's a good answer. I don't think that was how that was supposed to go. I think I might have glitched that a little bit. Yeah, I would totally do off the record. I'll do my blind run through by myself, but yeah, I'd like to actually do some co-op stuff. Even if it's just like, I just like to play it for fun. That'd be awesome. Oh, there's like super hard echo going on in my surround sound right now. Which I got a surround sound, it's like not even like that great, but it's so awesome. Like for a while, I always played games with my headset because I had this really nice Turtle Beach, and I finally had caved and like gotten on Turtle Beach, and I always thought it was dumb because everyone, like, back when like Modern Warfare 2 was like a thing, you're always like, you gotta get, if you're a pro, you gotta get Turtle Beach because you like hear footsteps. That's always what they would say. And I was like, oh yeah, you're full of shit, whatever. Like you just want to be cool. And then I got it, and it's like, this sound quality is actually super good. And it's not so much like, yeah, you can hear footsteps, like, and that can give you an edge in games, but it's also just so much like, oh, you hear like every little like zombie growl and every little like clang. You'll be like, what was that? And I mainly got it because I play a lot of, or I used to play a lot of horror games, because those are like, you can always get them really cheap because essentially they know like you can only really play a horror game like once, so they don't charge like a lot of money. It'll be like $7 to $15 for most of them, unless you're buying like AAA. And you wait till it's like midnight. You play those, have like freaking your awesome Turtle Beach on. The only downside is I got the one that's also compatible with the 360, which great, worked perfectly. The downside though is they expect you to use it with your 360, so it has like this 16-foot cord. So when I use my freaking headset with my laptop, it was like I have a 16-foot cord to go like 1 foot. So essentially I had this giant cord that weighed everything down. But on top of Dead Rising co-op, I have tried it a couple times, just because I forgot to turn it off and people would jump in my game. The thing was, it seemed like it's the same thing I encounter in Borderlands every time, where it's like, I don't want to do anything here in this zone. I don't want to go to the next zone, and I don't want to answer any of your messages. Like, then why are you in the game? It's not like they're even trolling. It's like they just joined the game just to literally do nothing. If you're familiar with Borderlands, people would always do that in Borderlands 2, and in 1 even, where they'd essentially, like, they'd go in a game, but they'd never want to leave, like, Sanctuary, which is, like, your home base, to actually go do anything. So every game was just everyone's running around Sanctuary, because, like, someone would be like, I don't want to go anywhere. But they aren't doing anything. So everyone's just, like, jumping, and just like, why is this a thing? I felt like it always must have been because, like, it's some person who's like, I'm too tired to go to bed, but I don't want to start a new game. I'll just go co-op. And so they just, like, fall asleep. And, yeah. I don't know why that's a thing, but that's, like, pretty much every time I've gone online with Dead Rising 2. So. Or it can just be hard because, like, if they don't necessarily know what it is I'm trying to go for, that can be tough as well. Like, if I'm like, I'm going to save everyone, they're like, well, I'm going to kill Snowflake. It's like, thanks, but I got to start over. I need to grab my controller. Can I get a save? There you go. Perfect. So, here's the, I guess the tip. Oh, getting a call.
How's it going?
Oh, perfect food. So, essentially, you want to take this car right here and drive off to your left. There's a Zombrex pretty soon after. Oh, I keep hitting X. That's wrong. We'll just keep to the side. And there's also... So there's Zombrex, and then there is a ladder leading up to the park. And then you can essentially get out that way. But this one's so, like, close to being on your path. It's just awesome. Like, there's no reason to ever buy Zombrex. And I don't ever need to worry about it because I do all the missions that give you Zombrex, so it's not a big deal. But still... It's really nice to know. It's one of those things where I talk all the time that Dead Rising's difficulty doesn't come from execution. Like, it does a little bit, but, like, Dead Rising's not a game that asks you to, like, no-scope this psycho so you can one-shot him before he kills you. It's more of, oh, do you happen to know where all the food spawns are? Do you know, like, what weapons work in what fights? It's almost, like, more about being a encyclopedia than a samurai. Which what sucks because... There's also a lot of cool things to learn about Dead Rising that aren't ever relevant. So, if I recall here, you can also get the beer hat, which is amazing. Especially with that book we have. It's essentially a food item that has multiple uses. Like, you can drink from it, like, 8 times or something, and they each heal 3. So you can always top yourself off. It's still technically alcohol, though. I guess maybe it's not this one. So you can get drunk, and that's kind of balancing behind it. But, yeah. You're also meant to make the, there's those sonic guns you can make. Hold up, I think I don't need this. There's a ladder here, isn't there? There is. There's those sonic guns you can get at the end of the game. There is one, I'm told, hidden down in the underground that you can get early. And if you put that with that amplifier there, you get an even better gun. Like the BFG or something, to reference Doom. Alright, so let's see this. And what time is it? It is 4 a.m., so we have Industrial Fashion, Rock Heroes, and it looks like I'm still all up to date on all my survivors. Please tell me if I'm missing someone before I get, like, way too far along. It's easier now because of save slots, but I'm always afraid that's going to be a thing. Like, oh, I forgot a survivor, and it was, like, way back at the beginning of the run. This is the one where you make the paddle chainsaw. It's always this one. Let's see. I don't think their paddle's that close, but I know the chainsaws are there. You can also take them to make, what's it called? Oh, Rock Heroes is up. Industrial Pad. I guess I got those calls and I forgot about it. You can also take that to your bicycle. Oh, duh. I'm right here. I wonder how much money they had to pay to get the actual Playboy ads. I think that must have been a marketing thing. I feel like they don't add anything at all to the game, really. That's just me. Oh, I need to do this. I'm doing this for PP reasons. That was... Oh, damn, it's late. I just realized that's a great... Like I meant PP as an experience, but yeah, it totally sounds like I meant a different kind of PP. If you haven't seen it, when I am... ridiculously proud of that dumb post I made on the Dead Rising subreddit. It's the top all-time post, and all it is Frank West making this dumb face as he jumps out of the helicopter with the caption, when she says she covers wars, and then it's under it's like 100% bonus to PP. And it's like one of the dumbest things I've ever used my photo editor to make. It might be my favorite though. It's just so dumb. It's so perfect. My girlfriend called me the meme queen for making it, which I just found more hilarious. Oh, here, I need to talk to her, don't I? It'd be interesting, like, what I would love to see if they actually had, like, had a rock band that did all the music. It would have been cool if this was that actual rock band. It's not. I'm pretty sure it's one guy that made all this, but
This way.
still. All right, we need to go industrial fashion. That's close, I think. At noon, there's a big one coming up for the passage, the shortcut, and that's even more so than Dead Rising 1. The shortcut's a game changer. And Dead Rising 1's because Dead Rising 1 is nice because it lets you ignore the convicts, but in this one, it takes so long just to actually get across the plaza. It's a big deal. I don't actually need to get these, like I said. I mainly just get them because I want to do all the achievements eventually. So it's nice if I don't have to go back and do this. It's like one of the reasons I've been putting off playing Dead Rising 2 is because I knew I'm going to go do a run-through where I save everyone anyway. So there's no reason to have, like, a run-through for myself where I do that and then just delete it. One of the things I'd like to do in the future is I want to try doing a perfect playthrough of Dead Rising 1 or 2, where essentially you go get every single possible achievement in a single run and it's just perfect. So you save everyone, you get Frank the Pimp, you get Zombie Genocider, all that, and you still get like the best ending. I think it's possible, but you have to be like spot on. The main catch though is you are also allowing overtime mode. So like I don't think I'm gonna like get Zombie Genocider by day 2. I think I'm going to know, okay, I gotta finish the campaign, like the 24-hour mode, with so much time to spare so that I can farm it out in overtime mode or something. But that's how I think it's going to go. But I do think it's possible. Or if it's not possible, I want to prove that it's not. I did the same thing with, I did a run-through of Dead Rising 1 where I didn't kill a single zombie, but I still beat the game. That was a ton of fun. But it was the same way where I didn't know it was possible until I actually did it. Like, I actually thought that you had to kill one zombie that was required. And it was the one that attacks Isabella in that one store at midnight on like the 3rd day or whatever. Because she gets attacked instantly, and once she's down on the ground, there's no way to knock the zombie off without killing it. And I thought I didn't know any possible way around that for sure. And it turns out the way I was able to do it is you essentially have to get a survivor with a very quick weapon, and you plant them in the exact spot she gets attacked, and they have to kill the zombie before they go down on the ground. Weird echo in here. But, so it actually worked out after a lot of testing. Unfortunately, so I have that series on the channel. It's not nearly as good because, again, I didn't know whether or not it was actually going to, like, be possible. So originally I just streamed it. I was just figured, hey, it's going to be fun. But if you really wonder how I did that, you can click through it. It's kind of interesting. Essentially, you make untouchables in Paradise Plaza. And if you want to save survivors, you have to carry around, like, toy masks. Because that's the only way to knock the zombies away without also killing the zombie. It was a really interesting, entirely different kind of playthrough. So, Quakecry, where are you at that it's 4 a.m.? Are you like in Europe? Like the UK or something? It's not... Oh, damn it, I'm not even reading this. It's not 4 a.m. yet here, it's 9, but I'm pretty sure since I just drank a cup of coffee at 9 a.m., I'm probably going to be up till 4. Which is fine, because I need to edit a lot.
Come on. Keep going.
I have all this stuff on my plate I want to edit. I got to finish editing Case 0. And that was one of the first, like, I guess, like, series I want to really do a very good, like, Let's Play edit of. So, essentially, I have to... Oh, hold on. Who is saying that? I guess it's one... Gianna.
Keep it moving.
So, what I got? I need to go... forward. Yeah, that'll work. But, it's a lot of work to edit. I want to make sure... Oh, Norway. Nice. I would love to go to Norway. But so this is actually one thing I was going to talk about. One of the things I suck with is geography. I'm like really, really bad with geography. So like, for example, I live in the U.S. So I live in Nebraska, which is this like perfectly in the center of the U.S. If you don't know that. At this point, I'm like 22. I turned like 23 in the month. I don't think I could name all 50 states, much less like freaking capitals. Which is like when you're like 4th grade, that's like a thing. And really, I thought she was. Oh, there you are. Like that's like a huge thing, being able to name like all the capitals and all the states, and I got nothing. It's like I can do like, you know, West Coast. I got that, California, all that stuff. I could probably do like northern border, but then like what goes on in like Alabama, Georgia? Like what do they have like? Are they like on top of each other or left, right? I have no idea. And if you go like as you go up the East Coast, it just gets worse. I don't like. There's points I'm like, is that a city or is that a state? Because and at this point, I'm not gonna ask. I'm not gonna be sitting in like a meeting at work and be like, is Massachusetts a city or a state, guys? Because everyone just be like, really? But sometimes like I don't know, or it's like I kind of know, but it's like a 60-40 split, so I still really need to ask, even though I do kind of know. It's really bad. I'm trying to think of an example. There's always one I always mess up with. Like, where is Georgia? Like, it's somewhere down there with Alabama. It's like to the west, I think, of Alabama. But God, if I had to draw a map, it'd be the worst. Or I only know the states for dumb reasons. Like, I only know Rhode Island because it's the smallest. I only know Maine because it's the farthest north. It's terrible. It's dumb. I really should fix it, but it's like when it's not that relevant to me at the same time. Even like locally, people are like, oh, just go over there on 144th or whatever. I'm like, I have no idea what you mean. You have to give me like different perspectives. I think it's interesting though, like when I talk to different people, particularly in high school, what landmarks they would use. Like I would use things like, okay, it's over there, it's by the Home Depot, like somewhere I would actually go shop, or it's over here by this one store. Whereas like my sisters, they who were like they would go to a lot more school events that had to like eat out and stuff. They knew everywhere by restaurants. Like it's by the Chili's, and then you go over here by the Wendy's, and it's like, no, this is not the PS3. This is the Xbox One version. But yeah, I was so bad. I'm still terrible. Like I had a conversation like with my mother because I like went out to lunch with her, and it was just like she's like, oh yeah, it's over there. It's by this one movie theater. It's like I have no idea. I think I talked about it in the last stream. I have spent more time in the Dead Rising mall than any mall in my entire life. Like even the ones in my city. I don't even know where they are at. The only reason I know where they kind of are is because one's on the main road, so if I had to go there, I would just drive straight until I hit it. And the other one, it's somewhere. I don't know. It's somewhere. It's like, yeah, it's a big weakness. It's just geography is terrible. For me, it's embarrassing. It's good at math, though. But math's boring as hell in high school and stuff. It wasn't until like, I got through like the shitty math in college that it got like super interesting again. And I'm not saying like I love it that much, but once you got into like cool uses for math, you're like, yeah, that's neat. Or like, oh yeah, I can kind of understand how this goes. Versus like just more and more variables. I essentially have a math minor with my computer engineering degree. It's kind of dumb. So essentially like at the college I went to, the requirements for the math minor are less than the requirements for my major. So they did this thing, well, if you want a math minor, you have to take 2 additional classes, because otherwise everyone who got this degree would get the minor, and that's bullshit to them. So it's like, technically I have a math minor, but I really don't. And then everyone's like, yeah, sure, whatever. It's like, you say that, but I've taken a lot of math classes.
Stay close. Come on. Hurry up. Move it.
I haven't had it yet, but I'm hoping to link my Twitter on the stream and on the channel page so I can start tweeting out some of this awesome setup stuff I got going. Like for that Adam the Clown video, I set up this almost mini recording studio in my closet to kind of get some soundproofing and stuff. It really helped with the quality, and unfortunately, what upping the quality did for me was realize my voice is terrible. Because the first thing everyone always says when they like do a video with me is how much like, oh my god, I hate the sound of my voice. It's like, I do too. You get over it, but like certain videos where I did like voiceovers, like the original, I think the original Dead Rising 1 Master Run was all voiced over after, or maybe 2 was. And that's essentially just spending hours and hours of your life talking into a microphone and then listening to it right back. And not even like a normal conversation, because like I can do a normal conversation fine. Like, I don't have like a lisp or anything. But when you do it like over and over and read a script and try to manage like your breathing, it's really hard not to like mess up one line, and the whole thing just comes crumbling down. It's terrible. Did I take one of these things? And I thought I did, but maybe, because I thought I had a whole conversation about it. I'll take this one because I think I took the bear last time, if I took it. See, the thing is about math, I found was that I didn't like math when I went through high school because it was like calculus and algebra. It's all very annoying. And then it's basically everything up to what was Calc 2 in my university was shitty. Calc 3 is not so bad. And then I took matrix theory, which was essentially, hey, you've learned all this stuff. Here's how you do it really easy. And you can use a calculator. So that helped a lot. Because the point was more about the theory behind it than, hey, can you do everything by hand perfectly? And then I think the best one I took was a class called number theory. And what it was is essentially, I don't know, almost like experimental math. Like, it's kind of like more of an art than a science. So it was like, here's how you can make like estimations based off of like real world data to predict things. So it's like, we would do like these stuff in class where it's like, hey, can you like write an equation that accurately models the, damn it, am I going to lose this if I give her Zombrex? Can you write an equation that models how the space shuttle flies as it enters the atmosphere? The answer is no. But but using this math, you can make one that's pretty freaking close, and here's how. And it's all like actually like, super simple. Like essentially, like when you first learn like integrals, they teach you like the trapezoid method, like draw a bunch of triangles below the curve and use that to estimate it. It's essentially that. And you take like data points, you estimate them, but then there's all these other procedures you can do to make like half guesses. And there was a proof that said like if you guess enough times, then statistically speaking, your guesses get better even though you don't have feedback. It was something like that. It was like super cool. Because in theory, if the guesses are statistically correct, then they should be evenly distributed, right? So if you find the average, you're technically closer by a small margin. Still not right, but it is like slightly better. So that's all that stuff. Did I... Hold on. Okay. 7 a.m. I scared myself because I was looking at the 7 p.m. section. I was like, oh my god, I just missed so much. And oh wait, no, it hasn't happened yet. So I'm going to get the shopping spree scoop. I think it might be a hidden scoop, though. So I'm probably going to go get another thing for Katie. I'm probably going to go get the donkey. And we'll see if that bear's there or not. But I really need to get, like, a globe. It's funny, though, I was talking about how on D&D, the D&D whole rant I had, how it's like, oh my god, I want to draw all these contents worlds, and then it's like, real life? Yeah, I don't know anything about that shit. So this is the cutscene, is the exact same thing it's reused in Case Zero. Go watch that video if you want to see it. It's kind of neat. I'm told they explain the infection process of these zombies a lot more in Dead Rising 3. I'm really curious to see some of that, because I felt that my theory was that it's essentially there is a zombie virus, and it is transmitted through these queens, but it's not necessarily related. They're just a, not parasite, symbiotic, where, okay, the queen transmits the virus, like it bites someone, puts larvae in them. The virus kills them and makes them like a host, and then this larva has like essentially a free body to eat out of and grow. But they're not directly related. And then that came about because Dr. Barnaby made zombie cattle in Dead Rising 1 in Santa Cabeza. And I believe my theory was that essentially those bees were just like local bees that bit the cattle, came zombified themselves, and carried it on. And then that also, in my mind, this is all headcanon for me, that's how they spread so quickly. Because actually these zombies, not actually that lethal. Like if there was like one zombie in a crowd, I don't think it could turn an entire city like it did in Willamette. In Dead Rising 2, it kind of has a pass, I think, because they release, like, a couple thousand zombies from Terra's reality. Because they've got to have a lot, because you kill so many in those games, you know? Like, they've got to have thousands. But, where's the kid store? But, yeah. The theory, then, is that the zombies biting, that transmits it, but rather it's the queens going out and, like, actually stinging people that spreads it, in my eyes. I think that's a little different, though, because then the issue is, that doesn't explain Zombrex. Like, how would that work with that idea? Here, eat a burger. Oh, well, I'll take this. So I think maybe it was, like, maybe my idea is correct that, oh, yeah, that's kind of what happens, but moreover, it's that the bees bit the cattle, they become zombies, and now the zombie bees themselves are the virus. Like, it's not like a separate entity, it's zombie bees, that's the problem. It's whatever it converted them into. I've been trying to look into, like, I would like to have some, like, cool, I don't know if merchandise is the thing, but just, like, cool things from Dead Rising made in real life. Like, I was thinking maybe, like, a Sport Chance shirt. It's been something I've been on my mind, but it's not a project that's, like, really in my priority list at all. But I always thought it'd be cool. Like, I don't like action figures. I don't like posters. I don't like anything that's very obvious. In my mind, the best kind of, I don't know what you call it, like, prop from a game is something that looks totally normal if you have no idea what the game is. Or if it's, like, something that's so ubiquitous, it's, oh, that's amazing. Like, so, for example, I know my sister, huge fan of Borderlands, has a Hyperion shirt that Jack wears in the pre-sequel. And if you didn't know what, like, Borderlands was, you're just like, oh, that would just be a shirt, you know? Or, like, Chuck's jacket. If someone wore this, you wouldn't be like, oh my god, that's a gaming shirt. It's just like, it just looks like a motocross jacket. It looks totally normal, but if you're on the inside, you're like, hey, that's Dead Rising, that's cool. So I'd like to do stuff like that, and I'd be willing to, like, make it on my own, honestly. I have a couple things in mind for that, but am I supposed to be doing this case? Oh yeah, I do have the bear, because the bear's the one that freaking talks. Hold on, am I supposed to be doing this case right now? Okay, yeah, I thought they might be giving me so much time because of that. Okay, I got the donkey, elephant. I feel like there's a fourth one of these. There's the pony, I can get her. I can get a spray can, I think I have enough inventory. What do I need to do? Let me check, when is the high stakes or whatever? High rollers. Because I'll need to go get all of the, what's it called? All the gambling books. And that's like something you need to do ahead of time. So I'm going to make sure I do that. I think, yeah, it's shopping spree. I have to go do shopping spree. I'll get the toy horse while I'm up there. I need to go hit the park to go get the pawn shops open just in case. And then we should be good. See, how are we doing on time and all that? 2 hours. It always feels like way longer when I play this game. Although it's been going faster, I think, because... Damn it, I'm looking away. That's why I'm running this door. It's going faster because Dead Rising is so new to me. If I recall, so this is a scoop that's kind of weird because it's... You don't get a call about it, talking about this shopping spree. And they don't quite always spawn right. And it's actually super easy to fail. I think they run into the 8 survivor limit rule pretty easily, if I recall. And I think they might even be on like a lower priority list where like they'll despawn so other people can spawn in. Essentially, there's these like 3 women, and they won't move unless you carry their like clothing that they bought in their shopping spree. And if you put it down, they will stop following you. And if it breaks, they all defect instantly. Which sometimes you can't control that if like you fall off and it just breaks. Or you accidentally throw it. It's pretty durable if I recall, but still. Damn it, I forgot it's the other end that has a broadsword. Oh well. Oh, it's the bull. That's what I was thinking of. The bull. Either way. So I need one of these, which I think I can put away. Yes, perfect. I don't have marbles. I think you can get them here again. It wasn't too long ago I feel like I did this achievement. But that might have been... Thinking back, it might have been when I did that original Dead Rising 2 Master Run. Which is weird. When I made that series, I just made it like, as a way to teach myself how to edit. Essentially, it was like I wanted to make a whole series, so if I commit to making multiple videos, I'm going to have to learn how to do it properly, because otherwise I'm going to be spending forever on it. But yeah, and then when the Dead Rising stuff got mastered, all of a sudden it's like, wow, all of a sudden my Dead Rising skills became way more relevant. I want to say they're in lady spaces over there. Kathy's space. Sorry. And nothing. That definitely looks like the store. What time is it, though? It is 8 a.m. Oh, God, I need some contact solution. It's killing me. They spawn in... It looks like I thought it's 7. But it's definitely like they're weird. Wiki says 8 a.m. So I'm going to take this back to Katie, and I'm going to take another look. But I do know that they are just kind of weird about this. Jump. This should not hurt the bull as long as... Yep. As long as I fall. Oh, don't hit him. Don't hit the bull. If I didn't cover this, if the bull takes damage, I can't give it to Katie. Am I going the right way? Yes. So I'd have to go get another one. And the way you can tell that is there's a seam on their ass, essentially. And if that tears, that means it's taking damage. I remember that at one point I was going to recommend in this run, you can roll a 7 on those giant fluffy dice for a PP bonus, and it's actually pretty good. And in theory, you can do it on your first roll. In practice, I have never gotten a 7 with those dice. Not even like, oh, it landed it, but it hasn't registered. Oh, Oh, don't do this, zombies. Don't do this. Yeah, not that like, it hasn't registered. I think we're good. Yes. But rather, just I have never been able to roll any combination of 7, which is crazy because 7 is by far, if you didn't know this, the most likely number on a die. Like if you roll 2 dice, 7 is by far the most likely number to come out of it. If you ever play Catan, that's a very important fact to know about statistically what numbers you get. Because if you roll 2 dice, it will trend towards their average, which I guess saying that it's their average makes it sound obvious, but it's not necessarily. And 7s is like craps, because you crap out with a 7, I'm told. I've never played craps. I've never been to Vegas. I'm lame like that. One day, maybe. It'd be funny to go to Vegas and do like a Dead Rising video wearing like Chuck's jacket and stuff. Kind of cool. I want to break out into a little bit more live action stuff just to do some fun stuff with the channel. But do I have anyone there? No. But that's definitely a lot hard. Like one thing I think, like I don't like doing Let's Plays. Like I like doing a little bit stuff with a little more meat to them, like these challenge runs. Perfect. Do I still have the marbles? Yes. I'm gonna save. Oh, the pony. So I don't like doing like Let's Plays and stuff, but I think one of the reasons that they're so popular is it's actually super easy to get into. Like, one of the reasons I got the Elgato is because I could just buy this Elgato, and that handles like the footage part. And it's a lot easier to get a mic going than it is to worry about like lighting, when you can record, writing a whole script, doing all that. A lot of it's handled by the game. And essentially, when you're doing something like this, what's nice is, or I should say if you're like a Let's Play, like a Markiplier or something, the game is essentially your straight man, if you know like a comedy duo, where you can be silly and fun, but the game's the one that like moves the, I don't know, plot forward and keeps giving you new stuff. It's the same thing as having like a co-host on a show, which I don't think I've done it recently, but I think the last time think when I streamed Dead Rising 1 for the first time, I did it with my sister. And it's just so helpful to have that other person to kind of like watch the stream or be like, oh, hey, I saw this. Or like if I need to go like take a break, you can like pass that off or what have you. And the game kind of does that. Like how if I like forget something or like, oh man, what was I talking about? The game will kind of give you an impetus. So I can see why people want that, but I don't want to be just that guy. Like I want to do a bunch of live action stuff. And that's where the D&D thing came from, that other show. And hopefully a couple things I'd like to try, but it's very tough once you get to that level. Like I've technically filmed the test D&D episode, and just like it revealed so many problems that I had to fix. Just simple, and like not even like, oh my god, we like fucked up really hard. Just simple stuff like, oh shoot, this camera is recording in 30 frames a second. This camera is recording in 29.97 frames per second, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you record for like over the course of an hour, that's a big difference. Because like every second it's having that 0.03 shift. It just adds up. Is it in, maybe they're in Estelle's. I'm pretty sure they're in the other one. Let me double check this. So you just gotta like iterate it until you get that right. And I think I'm starting to get to the point where I have that all down and I can do some live action stuff. Also the green screen should help a lot, and that's one reason why I want to add that into the stream as well. Because then I'm hoping the stream will become more of a overall show than it is just Dead Rising. It won't just be Dead Rising footage. You'll be like, oh, I'll just do this. I can cut. Like, say if I have downtime in... why are they not here? It is 9:21 a.m. See, it's definitely glitched because this is the thing they tell you to carry. What is this? I know this is like a thing. Oh, this is it. Coming from the safe house will not trigger the mission. That's the glitch. So I have to leave and come back. That's it. Which is fine, because I can go grab this tuxedo. I always forget that's a thing. Oh yeah, and the Queens. I should have gone and spent that time. I should have gone the Blambo. I'm right up there. That's not quite it. Look like a professor. I don't think I've ever necessarily noticed this, but there we go. In Dead Rising 1, one of the things I always wanted was them to say what the clothing was before you put it on. Especially in the freaking security room, how you had to sit and like, is it this one? No. Is it this one? No. And then you had to watch that animation every time. That was always really annoying to me. So I guess we'll take this transition. Let's get some food. I thought you had a queen. I was making the... Weird. Just wrecked my tuxedo already. I feel like one thing I never understood, like in Dead Rising 1, is I feel like if I was in this situation, you have to loot just a little bit of it, right? I mean, you're in like basically Las Vegas. Or in this one it works because you have cash, but if I was like Frank, it's like, clearly this, I don't think they're going to be worried about like a couple money in the register, and you have like hours. I'll just take it. You know, it almost seems like you'd want to, because that shows you have hope. You know, if you're like, well, I don't need this money because I'm never getting out of here, I feel that'd be more concerning. Or just like simple stuff, like if you could literally grab like a pocket full of diamonds, like do that, like take at least like one, man. Come on. Especially if it's obvious that the owner's like right there and is a zombie. But that's just me. I don't know. Maybe you guys are different. Who stands like that? The same music as in Dead Rising 1. I just realized it'd be kind of fun to have a ringtone of the Dead Rising music, like the mall music. The one that's like, I will always remember or whatever, that you hear constantly. I got the beer at. Are they coming? Perfect. So this is one thing I always thought was interesting. They have all these like clothing and gifts they bought. The one I thought was weird is they bought Spam. Sorry, muffins. Muffins. It just looks like a Spam can. Never got that one. Then again, maybe those are really nice muffins. No worry, Quaker Eye. It's got to be like 5 a.m. for you, so yeah, go get some sleep. Thanks for hanging out so often. Usually, what makes it for the stream for me is just like to hang out and chat. That's one of the main reasons I kind of wanted to start it. This channel in general was like just a sense of like community. Like have someone always like play with, chat with. Cause I think that's what always like really makes it for me. Oh shit, I need to go do Boomtown.
Stick close. Let's go.
I don't think I need to take this call because she's just saying come back. I'm glad they didn't do a transmissionary stream for this game. But yeah. Hope to see you next Friday. I'll probably stream again tomorrow. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to finish this run tonight. I got a lot of energy, maybe, but we'll see. I mean, I'm also not going to finish it if it goes till 2 a.m. and there's no one watching, but I'll go for a while. So, if you do take off, I might be back at... I usually try to do it 10 a.m. the next day, wrap up a run, and maybe do some other stuff. But yeah, thanks for watching. And if you haven't already, not you specifically, but if you've joined since then, if you can take there's a stream survey in the description, if you haven't taken that yet. Anything you can tell me helps so much. But yeah, thanks so much, Crick. You're like the most fun to talk to because you always have like cool little things to mention. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the one thing I wanted to mention too is yeah, but as part of redoing the I guess like the stream 2.0, I would like to move to Twitch. I just have to kind of experiment with that a little bit first. Whereas like what's nice is my setup, I can just press like 2 buttons and stream to YouTube. Hey, I got the dodge. But the plan is to move to Twitch, I guess, with Off the Record next week, I hope.
It was TK.
See you, man.
Framed us.
TK? Are you sure?
He admitted it to my face.
But that's not possible.
What was that camera shot? Oh my gosh.
Sabotage his own show.
I saw him with my own eyes.
So you say.
Is that your source?
I'm gonna stretch my legs a little bit. This couch is really bad.
Don't be ridiculous.
What was that?
It sounded like it came from outside. Looks like someone might be messing with the casino vaults. I can't tell who it is, though. Then I'd better get out there and find out for myself. I don't know if she's really brave or just really stupid.
So 3-1. So the hard thing we need to do here is we got everything up. Is there's gonna be the wilted flower scoop, which takes place entirely in the same time frame as case 3-1. So we have to do that one because that's the one that gives you the shortcut. And since you're already there, you want to go do the everyone knows Slappy as well. And I'm not good at that fight, but I'm gonna give it a try. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna drop this. I'm gonna actually get a defiler, realsies. I'm gonna get some food. There's always vodka in here, by the way. If you don't know that, it's actually very important for a scoop later. That you need for the paramedic. So I'm gonna take that, and then there's also I'm gonna grab orange juice to fill out the other stuff. I still feel like I normally have more health at this point, or more inventory space. Let's see what we got. I'd always heard a rumor that there's one slot machine in the safe house that works. And I'd always heard that that one had an increased chance of you winning. I've never tested it like hardcore at all. But I always wondered if that was true. Because it seems like you go on a big streak and then it stops. Like as if it gives you a little bit of money or something. But
Hey,
so hopefully we can finish the scoop really fast. And then I'll have enough time to do some more stuff. Like do the... nope, I need that. I want to drop. Let me drop the queen. I'm supposed to put this on the table. Hopefully I can finish all these scoops and then still go do the shortcut in the Slappy. Slappy's not fun because he's very aggressive for a psycho. I won't bother. So you have a hard time getting away to fight him, but at the same time, it's like he's just so inconsistent. I just don't care for his fight in general. I wouldn't mind getting a sniper rifle. I believe there's the gun store in there, so I could go there. That's not too bad. But, yeah. I'll think about it. Because one thing that's good is that you can do is you can knock him down with the Defiler. But if I recall, he like kind of retaliates pretty quickly. So it's not ideal to do it that way. Either way, let's go do the scoop. Gotta make good time. It's kind of like speed running, so to speak. Dead Rising is like this weird kind of like slow speed where it's like I'm being perfectly optimal and fast, but it looks like you're just like slowly plodding along. Thankfully, we got the roll, which they're really methodic. So if you can just time it, these guys aren't really that bad. So we gotta break this. So you want to use the sledgehammer. Otherwise, you can use like the engine motor. That's a really good one for these. Breaking this. It's got this weird like cooldown on the damage. That's really annoying. Honestly, though, also the mercenary rifles are actually really good for this. Did I miss? Hold on. I want to double check something. I thought that when you save Lenny at the very beginning of the game, I thought that you get access to his quest before this. But I guess not. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Or maybe just miss it. Like I would see him. So stop it. But the reason I thought it came at like before is because I think you get access to the vault because they blow it open. Like that's the whole point of this mission. One thing that's nice that they changed about Dead Rising 2 is you can transition regardless of whether or not you're like stuck on anything. I think you can even transition if you're grabbed by a zombie. So you can gain speed by like dodging into the doorway. Whereas in like Dead Rising 1, you couldn't. That being said, you don't cover nearly as much distance in Dead Rising 1, but it does let you in 2 essentially dive through zombies and transition. You don't necessarily have to kill them to get there. So I would say that does make an overall difference. I'd really like to get that sniper. I just don't think it's worth it. I feel like he just like chases you down. Slappy, that is, chases you down too much. Need to move faster. There should be a push cart here. Yeah. The zombies aren't nearly as random as they seem, honestly. Damn it, I'm gonna have to give something up. Let me heal. There we go. So, like, you can always find certain things in certain places. Like here, the push cart. You can always grab that, and essentially, if you, depending on where you're going, I can take it here into Slot Ranch, and you can take it all the way up to the food court if you don't break it. Which, if you're like level 1, is a ridiculous speed boost. But I'll be dropping it for the moose head. Because if you weren't here for that awesome moose head cutscene thing, it was great. It was great because I guess the moose head counts as a cosmetic item as well as a weapon, so it appears in cutscenes, which was really interesting because it is just massive. Oh, you're here. It's one of the reasons I liked wearing the Servbot mask in Dead Rising 1 is it was just so massive and intrusive, but no one reacts to it because it's not canon to that. So it was great seeing like Frank West be like, "You're crazy," walking in with like this giant head and like naked. Come on. Come on. Can I like dive for that window, or is it? I think you might be meant to like kind of hit those propane tanks. Or personally, I've used them to blow up the drill. It's just not really worth it. These are the main way, really. It just demolishes them. Perfect. What do we got?
What's going on?
I guess I'll take this just to use it. Damn it. We got 11:30. Lilith's Passage comes up at 12. So I think we're close enough to finish this off. Because the last one's at like the van out in the park. That's the one that starts giving you... It opens up another shortcut, I believe. Yeah, where you can like take it from the Yucatan Casino, I think. Such an ugly zombie. What do we got? Moose. I'm really hoping they've eventually pull forward Case 0 and Case West. I don't know if it's necessarily worth it for Case 0, because it seems like if they were going to do it at all, they would have done it before Dead Rising 2, because like that's the point. But still, Case West would be fine. They didn't do it because they're essentially standalone titles, and I could see like maybe they didn't want to bundle it, but it wasn't worth it like selling it as a whole separate game yet either. I'm really curious as to why, but I'm sure there was a very obvious reason to them. Because, I mean, if they could sell for like $5 again, Case 0 was awesome. Maybe they thought it wasn't, there's no way to recoup the losses, or it's like, oh, it has to be a $15 price point for us to be able to cover the costs of pulling it forward, but no one's going to buy it at $15. Like, if it was something like that, I could see why. What hit me? Oh, it's a gun. I was like, did zombies spit on me or something? Kinda wish I still had that tiger. He even wears a beanie instead of a hard hat. He's cool like that. God, that's the worst. When you like jump and take damage, sometimes it's just like really weird about it. Where like it locks you like in your animation for some reason. That fires a lot faster than I remember. What is that like tied to like the frame rate or something weird? I know that's a thing like Dead Rising 1 Remaster had, was whenever you hit stuff, it like lags. At least that's what people said, but it actually was intentional. What wasn't intentional is when you sped up the frame rate, it made the lag twice as prominent. So it was like really noticeable in the remasters. But I know some other games have some like weird issues like that. Like I know Dark Souls had that issue on PC where they doubled the frame rate. Well, for whatever reason, like your weapon degrades as you use it in Dark Souls. And whatever reason, each check to see if your weapon was like essentially in something that should hurt it was... Oh, I guess that's an unlisted scoop, so I need to go do that. Each check was every time there was a frame. So by doubling the frame rate, all your weapons broke twice as fast, just as an oversight. And there's no real fix to that without just being like, oh, I guess make everything degrade less. Then that broke so many other things too, because like there's a weapon you have to break. And that made it abysmal. So we want to go everyone knows Slappy. I'll go do that, because I have plenty of time for Run for Your Money. Is that really the other direction? Yeah, I guess so. I kind of should have gotten the food book, because if I recall it, that was the main issue with Slappy, is just you don't have any food, and you can't get away from him to heal, because he just goes around firing essentially grenades. I don't care for Palisades Mall at all. I think it's just because it's so far out. Like, someone made a post on the subreddit earlier today about, like, what's your favorite, like, mall plaza and stuff. And I was like, Colombian Roast Masters, that's home. North Plaza, way too hostile. Alfresca's like the weird cousin, and no one goes there, and it's just weird. It's outdoors, and what is that? Can I do the slam yet? No. And then it was like, Entrance Plaza is just, there's no one there. No survivors, no enemies, nothing. I should save. Is it far away? Fuck it. And then it was like, food courts, like not even a thing. And who goes to like the supermarket and stuff, and you only grind. Damn it. I'm trying to recall if I get invincibility frames or not. On the dodge. I don't know if I do. Man, that thing's ripping through him pretty well, actually. Oh, fuck. Normally, how I beat him, damn it, is I go hide in the pawn shop and I shoot through the cracks. But the pawn shop's not open, because I never went to Moe's Imaginations. Moe's Imaginations? Oh, wait, they do have they have the swordfish as the joke weapon in this game. That's it. I can find a good source of food. I think there's a wine store I can drag him to. I think that's it over there. You can see it. If I can get there, I'll be okay, because I have that drinking book. That's one of the reasons I talked about why you want to get it, is there's certain locations that just fundamentally changes how you interact with the game. Because, like, it's there because you're not meant to be able to, like, really take advantage of it unless you have that book. So I'm going to be able to, like, just down these for essentially infinite food, which should make this fight trivial. Should, I think. I still need some more ammo. Is he healing? I don't think you can get headshots. It's like, either it's like, oh, obviously you can get headshots. He's got a giant head, that's the point. Or it's like, duh, you can't. That's just a helmet. Okay, bro. Like the slow motion deaths of these characters for some reason. Ooh, rollerblades. Oh, I know, you can jump kick and that's it. But I'm pretty sure he retaliates pretty hard. Oh, not that it matters. I normally have so much trouble with that fight, and that was first try. Hey. That being said, the drinking book finally paid off. But if I didn't have that, I would have been screwed. I'm pretty sure he's a parody of a couple characters, but I don't know, because it's like they're older characters, I think. Like, even in this show, I don't think they're meant to be like a currently running show. I don't know. I don't actually even know. Did they say what year this takes place? Technically, I think that Serialized Dead Rising 1 would take place 2006, because that's when the game came out, and there's like a poster for it. But I don't think it's ever officially stated. I think it's weird that the suit has, like, skin. Like that. It makes it look like he's all, like, wrinkly and stuff. And if that's his actual skin, that's even freaking weirder. Awesome. I will take this, though. And then I need to go to wherever the tanning parlor is. She needs something to drink, so I'll keep this beer. That'll work. She takes, like, whatever you give her, too. You can give her, like, hey, here's some vodka. And she's like, yes, thanks. Saka, high noon shooting range. It's like, has like a back room on it. I should be able to see it on the map, actually. I think, not this. I think it's this, the Venus Touch. Yeah, right below me. There we go. I think this is the one that always says a dildo in the room or something. Or massager. Yeah. She should be here, shouldn't she? It's 12:53. Oh, wait, no, she doesn't... I probably was fighting him that whole time. I need to leave and come back. Which the closest should be to my right? Yes, perfect. Perfect. I think as soon as you do that, I think once you do the, whatever that mission is underground, that's when you get the key to use this, I think. I know it happens, I just don't know when. It's been so busy recently. Like, one thing I've also been trying to do in addition to the YouTube stuff is I'm prepping more CSS for the Dead Rising subreddit, if you're on that. I've been trying to work out a similar system that on the 2007 Scape subreddit, they have a CSS, not CSS, but a Python bot. And what it does is if you message the bot, it'll add stuff to the sidebar for you. So that for like, if people want to say like I'm streaming from these times, you can message the bot. The bot will put you up there for those times so people can see it and have a link, and you don't have to make a thread. And I was hoping to do that because I think going forward, especially with Dead Rising 4, I think the subreddit's going to be getting a lot of stream links. So I think that'd be a good way to clean it up. I also made new mail icons, and I just have to see what people like, but that's going to take some time too. I want to clean them up as well. And then hopefully we get... I need to make a sidebar more than anything, I think, though. So, I'm trying to remember. I don't know for sure what store this is in. I think, doesn't she tell you? There you go. But I know you take the bathroom in Royal Flush Plaza to use it. I think I need to also start farming some more money because I'm super low. Because technically I need 100,000, I know, for the high rollers. Which, depending how late, I might cut. If the high rollers comes like really late in the stream, I might cut it there because high rollers sucks. I hate high rollers. So it's one floor up from this, I think. Which I think, can I not access from there? No, I can't take, not from the slide. I'm pretty sure it's one floor up. I don't think it's in that. Finders Peepers. It's a weird name. I don't think that store is in Dead Rising 1. But it sounds like it would be. It looks like it is. And a lot of these are references to 1. Or I like how like that's a reference, like you fight that psycho. Cool stuff. I wonder where they got all their artwork. Yeah, it's definitely this brand new you. Nice. And now we have that unlocked, which, even if everything else fails, that is by far the most powerful thing in our repertoire. And it's actually necessary because the goal is to save the Tape It or Die crew, which alone is already super glitchy in my view. But at the same time, the only way you can save them is if you have that shortcut, because they, if I recall, it's like the military comes at midnight or at noon, and you don't get their scoop until 11:15, and you can't be in the area. So you have to be like posed, like ready, like got the scoop and go. And you have to have a queen, throw the queen, be like, let's go through the shortcut, and you just sprint, and you get back with just enough time. And to add it on, you have to be in the security room in the safe house, like where Katie is. If you like make it, but you're like military comes when you're 2 feet away from the door, sorry, you get caught and killed, and it's terrible. All right. Was there no? I thought for some reason that there was a survivor for Slappy, but I guess no, there wouldn't be. But no, other than that, we have. It looks like I'm going to do that one man's trash scoop, which is the one with the. It's called pawn shops. I'm going to save though, and then I'll go finish up case 3-2, and then we can start wrapping up some more cases because there should be a whole bunch more by then. I am going to have to save though. I'm running really low on weapons and food. Like, one of the things I kind of like about Dead Rising 2 that isn't in 1 is you can stock up stuff, and that's a good way to use your time. In Dead Rising 1, you just kind of had to, like, wait. Like, you kind of had that, but not in the same way. Whereas in this, if you have some downtime, it's not a bad idea to just go, like, make, like, 3 of the knife gloves. Or go make the Blambo, which actually takes a decent amount of time because it's way out there. Either way, I enjoy that. And I think that's one thing that kind of like they took away in See, where's Mo's Imaginations? What do I call it? It should be, I guess it's not marked as a pawn shop yet, I bet. But I want to say it was down around here. Yeah, it's right out there. So if I go out, I guess do this scoop first because it's right on the way and we'll be fine. It's getting really hot again. I should open a window. It sucks because, like, this TV, my TV alone, I'll grab this one. My TV alone gives off so much heat. Which might be fine if I could run a fan, but I can't because of the mics. But then you add that into my other monitor, which is on right now, so I can see my stream health. Then I have my laptop here, my Xbox One, the computer that's running the stream. There's a lot of heat here, and you can't run any kind of AC. Like, I can run the AC, but since it's only one part of my apartment that's hot, it doesn't really do much. It doesn't even necessarily turn on. And there's just, like, no good way to deal with that. I could, in theory, have a fan maybe across the room, or if I could somehow get, like, a silent or really low fan, that'd be good, but I don't think it's happening. I need, like, one that's, like, nice and slow and just, like, wafts, so I can get some airflow without it being a giant electrical motor. Basically, when I'm not filming, I have this giant box fan that just runs 24 hours a day. And I just, like, sit in front of it. And really it is. I, like, definitely, like, looked into it. It's really, this TV just gives off so much heat. And as it gets hotter in the room, there's nowhere for the heat to, like, go. So it's just, like, unbearable. I'm gonna Mission Impossible this shit. I'm not a big movie guy either. I don't think I've ever seen a mission. I've seen one. I saw the one where he's on the airplane. He's like on the side of the airplane. I don't think I've ever seen any other Mission Impossibles. Come on. There's so many movies I haven't seen just because it's like I'm not a movie guy. Like I only watch movies with like other people. That guy looks weird. So like there's all this stuff I've been going through recently with my girlfriend and just like watching because it's like, oh, I never really saw that when I was younger. Or I saw it and I had no recollection of it. Like Ghostbusters, like I'm pretty sure I know the plot, but it's like same time I don't know the plot at all. Like I know kind of what happens. Oh yeah, giant marshmallow man. But there's so much stuff when you're a kid. Yeah, you have no idea about it at all. How good is the flamethrower against this? It works. It's probably better against it than zombies. As I look down, there's propane tanks right there. I always forget they're there. You can shoot them. It does so much damage.
Damn it! What do I pay you people for?
Hmm.
Staying a bit longer than planned,
Yeah.
boys.
So mention like that's weird that there's no zombies there. At all. But yeah, like it's so clear. It's a little bit too much, I think. Oh, that's something that suddenly got so much more high def. They did a great job on these remasters, honestly. I know it's just like an up-res, but even just like the upgrade on the saves. They're a little late on that, Chuck. Really great. I've been having a great time. It's like Dead Rising is like how you remember it being, you know. Like you don't remember it being all blurry and shitty in Dead Rising 1 like it is now. But it's good to be back and just like playing cool stuff.
They're robbing the damn city. That's why they started this. For money. Sure got your story now.
Listen, I've got a meeting with my source tonight. I think maybe it's time you met.
I thought a professional journalist.
This is the one. You go fight the twins. This is the one you want that drinking book for. Because the entire arena is like filled with like drinks. And it's like the only food there. So unless you can bring a lot, just bring that magazine. It helps so much more. I found that out a lot. Too many times when I fought them, having to, like, doing it while I've been throwing up. Just because that's like the only way to heal. There we go. So, I was going to go to Mo's Imaginations, right? I can set a waypoint in Dead Rising, right? I can do that, can I? I feel like that was a thing in one of the Dead Risings, but at the same time, I don't know which one it was. If it's not 1 and it's not 2, Those are the only games I played. They wouldn't be in case 0. I feel like that was the thing. You could put like a little X and you'd be like, go here. But I guess not. Is that where the Uranus zone is? Do they plan on having off the record? And that's where it was? That would make so much sense. I always wondered why that thing was there. Huh. That must be exactly what that is. Because I was wondering how they fit a whole nother area into Dead Rising, you know? Because it seems like it's pretty complete. Okay. A little ways and left. I'm looking into getting like a nice gaming chair once I save up some money for it and can like justify it. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, I want to do the green screen next week and a whole bunch of stuff, but at the same time, it's like, green screen's awesome. Me and my shitty couch, not so much. So if I had like a nice chair and like a desk and stuff, I'd like to do that, but still. Let's go. One thing I never liked is I feel like they way overcharge you with these. Like, I feel like they should use it, I don't know, leave it a little more relevant. Like, sometimes I'll come here if I just have extra money to get some of this stuff, but it's almost prohibitively expensive for like just dumb stuff, like 35,000. Eh. It'd be kind of cool if they let you sell stuff to them, maybe. What, I think, is this where you can get, there's a toy you can get here, I thought. Maybe it was just, I don't think it's the wacky hammer. I'll take one, why not? Maybe it was just marbles. Or, oh wait. I don't think I've done the rabbit yet. So where am I at on my time? So here comes the grooms coming up. So I think the best thing is let me take this back and see if I've taken this rabbit. And that should also, I should get the here comes the groom scoop. Which is not that bad. It's like every fight in this game. It's not that bad. You don't really need any kind of high level tactics. But at the same time, I don't have anything cool to say. Like Dead Rising 1, I'm all like, oh my god, do you know that Adam the Clown has this weakness? Or do you know you can lock him in the closet and kill him through the wall? That's neat. But these, it's like technically a better fight, but less interesting, because they're all just kind of like, you just kind of fight them in the same way. But at the same time, it's not like, oh no, you wander into a boss fight and now you're screwed and you saved an hour ago, and it's just like a big fuck you. So I don't know which one I prefer. I like Dead Rising 1 Psychos because they all seem so exotic. But I do recognize that they're so inconsistent and just weird and like punishing. They're not nearly as fun as I think some of the Dead Rising 2 ones are. Because what's nice is you can also like, every time you fight one of the Dead Rising 2 Psychos, it's like a fresh thing. Whereas like, every time I fight Adam the Clown, it's exactly the same thing. I get a gun, he blows a balloon, I shoot him in the face. And that's it every single time. There is no variation to it whatsoever. Or like Joe the Cop, every single time, de-aggro. Just abuse that mechanic. And that's it. And in a way, I like being able to like know a fight to a game. Like I like being able to like master it. Like this is how I beat it. I never take any damage. It's easy. On the other hand, it's like once you beat it, that's it. This is all it will ever be. You're never gonna like have a fight that's interesting again. Which that's one reason why I do like the challenge run-throughs. Like last week I did that melee only run-through of Dead Rising 1. And that one was really interesting. It's like, yeah, some like fighting Carlito, it's like, okay, whatever. You know, it's interesting, I guess. Fighting the dude in the gun shop, Cletus, using melee only, that was a trial. That was infuriating. Because it's like, he has this weird grab attack that's longer than any of Frank's like melee moves. But at the same time, you can't hit him over the counter because none of your attacks are long enough. Which is fine, but you also can't jump on the counter because it's the perfect height that when you jump up, you like land instantly. So you can't do any moves in the jump. So it's like finally I had to like, I think it was just like you had to jump just right from the exact area and hit X at the right time and you would roundhouse. And you had like a 50% chance that the roundhouse would hit him. And you just had to like do that and bring a lot of food. And you could kind of loop it up so you could keep like, as long as the hits were landing, you could always hit him again. But it wasn't great. But I did get through it. It was a endeavor though. So let me hear. I brought up a list of all the toys for Katie. So I still need a beach ball, a water gun. That's easy. Oh, the funny painting. That's the hard one. Games always do this where there's like one hard achievement. Or one thing that's hard. So essentially you can get all these other items at any point in the game. There is one thing you can only get at one point in this game. And there's a scoop about an artist who wants you to buy a painting off of him for like $10,000 or something. And you need that painting, you have to get all the way back while escorting him and give it to Katie for the achievement. And I figured, like, why not go for the achievement right now? But I might as well, you know, get some more PP. I haven't actually looked at my level. Level 22 is not that bad. Doing good. But I am going to go get the rest if I have some downtime. Because right now it is 3. So the next scoop isn't until 5. So, yeah. I got some time. So I figured might as well get that. I believe the beach ball you can get here. Tell me I didn't close that. Yeah. Oh, no. The water gun. That's what, you get the water gun at Moe's Imaginations. That was it. Damn. This is one of those things where it's like, oh, water gun. I see that everywhere. And now I have to go find it. It's like, oh, shit. I have no idea what I can... It's like, it's everywhere. But at the same time, it's absolutely nowhere. I bet I can go take the shortcut to Palisades. And they'll have one. The Wacky Hammer, I don't think is one. So, like, going back, so it's that, I think it's the women's restroom? I don't actually know. I think it's the Slough one. So it's that one, and obviously the other one is the Snowflake achievement. She's a gift for Katie, so that means you have to go tame her. On the same run through, you do all this other stuff. So yeah, it should be easy. Oh, that one's easy to get. That one's right there, too. I'm guessing they won't let you give the massager as a toy. That's probably too risque. Alright. I thought this was a cool area. It's essentially, I feel like, the same as the roller coaster in Wonderland Plaza. But for some reason, this feels like a really cool space. Oh yeah, I have to go ride the water slide. Like, I imagine this must be, like, super crowded, but at the same time, it's kind of cool. There's a light machine gun hidden here as well, if you didn't know. I think it's a light machine gun. There's a paddle. I don't know if there's chainsaws, but it's in one of these, like, little nooks. I think it's down there. But, yeah, it's there. It's all right. Oh, hey, there's the beach ball. Can I... Oh, perfect. I can put it away. I will say, I don't necessarily do these for fun. I do these for those PB bonuses. They're not so big that you want to literally go out and necessarily get them. Because like they're one time. But also, if I'm right there, I'll go grab them. Because 10,000 PP is pretty good. So I think we're closer over here. Stop. Oh yeah. I have this issue because I have that fan so often, like running, it dries out my contacts. And even though it's not running now, it's just like, ah. Because I put them in at like 6 a.m. Like, I don't know how people don't wear them. Like, as soon as I got contacts, I wear them pretty much literally from the time I wake up until I go to bed. And that's probably not the best thing, but it's amazing. Like, I know my sister's like, oh, I can't wait to take them out. Like, how? They're awesome. Huh. Didn't know that was a clothing stop. Can't wait to actually get all these achievements. I've been having a thing where I've been wondering if I want to get like back into achievements again. Because it used to be like achievements are like a thing. And it helps a lot more when you don't have a lot of games but a lot of time. Like when I was in like high school and stuff, it's like, oh, I have 3 games, so I might as well go get all the achievement in those 3 games. Whereas now it's like, oh, I can get sales and have a credit card. So it's a lot different because I can have a lot of games but not a lot of time. So, like, for example, I'm playing Beyond Good and Evil right now because it was free for Xbox Live, I think, a couple months ago. Good game. Really enjoying it. Don't know if I'm necessarily going to spend, like, a lot of extra time just to go get a bunch of achievements in it. Because, like, there's no real reason to. I mean, maybe if I really like the game or it's a cool achievement. Because, like, there are some really cool achievements. There's some really dumb achievements. But at the same time, originally, like, when all my friends had, like, similar gamer scores, it was great because it's like, oh, well, this friend of mine, he's always above me just a little bit, and this friend of mine, they're always below me. And then it's like, then I didn't have an Xbox, and the friend below me didn't have an Xbox, so it's like, well, this friend above me, now he's got like 50,000 on me, which is 50 fully completed games, essentially. And the one below me is like 20,000 below me. So now there's just like no perspective on it. You know, like, well, why do I want to bother going to getting like a 10-point achievement, regardless of how easy it is, because it doesn't matter. On the same hand, if I actually went out and worked on it, you know, like, I'm going to beat games, because I want to do that anyway. It's just go play a bunch of games. I could kind of bring it back up. But I've definitely gotten, like, better about thinking, like, do I actually want to do this achievement? Because, like, there's some where it's like, this is better. Like, 7 Day Survivor in Dead Rising 1, that is a cool experience. Awesome achievement. That being said, then you look at something like, I love Gears of War 3, and I would love to eventually, someday, get a seriously something 0.0 achievement in a Gears of War game. But seriously, it's also like, no, never happening. Just too much time for that. Also, those games, it's weird because like that achievement's not bad in many ways. It's just also so dumb. Essentially, it's like Gears of War 2, like their seriously 0.0 achievement was like, get 100,000 kills between all game modes. Which even in like the best of campaign, you could farm like 100 kills in 5 minutes. So it was like an endeavor. And in matchmaking, you're getting like 5 kills a game over 15 minutes. So like that wasn't a big issue either. It was just time. and then Gears of War 3 was even more. It's like, oh, I really want that achievement because I love that game. It's also like a, really? Get 6,000 kills like in every game mode? It's like, I want to like you, Gears, but come on. No one likes you that much. I think it's a thing that they have like a list of like only a handful of people have ever gotten those achievements. But on the other hand, it makes them so cool. Like you'd say, like, oh, I had that achievement. Like at one point, even before the remasters, I thought about like it'd be kind of cool to have like the world record on Dead Rising of the longest time survived. Like that would be really neat. See, I don't want to go to the park yet because then I won't get the call. Because I think it's its own. Yeah, it's part of the park. It's this or whatever. Yeah. So I should just go across the area and I can prep for it. It should be up. It's 5. So 40 minutes. I'll get the call. This is a reference to the 3-card monster. And that's the car where they like have 3 cards and they shuffle it and it's a big trick. They scam you. Don't do it. And if you're curious how the scam works, is essentially it's like they have 3 cards and they actually do it really slowly. So you should obviously know like you can keep track of where the card is because they do it so slow. And the gimmick is essentially, it's hard to show without a camera, is they pass the cards in a very specific way the entire time. Where it's like they always pick up a card and put the card down. But there's points where they hold 2 cards at a time. Like just because they're lifting them all up and moving them. When that happens, again, they always put down the bottom card. Except for one time, you do this like very specific throw. So it looks like you put down the bottom card, but you actually put down the top. So that way they have the advantage of looking like you would know exactly where it is. Like it has to be there because they moved really slow, but it's sleight of hand, so you're so sure it's that one, you're not gonna like double guess and guess the wrong one. Like they make it so easy, so you definitely have it. Like if they hadn't done the trick, it would definitely be there. But because they done the trick, you're definitely gonna pick the wrong card. It's a whole thing. It's interesting though. I enjoy sleight of hands. I'm not a big like magic kind of guy, but I know I like the dexterity of that. The only problem is it's not very relevant to like learning those kinds of tricks. And like at best I'll go learn like fancy ways to shuffle when playing poker, but I don't know. I always thought poker is a gentleman's game. Like it's one of those things like chess. I feel like everyone should just know how to play. Like you don't have to be good by any regard, but it seems weird like if you just didn't know like how to play chess. I wouldn't think necessarily like, oh my god, this person's uncivilized. But it just seemed like, I don't know, like it's something you should know. I always felt that way. And same with poker, it just seems like it's such a cultural thing. To not know poker would just be weird to me. And not like you even have to memorize every hand, but like, get the concept. Because I mean, there's always crazier and crazier poker games. Like, I'll play 5-card stud, I'll play Texas Hold'em. I'm from Omaha, I don't even know what fucking Omaha poker is. Omaha something. It's called something, but nice. I'm told, I think in this game it is, that if you put a queen down, you can shoot it and explode to like set like traps. No idea when you would ever use that, but apparently you can. Damn it. I got time. I need to go break more ATMs for money. I'm pretty sure last time I had plenty enough just by playing the game. Because I think you also get other scoops before then that help you a lot. Like there's the dude Stewart, I think, that gives you a whole bunch if you help him out. There's the dude that robs all the ATMs and stuff. But still, I want to make sure. Because extra money is always fine. That being said, like once you do that, like there's other things that need money, but once you do that scoop, it's irrelevant because you get $1 million for winning that poker game. Come on. Should have gotten a spray paint can and I could start doing those posters for PP. I've been putting off doing achievement runs of these games, like for myself, just because I'm not going to bother streaming something like that because it's not that interesting. There we go. But at the same time, like I said, love the time system in Dead Rising. But at the same time, it's like, come on. I don't know. Like, oh, there we go. I don't know. Like, come on, I just want to play the game type situation. So I think there's some food in there. I should be okay on the groom thing. Am I too far back? Oh, no, I'm good.
Man, this feels good.
So you can spray paint these posters, like cross them out, and you get 1,000 PP each. An achievement if you do all of them. I've always thought about if I'm doing these like kind of like quote unquote master runs, if I should work the collectibles in, because it's not hard. It'd just be super annoying. It's especially in Dead Rising 1, to do the PP stickers, you have to get captured by the cult. And that's not bad, but then you lose your clothes, and it's like, eh. And then you also lose your everything in your inventory, and it's also like, come on. Like, yeah, I'm okay. I don't need the chainsaws, but then you'd have to slowly get them again. And I just don't think stuff like that adds to a run. Like, it's a whole thing, like, when you make it, like, a challenge run of the game, as I call it. You need to make, like, certain, like, criteria to make it interesting, but not stupid. Because anyone can make a game hard. It's how can you make it hard, but reinvent it, almost. Like, you know, like, I know there's been plenty of people that are like, oh, I'm going to beat Dark Souls using no weapons, and I can only use my left hand. It's like, yeah, that's hard. It's not actually that interesting to watch. It's actually super boring. Maybe just for a proof of the concept, but it's just like, who would want to watch that? Whereas something like the melee stuff, it's like, technically that's not hard at all, because you get so much food. But it just completely changes every single fight. So, that's a pretty big deal. I'm trying to think in particular, like, what game was it that had, like, people would always suggest these runs, like, yeah, you could, that's really boring. Maybe it was just even Dead Rising, where it has this issue that, like, there's a lot of runs that sound great, but ultimately, it's like either you just can't do them, or you can't sort of save anyone. Like, that's the issue is you don't actually have to do anything to beat the game. Maybe, I usually require, like, oh, well, you have to, say, beat all the story missions at least. Like, that, I think, is the bare minimum for me on what you normally have to do. I'll take some dynamite to fight him, sure. Nope, want my magazine. I need some food before I go in here. So, yeah, if you don't define things, then I feel like you just end up with, is there a poster over here? You just end up with me standing on the helipad until the end of the time. And that's not interesting at all. So, fun fact, if you don't have the drinking magazine, you can mix most alcohols to make, I think, Zombate. I think that's the one. Not great. Oh no, it's the pain. Wait, let me actually make that if that's the juice. Like, I actually could totally use that juice. It's the one that reduces pain, like cuts it in half. But the main thing is you can mix 2 beers into a better drink, but that drink doesn't make you drunk. So it doesn't have the same effects on Chuck. And that's actually a super big deal for some fights. And is in addition to it being essentially effectively doubling your health. Why are you being so annoying? So I think whiskey, I think most alcohols work for this. I'm just going to replace them with orange juice, so. There you go. Painkiller, perfect. Perfect. Let me drink this and I'll top it off. I always found the uses for juice extremely specific. Like, I really want to like really incorporate a run, but it's only like a couple spots that you really need it, and then it's useless otherwise. Like, take, for example, like Spitfire in Dead Rising 1. Useless. No use, purely for just like laughs, except it has one use. You can take it if you get Spitfire and the magazine or book that doubles how long your juices last. You can actually drink the Spitfire before the tank fight at the very end of overtime mode, and then you still have Spitfire for Brock, and it makes that fight really easy. But that's the thing, it's like you would never make it other than that. Or like Quick Step. It's like, it's nice to have, it's not worth going out of your way for, except for maybe a fight or two. Or it's like, I always forget there's actually an invincibility juice in Dead Rising 1, but it's such a pain to make, and it doesn't do anything because you don't take damage, but you still get knocked around. So it's like, oh, you could use it for Cletus. Well, here's 10 seconds of me not taking damage, but me just still stuck to the floor getting shot in the face.
Just remember to say I do. You wanted me to wait until I was married? Well, I'm not waiting anymore.
I think this is an interesting boss.
I wouldn't die a virgin. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. Cut to the end, Dad. Cut to the end.
I don't know what the point of the chainsaw was for the wedding ceremony. Everything else, I guess, can make some sense by some weird fairs. I don't know what he uses that for. But there's actually a thing over in the corner as well. There's like a bloody mattress with a massager, and it's like, eh. I don't imagine like the viewer gets the advantage of like seeing the cutscene. Just imagine if you literally walked in on this and just like, what is going on in here? So if I recall, you essentially want to exploit this wall and get him to tire out. I think I can dodge it. I think though I can tank it if I just have the painkiller. I might just be able to out-hit him. Just bitch slap his. I wonder what exactly did Randy do in. Come on, in the Paradise, not Paradise, just whatever this place is called, Fortune City. Oh yeah, that's great. Honestly, this is one of those things where it's like, I don't usually need it for psychos, but it's also like so helpful for every psycho. I should really make it. And you can make it like at any casino. That went easy. From an achievement standpoint, doing these runs is awesome. Because it's like, just unintentionally you get so many achievements because you save every survivor and kill every psychopath.
We could have been so good together. Our wedding night would have been so.
Oh god.
You may now kiss the bride.
Chuck actually delivers the line really well. I don't think the that confetti is actually rendered. I think that's just an effect they put on the camera. If you know what I mean. Just kidding, let's get married. That's crazy. I don't think I have to hold her hand. And then I don't have... Let me check my time. Beat that. Big game stakes. What is that? That's in front of... Fortune part. You have to meet someone. It's like an unlisted scoop. I'm pretty sure. No, it is a call. So I want to head for Atlantica Casino, essentially.
Still there?
And I need a handgun. Or a gun of some kind. Which I don't think I have. I should be able to find a security zombie or a cop zombie. I always go back and forth on what I call them. Like, it's a police zombie, a cop zombie, security zombie. I don't know why. But I'm really just... It's like subconscious too. Like, I just go back and forth. I don't think you can... I wonder, can you use this to combine with a motorcycle? I don't think you possibly could, but... So we're looking for a gun of some kind. I'm like, just trying to, like, scan the zombies in the crowd. For that kind of, like, tan that they have. There's a lot of zombies like them right now. Come on, there should... I thought there was, like, one that always spawned around here for this guy. I guess I might as well go into Atlantica. Or can I... How close am I? I might as well take... I could take her back. Let's see. How much time do I have until the next scoop? Oh, plenty.
Follow me.
There's a roll flash play.
Stay close.
I can't imagine running around now. Why did he even find a wedding dress? I guess they must have some on stock if they have, like, a fast chapel anyway. I wonder how often there's, like, a legitimate use for those. And that someone, like, doesn't regret it. Or is it even, like, a thing to, like, those exist, or is it purely, like... Yeah, you can use them, but no one actually does. It's not like it's people actually gonna get married.
Keep moving.
It's such an awesome weapon. I'm pretty sure you can get at least one book to make it last longer, or even two. There we go. I wish you could just, like, use the cash to buy upgrades for Chuck. Like, say, permanent upgrades to weapons. Like, give me 20% more durability on items that I like. That would be kind of a cool way to use more cash. You still eventually would unlock everything, I guess, but it would give it a little bit more.
Let's go.
This is not what I expected. Shoot. Despite having played so much of this game, I still can't tell them apart by sight. I always gotta check the map. It's like a real problem, actually. So, you go across and to the left.
Keep it moving.
I used up my entire chainsaw to do that too, damn. Alright, 6:30. Is it at least soon enough to... He spawns at 7. I think there's a... Yeah, I know. So wait here, let's go back in.
Go over there.
There is a handgun that spawns behind the counter of this hotel room bar.
Faster.
So I'm going to use that. And that should be good. I don't think he's picky or anything. Like, oh, you a handgun? Fuck you. But maybe he is.
You go.
Go hide in the corner. It kind of bugs me that they don't have the same voice actor for all the characters' lines. Like, she'll be like, crying, and then she'll be like, all right, and it's an entirely different voice actor. I learned this fact from my sister that apparently in Dead Rising 1, when Chuck says fantastic, that's an entirely different voice actor that says that. That blew my mind. It's like, I guess that does kind of make sense in a way. Because it is kind of like weirdly different, but I never noticed. But I also don't take a lot of pictures where he's like, fantastic.
Keep close.
Alright.
Come on.
So now we over here need her.
Come on. Let's go. Stick close.
There we go. I think for the most part zombies can't even hit you, so you're safe as long as you can sit in there. This is Atlantica. I think I was supposed to wait. It's still not 7, is it? Oh wait, yeah, it's totally not so.
Wait there.
Should really figure out where the Zombrex is in here while I'm killing time. And actually I'm gonna go get those. There's a bunch of ATMs here. I'm pretty sure it's up on one of these curls. Pretty sure. If not, I can grab that battle axe at least. Or maybe it's on the ship. I wish there was like a zoom so I could more easily check each one. I feel like it might just not be rendering. Hello. Is that a machete? Oh, I never actually gone up here because like there's a one scoop with a mermaid here. Shampoo and a shower head. Huh. Oh, you can get up that way. That's new to me. Huh. Cool. I know it's here somewhere. Is it on the... What are these, nails? Is it on the boat instead? I don't think so. And it wasn't on that one roof. Unless it's like at the beginning and I skip it. But it must be on this. I feel like it being... Damn. I feel like it being on the ship is way too easy. Let me look around. Danny's dying over there. I see that. Flashlight. I know there was one here. There had to have been. But I just don't know where. It's gonna be so obvious once I like look it up eventually. Like it's like, oh, it was in the center and you were always just running around. Or something stupid. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. It's like half the fun of killing time though is finding it on my own. Honestly, a lot of these wouldn't be that hard to find. It, like once you understand, you like, oh, sweet, I finally got that. I finally got this jump kick. It's very useful. Van Toolsing. It's a cool name. I'm guessing like watch it'll just be like right here and I just always jumped over there. Either way, I need that vodka now. No, guess not. I feel like must be here. 720. You can't get on the jellyfish, right? Yeah, I thought so. It's not around here. I'm definitely gonna look this up next time I like taking a break. That looks so painful. I really enjoy streaming, but one of the downsides is it just eats through my controller's batteries. I feel like I go through like a set or two a week. Just because it's like every time I like stream, it just kills it. And I have rechargeable, but the rechargeable doesn't last for a full stream. And I have a cord. I don't think it reaches this far. What sucks is the original like plug and play cord rechargeables for wireless controllers with 360. What's with your legs, Moment?
Don't fall behind.
There he is, Janus.
Keep going.
Anyway, the original, it was technically it charged via USB, but it still was actually wireless. Fun fact, because the USB just charged the battery, didn't connect to the actual like motherboard of the controller, which sucks because that means if you got that, you couldn't use it to like game with. Like you couldn't use it on your PC, I should say.
Go over there. This way.
So that sucked. But on the other hand, what you could do was you didn't have to plug it into your Xbox. You could plug it into any USB, which meant I could plug it into the wall. I could plug it into my laptop. So I would have essentially infinite batteries, but I don't have to be anywhere near my my actual console. And that was like game changing.
Keep it moving.
Danny, why?
Move it.
So sadly though, they built the other one properly, the Xbox One. Xbox One. So when you plug it in, it actually turns off the wireless. so that you can't do it. Because they think you mean, oh well, now you can actually play games with it on the PC pretty easily. So
There. Don't fall behind.
minor convenience. Although I would say I haven't done it yet, but I would totally use my Xbox One controller. I have an Elite controller, by the way, to play PC games. Wouldn't mind. Now that I have a more better PC, and I'm looking to upgrade it even more, so I can improve editing and also just play some good games. I'd love to start emulating some like PS2 and stuff. Like I was able to do Shadow of the Colossus, and I'm sure if I like up my processor and stuff, I can do even better, or not even better, but run it better. Shadow of the Colossus was great, but it was this whole thing like even after 30 minutes, like the bloom on the sun was ridiculous. So it looked like your eye, like your fucking eyes were dilated, pupils were dilated like super big, and it was just like ridiculous.
Stay close. Keep close.
So still really love that game. It has a spiritual successor coming out, right? It's not soon, but semi soon. Last Guardian, right? That's same team as that and Ico. Be weird playing it for like I guess like the first time officially, because I've only ever emulated it that one time, or like I've seen it played a couple other spaces, but to actually get it firsthand, like that's essentially what I went through with Final Fantasy, where I played Final Fantasy 7, 8, and then 9, and then Final Fantasy 13 came out, which I like. Many people disagree, but it was just weird seeing a modern iteration of that game, and like playing it when it's normal. Like even I enjoyed Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9, but even then they're super grindy. But like if that was your only game, I don't think I'd mind as much, you know?
Stay close.
Come on, Danny. So that being said, 13, the first game, is way more grindy than 9 was. Maybe some other ones.
Stick with me.
I don't know, it also wasn't very good. Like first run through, you're not very good at it. Whereas later on, it's like you don't need to grind as much because you're better at playing the game. You also can kill bosses earlier that give you a ton of XP. It's like Dead Rising, where it's like, I feel like I played Dead Rising 1 probably 3 or 4 times to like max out my character, as well as just to save every single survivor, like overall between those 3 runs. Whereas now it's like, now that I'm good, I do it all in one playthrough, and I also get so much shit. Oh, hello. That's plenty cash. That puts me way over my quota. So what is up next? So next up is Stuart's Scheme. Stuart's the guy from the very beginning of the game that was stealing money. I can't remember the name of the scoop. Workplace Troubles or something. And I think I have to come back here. And then it's Mail Order Zombrex. Fetching Females, par for the Course. That's the one that's up next in this plaza. Paradise Plaza. Not Paradise Plaza. Royal Flush Plaza. Oh, and then it's The Secret of Charlie's Gold. That's the one I was thinking of. Which is the one you get for saving Lenny at the very beginning of the game with the tiger. Never gotten that scoop to work. Like, I've always accepted it, but I've never actually gotten the money, because it's just like, it's weird about it. Wait, no, that was not... I thought this was red, like I used it up a whole bunch. Maybe it's a different one. Anyway, we're going to pull up here. I'm looking forward to moving over to Twitch. I'm really curious to see how that works out. Because the thing is, I'm familiar with the YouTube streaming platform, so I kind of... Oh. I grabbed the wrong thing. Damn it. So I'm familiar with the YouTube streaming platform, so I like, for example, that I can schedule events. Like, I'm going live at 6 p.m. tonight, and I can post that link around, like, share it and stuff. Even for, like, my own stuff, I'll, like, bookmark it on my laptop so I can make sure I can go straight to it. And it'll give me a nice little countdown timer, which I think is actually super valuable when I'm trying to schedule something, is I can say 6 p.m. and give a link, and they don't have to be like, well, 6 p.m., what time, my time? That's not a thing. It's, oh, we'll just go to the link and it gives you a countdown. It'll tell you, like, it's in 6 hours. Okay, she's not here yet. So I think this is like that other scoop where you have to like leave and come back. So we're gonna go here. I'm gonna take the shortcut. That's probably the easiest. So yeah, it should be exciting though, because I know Twitch has like a bigger audience. I think also you can do a little bit more with it because it's got a bigger audience. It's just stuff like they have a little bit better deals on stuff. Like I know, like don't you get like some bonuses if you're like an Amazon Prime member because they were bought by Amazon? I believe that's a thing. I always feel bad because like I would totally like be more supportive and like watch Twitch, but having made a channel that leaves me with like no time to do that kind of thing. Like there's always so many other like shows or like podcasts I want to keep up with already. Here, when does she spawn? Might not be until 9. Yeah, it's 8 p.m. so she should be there. Yeah, there she is. So many like stuff I try to keep up with already. That in the amount of time I have to listen to that kind of thing, it's like I have 2 hours to listen, and in that time, there's been 3 hours of content put out. And it's just like, God damn it, how am I ever going to catch up on this? So I've been trying to binge. Like, I've been listening to a ton of podcasts at work, just going through and, like, listen to stuff, and sometimes I'll just have, like, essentially a slow day at work, where it's like I don't need to do a lot of heavy programming, it's just, like, documentation. In which case, it's, like, great to just, like, throw on a podcast and, you know, finally have a chance to go through all that. I don't know why, I always like this character. I wonder if she's, like, supposed to be someone. Maybe it's just, like, that's just a cool name. Maybe that's it. Luz. I would hope her name's not Luz. That would be such a terrible name. I am not a big golfer. I've always wanted to be, but it's something where it's like it takes a ton of time, a ton of money, and just dedication. And even then, it's just like it's so... I don't know. It's so hard. Because it's like there's so much that goes into it that you control and so much that you have no control whatsoever for. I'd like to do more of it, but it's like you also like usually want to go with someone. Like it's like any other kind of like competitive sport or like anything like that. Is you have to just like play kind of consistently. Like I know I've heard plenty of people like especially when I was in like Dota. Like everyone wanted to be like professional Dota player essentially, or it's like really good because it's a super competitive game, right? And a big thing a lot of like pros I know it's said to a lot of people when they ask for tips like just you need to play a lot of Dota. And it's not necessarily that you have to like binge it 8 hours at a time, but you have to like play like a game a day or a game every couple days. You can't just like take long breaks because your skill just starts undeveloping, essentially. Or I heard that a lot of like same with like shooters. It's like, yeah, you don't need to sit and be like, oh, I play Destiny for 4 hours, I have to get off to work and then go to bed and I do it before work. You don't have to be that guy. But at the same time, you do need to be like, hey, play 1 game a day, otherwise kind of like lose your skill. I feel like golf's like that where I'll make some progress, but at the same time then I'll go like an entire winter where I don't golf. Or the worst is every time I do golf, I always slice it, I think, right? I think I go to the right. I think I slice instead of a fade. And the issue is it's always like, what do I want to do this time? Because I don't play golf that often. Do I want to try and fix my slice? Because that's what I should do. But at the same time, I want to have a good game now, so should I just be like, hey, I'm going to the right, so aim to the left? You know, like I'm not going to play golf that much, so maybe that's better. And it's always this debate I have whenever I go golf. It's like, should I fix it? Should I not? I'm going to grab it this time. But you'll notice I always look in this room because anytime survivors have scoops for you about them, they appear in that room. And you're meant to kind of see them. Who are you? Crystal. Okay. So, Stuart's scheme pops up next. So I want to stay here actually. It pops up at 9:30. So I got 15 minutes to kill. I don't think I have anything I really need to do. I could go spray paint a Zombrex poster, I guess. I'll ditch these and I'll go do that. I don't really need to because I can also do it like right as soon as I go out next time. So I'll set it down, just stretch. Oh my god, this couch is so shitty. It's like I have this whole couch, but to be by the mic and the fact that, and just to not hurt my back, I have to sit on the very like edge. So it's essentially like when I stream, I sit on like a metal bar, like you would tie a bike to. Like that's what I have right now. I want to get a better setup, but there's so many things I need to buy already, and I want to save up for like a house that it's not great. Like, I would love to just like sit down, like, boom, awesome desk, boom, awesome mic stand, awesome chair. But it's like also like, kind of want to have some money, because it's really easy. Like, what's nice about this hobby is everything I need is like only $20, but there's a lot of stuff I need that's only $20. Stuff like, even like the green screen. The green screen was like $20 for the fabric, $20 for the scaffolding, $20 for the lights. None of that's a big deal. But then I could also like, kind of wish I had 4 microphones instead of 3. That's $20 for another. Kind of wish I had a pop screen for all 3 of them, all 3 that don't. Kind of wish I had a floor stand for all 3. But then it's like, you already have so much money invested, even though they're all individually like, would be really nice. And the thing is, like, they're also like all good investments. Like, it's not like a here you go. It's not even like, oh man, I want to drop $100 for this one-off thing. It's like, man, like I got this. All my mics I run off this 4x4 interface that I can't remember the company name for. But essentially what it does is it's like a mixer, except a mixer takes everything and it mixes it down to one audio stream, which is really good if you're doing like a live show. But what the interface does is it lets me record 4 separate audio feeds independently. So, come on. So what's nice is that way I can record like a podcast with 4 audio feeds. I can edit them individually. It also mainly lets me run 4 microphones. And I use that thing pretty much every time I record, even if I only use one mic, just because it just helps so much. Forgot he was mutinying instead of just bitching. Oh, now I got the defiler. Perfect.
Right on.
Or like, man, my first mic ever, I still have here. I don't want to look at it because you'll hear it. But it's a Silver Audio-Technica mic that is USB and XLR. And it's like, I splurged for that. I could have gotten like a $20 mic and just gotten like a $10 converter from XLR to USB. But it would work. But I mean, I've just been so happy because I spent that extra $40 to get this awesome mic. And that's what I do all my main recordings on. If you ever hear anyone else, I'm using the Behringer mics I have. But having this one mic that just does everything, it's like, oh, it's so great. But everything's like that, where it's like, this will be such a great investment. I'll totally recoup my losses on it, so to speak. Or I'll totally get my use out of it, I should say. But still, I can't pick everything. So, plus I don't want to be like that guy that's like, 70 subscribers, oh my god, I'm going to drop 1,000 down on my channel because I'm it. I'm the shit. It's like, no, come on. Calm down, calm down. I don't want to be that guy because I know there are some people like that. Particularly, like, a lot of people like buy like animated intros for their channel. I never understood that. Like that's fine, but people who have like 10 subscribers that drop like $200 for like an animated intro, like custom and really awesome and designed by a graphic designer, it's like, yeah, it's cool, but it's also like, why would you do that though? 11 p.m. So I have a whole another hour, really, until anything starts. But that's going to be the next day, so... High Rollers starts up soon. I need to go get all of the magazines. Yeah, that starts at 1 a.m. So I have 2 hours, so that's what I need to go do. I believe the first one's in Royal Flush Plaza. One is in Silver Park, or Diamond Park, or whatever. The Strip, essentially. And the other one's in a casino somewhere. I think it's in the casino with the orange lights and the barbecue spot, I think. But I'm super vague about that. I should make it a filer. It is absolutely hot right now in this room. I'm just like sweating so bad. It also doesn't help because I have like one position I can sit in. And I like to turn a fan on, but like I said, I need like a nice small fan I can just put somewhere. I had one actually. I need to buy another. I got this like USB desktop fan for my work, and I thought, there's no way I ordered this, and this is not shitty, right? USB powered desktop fan. That fan is the shit. Oh my god. So I'm gonna like make sure I look these up before I spend all my time running after them. So let's see, Blades building. I'm not familiar really at all with the magazines in Dead Rising 2. So let's see. Royal Flush. Oh, Palisades. That's it. So I can get that one easy enough. Yeah, Royal Flush, Palisades, and Silver Strip. So I'm going to get this one first. It's in Royal Flush Plaza, Ragazine's on the second floor. Although I've never had the chance to contribute to it, shout out to the Dead Rising wiki. I have just gotten so much help from that. Just thank you whoever puts all that info on. Not always 100% accurate, and I really should try and fix it, but it would not have been possible for me to do these stuff if it wasn't for them. Just because I would take, like, gathering that information without, like, a PC, like, and be able to, like, strip it down would be ridiculous. Like, just having to, like, go in and out of a transition until, like, oh, yeah, they spawned, so now let me record the spawn time for one of these 50 survivors. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do it if that was the case. I think Ragazine's the one right over on the right here. Yes. So good. So I'm looking for the gambling magazine. Hand to hand. I guess I might as well throw this queen, get some zombie kills. Oh. It's terrible. So next I need to go to Palisades and then Silver Strip. That was what I was thinking of. I get Silver Strip and Diamond Park because, like, they're basically the same thing. I get mixed up all the time. I still have yet to make the Blambo despite talking about it all the time. So I need to go back towards the shortcut, which is over here. This would be so much fun to play like a giant game of craps. Originally when I was playing stuff for Diversion, one of the ideas was to play a giant game of Yahtzee. Or I built giant playing dice, like out of cardboard or, I don't know, maybe even wood, depending on where. It would depend on where we play it, because I don't want to make giant wooden dice to throw around, and then we do it like in a backyard somewhere, and we just like smash someone's deck. But cardboard would also fall apart way too easy. So maybe something in between. That's still fair, like a fiberboard or something. I don't know. But the goal is that, and you get those like giant gray trash cans that like every business has. Where am I going? Toss all your dice in there, and then you like roll it and be like Yahtzee, and you get a giant chalkboard to write your scores on. Ultimately, though, the issue there is like it'd be fun to play, but in the day you're still playing fucking Yahtzee. Which I don't know. Let me know if you're like a huge Yahtzee fan or something. And I get that there's a strategy to it, but it's also the whole point is RNG. That's the whole thing of Yahtzee, right? I mean, you could be the world's best Yahtzee player. It's not going to stop someone rolling 6 Yahtzees in a row from winning. Because I believe you can get as many Yahtzees as you want. It's like the first 3 count for more, and then after that, it's like each one's another 50 points. I've always kind of wanted to get into, like, it'd be kind of cool to have like actually like good board games. Everyone's got like classics, quote unquote, like Monopoly and stuff, but at the same time, Monopoly sucks, and no one knows how to play it. But even when you play it, like, well, Monopoly still sucks. Sorry to say. It's one of these stores. Oh, I think it stands. Yeah, there it is. So I need to take a look. Like, fun fact if you didn't know. So the rules of Monopoly are always, like, misinterpreted because no one reads the rules. Everyone just, like, learns it from their siblings. So the big one is you're supposed to, whenever someone lands on a property and it's not owned, I like how this is exactly the same as Dead Rising 1. That's a cool nod. Straight down to the photo. Well, that's not what I wanted to do, but that works. Whenever someone lands on a property that no one owns, you have to offer it, the banker offers it to whoever landed on it. Like, you can buy it for the listed price. If they do not buy it for the listed price, it begins getting auctioned off to all other players until someone buys it. Or I guess if no one offers it, it doesn't, but usually someone wants to buy it. That alone speeds up the game ridiculously, but no one actually does it that way. For gambling. The second one, and by far the worst, is people putting money on free parking. That's like the worst thing you to do. Like, people do it to make it fun and like to make the game like interesting because it's so long, but it's like economics. If you put like money into free parking instead of the bank, it never leaves the game and no one loses because there's money coming in and it's not going out. So if everyone always has money, terrible. And then it's just a stalemate until someone has like 5 hotels. It's bullshit. So, also no one knows how to play the income tax rule because no one wants to do math. Another fun fact. So what am I doing? I need the third, which is in Shamrock Casino, I believe. Or whatever the Irish is. Shamrock Casino, yeah. So we need to go up north to wherever the exit is. Alright, so this way. I'm pretty sure it's right here. So it's like, yeah. Wherever the closer exit is. Yep, that's it. So. Yeah, that's always weird. I don't know why. I mean, to be fair, Monopoly isn't even really designed to be a good game, I don't think. It's meant to be like, Monopolies are evil and bad and stuff. It's meant to be like, get you mad at each other because this one person owns everything. But it's not really that bad if you play it by the rules. It's supposed to only take like an hour and a half. And then everyone acts like, oh my god, we played a Monopoly game for like 4 hours. It's like, well, then you're doing it wrong. Wait. Hold on. Was I supposed to... I wasn't supposed to be doing this scoop, right? Oh, shit. I should do that. I thought that was like... Wait until that rolls out and then I'll get a call to go to the Shoal nightclub. Or maybe I think it is that. It's like, it's there, but it won't be until I get a call from someone. Either way, let me save and I'll confirm this. Because I remember there being something weird about that scoop. I just don't know what. Other than that, I haven't played a lot of board games growing up. Like, I played some Monopoly, some Risk. But I know this is not what I'm looking for. I had a friend who, his family always played board games, and just as a joke, I wanted to play Clue, because going back, I think it was like I was trying to set up for that D&D session where I based off a Clue. So I said, hey, let's come over, let's all play Clue. And it's like, they're like, yeah, sure. And then he proceeded to win in like 3 turns. It was ridiculous. I had no idea. I was like, what's going on? He's like, it's X and the Y with the bot. It's like, what? I haven't even gone to the room I was going to check yet. How have you won? It's like, logic. It's like, shit. Or I know, it's like, apparently it's a thing where, like, he'd say like, he'd play with his family, and sometimes not everyone would get to go before someone won the game. It's like, damn. I was outclassed. It was just interesting because, yeah, he was on a whole nother level. I didn't realize Clue was so competitive. And other stuff like Scrabble and stuff, it's like, eh. I feel like it's one of those games where it's fun to play casually, but you have someone who takes it, like, too seriously and, like, breaks out the dictionary for, like, everything. It's like, eh, come on. I'm sure everyone knows someone like that. It's just like, let me look up some Q words for me to play. It's like, come on. I miss the whole, like, words with friends craze, so I can't speak on that. But it seems like, I mean, it's fun. I get why, but definitely does seem like it has some innate problems to it. There you go. So this one's a bitch. You only have to go after one of the sisters to win, but still. It's a lot easier with the drinking book. I should probably have done this before the gambling books if I had realized. But still.
Have a drink, Chuck.
Overall, I think it's actually kind of a cool fight.
You're the source?
Can't have the man responsible for the outbreak running around free now, can we, Chuck? Especially as he keeps interfering with other people's business.
That's bullshit and you know it. TK set me up and you helped.
We're just some fellow survivors trying to win.
I really like the design of their character, like how they part their hair on separate ways. I believe they're sisters, right? They have to be. Like, I assume they're twins too, but I don't actually know.
But you don't know much about that.
They're cool psychos in general.
This outbreak is killing thousands. People are dying.
Bragging doesn't really suit you, Chuck. I always saw you more as the strong, silent type. The very, very
Huh.
silent
So I'm gonna go Amber. What's nice is if you want to be prepared, you can get. This is a really good, a good spot for the painkiller by far. Also, a good use of dodging helps a lot. Luckily, this chain slash is usually pretty damn good, and it's like right outside where you just fight, so it's like there's no reason not to grab it like every time. I have to like pace my shots because like I don't know quite like. Sometimes like they'll get hit, but they'll like won't stagger. Other times it's like might as well fire this. That's a good screenshot. Other times it's like they won't take damage at all, and it's weird. I don't know. I wish I was more clear about that. I always thought like when she says that, I thought there was gonna be some like super weird twist, like TK was like cloning people or something. Like I thought that was the thing, and that was gonna be like how he produced so many zombies was clones or something. Just the way she says that, like as if there's like more chicks like her or something. I'm pretty sure that's not a very instant death. I think that's yeah, because wasn't the point of that like. So you're ashamed to kill yourself, but I think the point was the fact that you set it up right so that once you do it, there's no like getting out of it. So you like kind of like fall on it, so that way it's like not you don't have to actually stab yourself. It forces yourself in, and then you stab yourself through the stomach because it's easier and you can like But that it's a definite kill. Like it'll take a while, but you're definitely gonna die because you're not gonna go in it. No one's gonna surgically fix that in like feudal Japan. I think it's a thing. Like if you get shot in like the stomach, it's still just as fatal, but it's just like you're just gonna die in an hour instead of instantly, but it's still like just as fatal. I think it's definitely not. It's much more grotesque than that.
Did they say where he's meeting the chopper?
No, so we're going to have to watch for it. I'll meet you on the rooftop above the bunker at 8 o'clock.
I can't wait. I'm tempted to take a break. Like I've done it before on a stream where like I would take a break, I'd turn off the mic, I like open my door and I would just turn my freaking box fan on max. And just power cool the room for like 2 minutes and come back. I'm just like, ah. Like I'm so excited for winter, cause like I can do all this and it'll just be nice and chilly in my room. I'll like have a blanket when I stream. It's gonna be great. But when summer rolls around, it's just gonna be like, sorry guys, I'm gonna stream in 1p instead of 1080 this week, and yeah, it's gonna take me 3 days to upload the video on my current connection. So what's great about these katanas is they're super fast when you guarantee you get them, and also this awesome jump attack. They're so responsive. They're really great boss weapons, but I feel like you get them kind of late. Like there's certain stuff you would just never get to use them for because of how late they come in the game, which is a very common issue in Dead Rising. It's like, oh man, awesome, this brainwashing book for survivors. Too bad I've saved 90% of them by now. So what am I doing? Stake out. So I don't think I need to go there right now. I mean, you confirm everything. I should be getting mail order Zombrex, I think. But either way, I need to make my way to pick up that last book. And then I'll be good for High Rollers. And then High Rollers is just like, honestly a pain. If I'm going to cut, the reach on these are not too good. If I'm going to cut the stream for the night, it might be when I do that, just because it's a whole thing, and it's just me playing poker. It has nothing to do with Dead Rising. Like I can talk a little bit about poker and just stuff, but ultimately it's just like whatever. That being said, I believe you can pause during it, so if you're really having trouble, you can like pause and like look up good hands and like your percentages. Like, okay, these cards. I have these cards. What's the percentage chance I'm gonna win? So calculate your bet on that. I don't, but I believe you could do that for increased challenge. I know there's people that do that actually, where they'll go play like online checkers and they'll feed the game into a computer, because checkers is actually a solved game, is what they said. So it's like knowing any single set of inputs, you can predict the best possible moves. So you just give it to a computer and it will always be a human player essentially, unless the human's already in a shitty position. But yeah. Poker's not. That's because it has RNG. Is there an ATM here slash... You can break... I can break the slot machines, but they're not nearly as good for cash. It's usually not worth it. I had so much fun playing Dead Rising as a case 0, just because all of a sudden, like, cash mattered again. I always had low health. It was, like, actually the kind of challenge I was craving for Dead Rising 2. So it's super fun kind of seeing that again. Let me check this. So, there's supposed to be mail order Zombrex. This scoop, according to the wiki, if I recall, starts at 11 p.m. on September 26th. And I'm supposed to get a call about it. I'm pretty sure there can't possibly be Hunger Pains. The 7/8 limit survivor rule. I'm pretty sure it occurs later. And I have plenty of time, so I think I need to head back to... Damn it, what is it? Where's High Rollers at? The Atlantica, right? That it's not till 1 a.m. though, so I've got time. So, I got enough money, so I need to make... I'll make my way over there. Make my way downtown. Damn it, I passed the freaking... I passed the motorcycle. I could have just done the admin fast, but I guess I do have time to kill. Maybe I might cut the stream there and also, because it's getting... It's 11 o'clock here, and I have no issue going farther, but I know definitely I've seen my metrics usually tail off around 10 or 11, which is fine. It's one of those things where, like, one of the big things I wanted to put in the stream survey was, like, just when do you want to watch streams? Like, I have no issue, like, streaming at different times, because I can move stuff around, like, pretty easily. I just need to know. Like, I know a big thing was, like, I know sometimes, like, when I listen to podcasts, it's like when it will just be like when I game. Like, I actually probably don't want this save. So, where's the next closest one? Palisades. Is that only on the second floor? There's no bathroom on the first floor? That seems like a really dumb design flaw. I guess this casino. We'll go there. That's from the Street Fighter. Zangief? No, that's not Zangief. God. What was I saying? But yeah, I could for example, like, people don't want me to stream at like 6 a.m. in the morning. I don't, but I usually do like 8. If they would much prefer me, like, oh, I usually listen to it like noon on Saturdays till 8 p.m. It's like, oh, well, then I can totally like shift that around. Just do all my like day-to-day stuff early instead of later, and then stream then. And whereas like versus like right now, I'm usually get up, I do a bunch of essentially chores until about 10, pick the stream back up, finish it out. It usually takes like an hour or so. So I'm hoping, I've had actually like really good results from that. So I'm super glad that that happened. Because it's always something like, as a YouTuber, it's actually really hard to get feedback on your stuff. And like good feedback too, not just I liked it or I didn't. Because a lot of it's like, well, I know like if you compare me to like a dude who's been YouTubing for like years or like is a professional editor, not as good. But how do you get from A to B unless you get a lot of good criticism? Like obviously it's not perfect, but it's simple stuff like, oh, I don't like this transition. This is like, for example, if you go watch the Am the Clown video, there's a bunch of stuff I wasn't able to do stuff as well as I had wanted. And oh, it's like, oh, I can learn from that. But there's a bunch of stuff you can be like, oh, look, this, you show this thing. You're like, oh, look at this. And then you make, for some reason, make the clip like half a second long. It's like, that's bad because it needs to be longer. Which I can fix in the future. It wasn't worth it in that case. Like, that's so much helpful than, oh, it was bad, dislike. Like, that doesn't help me. So the survey has been a huge deal. Either way, I'm going to sign off here. So if you liked it, leave a like. I stream every Friday at 6. I have a couple other videos of Dead Rising on my channel and a lot of stuff going. If you want to see some more stuff that I haven't done yet, you can put it in the stream survey or just leave me a comment. If you have any questions about Dead Rising, my channel, or anything in particular, leave a comment, or I'll probably put up my Twitter, hopefully by the time this is an actual video and not just the stream. But thanks for watching, and I'll hope to see you next week.